She's fine. Timer Chan is fine. Y'all are overreacting. Or, sorry. I ended up getting some apples. We're cutting up some apples. I also have some salsa I got from the store. I'll be munching that for a little bit. Also, I have a question about apples, if anybody knows. Do people just cut the cores just because it's unpleasant to eat and also because of the seeds? Or is there other reasons aside from that? These apples are really good. I had the Cosmic Crisp ones. I just found them at the store. I'm like, they're on sale, so I'll try them out. Hi everyone. Sorry. 1 second. With the core? Okay. I'm assuming seeds aren't really that dangerous to eat. Oh, you can! Oh, it's so exciting, Pen! Hello! Let me say hi to everyone. Hello, Mord. Hi, Turtle. Hi, Cade. Hello, Moose. Yes, the countdown. That's how much time is left on Timer Chan, and she needs to retire. She's retiring next week, okay? It's happening. It's like officially happening. Hi, Owl. Hi, Illuminati. Hi, Pen. Hi, Yami. Is Sark still open? Is Ether open at all? If not, I'll go off. She's not getting fired. She's retiring with benefits. Do not worry. She's retiring with benefits. I know, living the dream. She's gonna, like, Timer Chan is going to be getting, like retirement benefits too, so don't worry, she'll be fine. Alright, I gotta log into Final Fantasy. How's everyone doing? How's your Saturday been? Hi everyone. I'm sorry I started late. I really wanted to stream an hour and a half earlier, but you know what? It's technically on time for me at this point, which is it's still rough though. It's not ideal, but it's not as bad as it could be, I guess. Also, we have some chips. Ugh, okay. Let me look away. Let me look at this over here. Jenna tempted me to do Dating All Things. I saw that she was playing that. It looks really fun. It looked like she's having a lot of fun as well. Have you gotten it? Or have you started playing it? I imagine it'd be up my alley, but I have not attempted to play it yet. But yeah, I'm open to starting at Sarg today. I'm also open to starting elsewhere. Hi, Penny. Don't mind me having a snack because I may have not eaten yet today. That's my own fault. I woke up late, okay? I was at the gym late, but I went to the gym, my apartment gym. But I went to the gym and I need to feed myself. Yay, silliness! And the gym is good. It's good for our health and our heart and everything. But also the salsa is really good. Movement is very good. In any way we can, in any, like, you know, capacity or ways we can get him. Hi, Aote. Wow. Is stuttery? Sarg is open today? Okay, cool. Well, if anybody wants to hang out in Sarg. But if there's any dungeons or trials and people who are not in Sarg happen to get in to the role, I will make sure to hop out to somewhere else. Our backup server lately has been Primal, our favorite. It's so nice to stay home. When is gym stream? I actually do owe you all a gym stream. But I would have to go at like a very, very, very late time. Or I would have to like go out of town and do a gym stream. And find somewhere that would be... I would feel comfortable like trying to like film in a corner or something. Because I don't want to film other people there. Or I'd private it afterwards. Which actually, I do end you an IRL gym stream. I mean, there are gyms that are open 24/7. We actually could go. It would be not busy on a Saturday evening in the evening. So maybe that's when I actually have to do the gym stream. Mm-hmm. Well, let me do my chocobo summoning bell real quick. And then I will continue to eat chips. Hi, Frosty. Get strong. Maybe that way we can do deadlifts and squats and stuff. Just don't look at me. Just don't perceive me. Only perceive my form. If we ever do a gym stream, please don't perceive me. Don't look at me. Just only look at my form. I know that sounds really difficult to do, but I believe that you can do it. Just don't look at me. I don't want to be looked at as I am a face cam streamer. Even that's too much, honestly. Will not perceive. Orban warm up. Okay, y'all actually want to do a Orban warm up? Do we want to do an Orban warm up before we end up start doing MSQ later? I still need to eat though, so I can't quite warm up right yet. Orban? It might happen today. Okay, that was kind of a genius idea, by the way. To do an Orban warm up. Hi, Penny. No. Another bun. Okay, put you over here. We should, and I can heal, and I won't pull at the end. I mean, rescue you. Well, if you end up rescuing me, I'm just gonna rescue you. I've been through this before. Concerned eyes glow red. Ooh, I like the purple on it. Just subtle in terms of the shine. Wait, is that bat included with the relic as well? Hi, Ham. I need someone to yell at me when to move. I die so hard in Orban the other day. Okay, you know what? Maybe we can do an Orban run, and if anybody wants to go into VC, your voice will not be in stream, but somebody can do callouts. I'll try to do callouts, but I'm not familiar with all of them. I know, sorry, but we don't tell anybody that. I do have 5.1 to finish. It's like one long quest at the very end, but where we left off was a good stopping point. But we are gonna finish 5.1. We have to, right? But finish 5.1 and then we'll go into 5.2. I don't know if you'll make it on time if you don't lock in. Yeah, I'm also streaming tomorrow for sure. I hope I don't want to make this a 3-part stream. Just surecast and it won't be when you, wait, but the thing is, we're not sure when. The thing about rescues is we don't know when we're gonna get rescued, right? Hi, King, how are you? But you're right though, I should work on my surecast skills. I mean, I am actually. When we're doing Shinryu, I've been surecasting pretty consistently during the water phases. Doing good just playing Ooh, I want to play Minecraft. I do, but then also I never have time to play Minecraft. That was the problem. So the rescue hotbar is gone for now. For now. I don't think so. Omnifactory? I have, like, the thing is, I've played some modded Minecraft with some friends, but most of the time I don't really know what the mod packs are. I'm just chilling and hanging out. I just got the client booted up and everything. But sometimes it's a little overwhelming. Sometimes I really want to finish vanilla Minecraft because it continually gets updated. And I want to finish in vanilla and then eventually do modded. Yes, hats as well. Hats soon. Are all the buns and Roths excited? I'm excited about the bangs. I'm excited about all the bangs that through the hats. Especially the rain hat one. The rain hat one kind of just gets rid of your bangs completely. So I'm excited about that one. But a lot of the hats that I do wear, they have bangs. Or like, I only wear them because there's bangs. Some hats. You're right, Surrey. It is good to be patient. We'll wait. At the very least, the hats that we saw on display are the ones we can be excited about, right? I think that's really cute. If they're doing that for buns, I hope they do that for Mikos too. Don't do it during the summer. Penny, we talked about this last stream. Summer bangs are rough unless you're willing to potentially commit to washing them every day or dry shampoo in the summer. In the winter, they're a little better. Yes, Sark is open. Get in, everyone, if you can. Thank you for the tip. Like, we on East Coast right now, there's like a heat advisory or a heat wave. And it is, well, we are much more humid than, like, you know, the desert and West Coast. But we are getting, like, we're hitting your regular temperatures, which I'm so sorry that you're hitting those temperatures on the regular since spring before it was even officially summer. But, like, with the humidity, it's going to be so miserable. Hi, Yilda, how are you? Oh my gosh. I have no doubt it was rough in terms of humidity. I hope you weren't outside too much, though. It rained last night and this morning. I'm glad it's cool. Is there a little breeze for you as well? If you want to go Lahi areas, they'll warn you to be wary. Just got back from, okay, let's go back. 24? Ooh, it's getting warm up there, isn't it? Are you gonna get affected by the heat wave, Yilda? Oh, squeaky wah. Hi, Shadow, how are you? Only good thing about being Texas is humidity. It keeps you cooler as long as there's a wind. Is there usually a wind around in your area? It's 12 for you? That's so cool. That is actually, like, really cool in terms of weather. Hi, Owl. Hi, Yami. Oh my gosh, Yami is a wolf now? Wait, what's the wolf race in Stormblood? Oh, everyone's here. Everyone's so cute. Wolf race in Stormblood. Lupin, yeah, Lupin. Yeah. Thank you. Pretty good win there. It's not exactly reliable. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi, gays. How are you? Hi, gamers. Happy Pride. We gotta remind everyone. All June. Every day. I can't believe... How has June passed by so quickly? How is it the end of month? I don't like this. I don't like that June has passed by so quickly. This doesn't feel right. It's really good. It's very cute. Sorry, I haven't watched Princess Mononoke in like, I don't know, 10 years. Passed away? No! June hasn't passed away. It's solstice? Is it today or is it like pretty recently? I think officially summer was, didn't summer start yesterday? Oh my gosh, there's so many of them! Okay, I know I have the koala. I don't have this one. I don't have this one. I have this one. I don't have the first two. If you're trying to get rid of them. I have Ravana and I have the last one. Thank you, Yami! I do like it though. I think it does look really good. Wait, where's... Thank you! Gonna update drivers? Okay, no problem. I hope that does fix it, Ayuri. I don't know why it's so wonky for you. June died so young! Was it a genetic medical condition? No, don't tell me that June passed away because of the heat wave. 07's for June? The month, not a person? Should we 07 for every month that passes? Honestly, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me, actually. Okay, alright. I have apples, I have salsa still, I have the stick. Lead? Lead. I'm sorry, but my alerts are very delayed. They've been like this for weeks at, honestly, a week. It is. Penny, I usually like the original ones, but I wanted to try the jalapeno one, and it kind of tastes the same. I think the original ones taste better. I'm waiting for Costco to have the original ones back in stock. I like jalapeno. I like jalapenos, but I don't really think they're spicy. I don't think that's spicy at all, or has much heat to it. Thank you, Control. Thank you. It's not my birthday. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. It's not me. I think they're pretty good. I would try the original one. That's my suggestion. Which is the red packaging. And if you like them, Costco sometimes carries them in like the big packs. I got a booster box. I found your son not full art. Which one? Which one did you get for my son? Did you get the art where it's like he's like flying, like not flying, but it looks like he's like going towards you? Does anybody need minions? Yami is offering minions. Hi, Alican. How are you? I'm being tempted. Good evening. Good evening. I'm being tempted by... I am being currently tempted by a warm-up Orban run, but should we? Maybe tomorrow? I don't know. Should we do an Orban warm-up? So that's the thing. That's what I'm worried about. Since Soria was saying, you know, I might not have time, so maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe I should do it tomorrow. Pen is on start right now. Sorry, I'm just kind of snacking. I'll try to hurry. I need to shovel more chips and salsa into my face. I want BB so bad! This is girl lunch. Actually. Okay, do you want to see girl lunch? One chomp. And semi-stale tortilla chips. This is girl lunch currently. I'm sorry, I need to eat vegetables and fruit. You're so right. Oh my gosh, you're so right. I am eating vegetables and fruit. All right. Should we do a shall we do a recap of what happened last time? Definitely balanced lunch, thank you. I should have an egg. If only eggs weren't so expensive. An egg would honestly really balance this lunch out. That's so smart. Wait. Where's my egg emote? Let me use my egg macro. Oh my gosh, look at us. We're all so cute. Egg macro while I finish up salsa. Are eggs still expensive? I don't know. I haven't like considered touching eggs in a little bit. Like, yeah, they're probably not as bad anymore. I'm sure they've averaged out, but I still haven't really decided to buy many of them. Also, I really should go to Trader Joe's again. Also, like, I don't want to buy eggs at Costco because I'm one person and their trays come in like 100 eggs. Humble, I can't have dairy. Please eat, you'll die. Just get into baking for the eggs? Isn't that more expensive? But I don't have a sweet tooth, so what do I bake? A quiche? I could. I have made a quiche before. Who's gonna buy my baked goods? I'd just rather give it away for free. I'm not good enough at baking. Well, at least in the US. Wait, question. Canadians. Do you refrigerate your eggs? In Europe, they don't refrigerate their eggs. I've never had a lemon bar before. Well, never made one. I'd be down to try. No, yes, banana bread. I do, one's from the store. Okay. Banana bread sounds so good. I'm sorry, my alerts don't work. Let me try to replay yours and controls as well. Let's see if that works. It's not even muted. I don't know why, like, they don't work. Watch it come up like 10 minutes later. It's really not working for some reason. Okay, I have an idea to check. One moment. Oh, sound effects are there. Okay, one more idea. Over here. Check the alerts. Huh? Okay, they're working now. We're good. I don't know why it was not working earlier. I don't know why it was also turned off.
Shut up and take my money.
I've never had banana bread with blueberries before. Walnuts for sure. I know chocolate chips are popular, but I've never had those.
Happy
like
birthday, Lee
chocolate.
Farter. Notice. Here is my chat tax.
Okay, this is going again.
Shut up and take my money.
Gaze, are you doing it with a static or are you in Party Finder right now? Thank you. Thank you for the bits! Okay, alright. One day, someday, we will try to make a lemon bar. I mean, the thing is, I like trying sweets, but I don't think I could eat the whole portion of like a whole all baked goods. So maybe I need to convince my friends to take all the foods that I make. But I also want to make sure that, like, you know, I don't food poison them, which means just, of course, like, you know, having proper like safety, hygiene and everything like that, which I actually ended up taking up a class in food safety. Was not my major, was not gonna work in in food, but I took it anyway for a credit, and I was like, well, this is kind of cool. I kind of like it. I kind of like learning about this. Ooh, so they freeze well? Yummy, why won't you try to bake some? Thank you, Dan. I guess it's, It kind of makes me think as well. No, I got salsa on my hoodie. It's okay. All right, one moment. I will munch on a couple more chips, and we gotta go. We gotta lock in. Do you not cook at all? The oven isn't too bad though, especially if you use a timer. Honey, I love the peanut butter in Reese's. It's so good. It's so good. I don't like chocolate much itself, but I love the peanut butter in Reese's cups. Which I have tried the white chocolate one, and it's kind of like sickeningly sweet. It's like icing sweet. We gotta get locked in to the game. Ooh. So I'm assuming the sweetness of the peanut butter was really nice. A nice contrast to the dark chocolate. Okay, I finished the beef stick. Been eating apples. Ooh, I love peanut butter cookies. Surely there's a dupe recipe. If a company sells something, somebody will make a dupe recipe, 100%. Okay, all right. How long have I been yapping? 30 minutes? Not bad, honestly. Not the worst. How about Orb tomorrow? Orb tomorrow before we finish 5.2. Yeah? In the meantime, I will play an ad. I'll put the food away and then I'll play an ad. 90-second ad. This salsa is so good. This container is half gone. Actually, it's 2/3 gone. I'm just shoveling the salsa. Honestly, tortillas are just a vehicle for salsa. Of like, because it's not, you know, appropriate to drink salsa from the container. I'm gonna learn how to make salsa, especially during the summer when tomatoes are peak. Sounds like a challenge. No, I cannot go. I cannot go to my local Mexican restaurant and drink a cup of salsa. Drink the salsa. I love salsa. Okay, I'll be back. Penny, the tomato feta cheese bake thing, it is actually good. My sister made it during during peak pandemic times when it was going around first, and I really actually liked it. And then if you want some protein with it aside from like the feta, you can always add like chicken or whatever else with it later. But it is actually pretty good. Like it was surprised and I actually liked it too. Definitely make sure to put a good amount of seasoning for sure. Like herbs and stuff. Take a shot of salsa. Okay. Next time I end up doing a subathon, one of the goals will just be a shot of salsa, alright? And no, a shot of salsa, and what will be my chaser? Sorry, I haven't left it because I keep eating salsa. I wanted to show you how much is left. I showed you earlier how much I had. I really just... I got this today. I literally opened it when I went to go get food earlier. I'm not taking a shot of salsa. No, we're not taking... I'm not taking a shot of salsa. It really is a meal. Oh my gosh, isn't this just like... Okay, what's that cold soup? Gazpacho? Isn't this just like gazpacho, really? It's really gazpacho, like, wait, no, is it? Is that how you say it? No, I don't think I'm saying it right. No. You know, the chilled cold soup? That? Yeah, isn't that just adjacent? Isn't that salsa just adjacent to that? Okay, I gotta stop. Anyways, yeah, a lot of tomatoes and lime and flavor. And tomato is probably. Sorry. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta get up. Right? Lime and acid? They're blood related? Yeah, right? So I'm just eating it without a spoon, though. I'm just eating it with an edible mode of food transportation, which is tortilla chips. Okay, I'm putting a lid on this now. If I don't, I'm gonna keep eating. I'm gonna keep eating it. I need to stop. I keep laughing. Cap it. You heard it, right? I capped it. It's gone. It's going in the fridge. Okay. Moving things around. Let me get lip balm. Let me also have a allergy med. Maybe I should take my meds early, actually. Okay. If anyone needs a reminder to take your meds, please do. Hydrate, because it's hot. Oh, do you want to learn something I learned? Do you want to see something I learned like just yesterday? I did not know this at all. It's actually really interesting. It's about those like kid safety lids. You want to learn? You want to learn? You learned when you learned it? Wait, you want to learn what I learned when I learned it? Drink that chunky Bloody Mary? Honestly, salsa tastes way better than Bloody Mary. I can't, the flavors that are in Bloody Mary, they don't vibe with me. No! Not IRL Lala! Also, I do not have tissues today, so I really hope I'm not crying. I do have a handkerchief, though, so we'll end up probably using that. Alright. So, I learned yesterday, that, you know these, like, safety caps? Right? Like, these ones to prevent children from getting into them? This is Zyrtec, by the way, or off-brand. I do know about the withdrawals, don't worry about that. You can actually make them not kid-proof anymore if you have trouble like opening them or anything like that. So what you do is you pop the lid from the side and you can like take it, well, here. You pop the lid from the side and there's another lid underneath it. And now it just opens like a normal lid. So with Zyrtec, by the way, it's been known for a while that if you end up taking Zyrtec long term, or whatever the generic is, right? So whatever the long term is, if you stop taking it, you may have itchy side effects. Yeah, I learned this yesterday, and I will. It's not all lids; it's only the safety ones. And wait, do I even know how to open this? Oh no, maybe I do. Like, I was gonna show you. It's, usually look inside the lid and you can see another lid inside of it. So it's like two-toned, right? And then you'll be able to like just open, what you do is you try to push the lip of the lid up with your thumbs usually. If you have any hypermobility, you might be able to get somebody else to do it or like get some more assistance, because I do know you do kind of have to use a lot of force depending on the cap. Not all of them, are difficult to open, but some of them are. So for this one, is this just not locked? Okay. Anyways. Oh no. So you can pry it open this way, but you don't want to break a nail, and it might hurt a little bit. But you can pry it open like that way. So what I was trying to show you is, oh, it's stuck. That's why I couldn't open it. So for the lids, they usually snap in together. For this one, it is, I'm trying to think. Yeah, so these ones, like, they technically, it's supposed, what I'm trying to show you is, like, it's like, there's two lids, right? It's two-tone. It's like a white, it's like white and then green on the outside. You did it? You did it with one of your prescriptions? So now, so for this one, now it's just like a normal twist lid instead of like the safety lid. I know, I saw this yesterday and I was like, whoa, let me go check to see which ones have a safety lid on it. And then I actually ended up taking a bunch of pictures and I put it on Instagram, on my private Instagram. I'll put it on my main Instagram later. I sent you on Discord, it's neat. Yeah, so they end up, so what I'm trying to show you is, this is usually how the lids inside look like, right? And of course it's the ones that, like, no matter how much you twist, you can't open it unless you press down. So yeah, I just pushed down with my thumb and it kind of flicked open, and that defeats the purpose of child-proof thingy. Yeah, it's not, it's really important that child-proof lids and stuff like that do work, so people don't get into it. But fun fact, it's a fun thing to learn about. Here's another one. So this one was easy. I think this one was easier. Yeah, this one was a lot easier to push up. Sorry. And to pop out. But some of them are not as easy. So here is WHM, which also has this. Oh wait. So not all of them are two-tone, but you can kind of see there's like a more transparent lid, and then there's one that's more opaque, right? So I'm assuming this one would have it, and it does have one of these. Okay, so let's try this one. Okay, so it's also a little harder with some of the smaller lids, I've noticed. If your hands aren't baby size? What is this? How am I supposed to hold? How am I supposed to get leverage? I have average size hands, okay? Okay. So how am I supposed to do it with a tiny lid like this? I just did it with your ibuprofen, yay! I'm not, these are average size hands, okay? I'm trying to open this one, but it's hard to get a grip on it when you don't have, like, when your hands aren't around it, right? When you can't, like, grip it. So, there is a lid, I do feel it pushing up. So for this one, I may need to, like, pry it like that. They're also child-proof until the child gains basic comprehension, and then I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, I think, honestly, it's probably to prevent, like little toddlers and, like, little kids from, like, seeing something small when they're at the age where they'll put anything in their mouth kind of thing, because otherwise, like, older kids, sometimes they need a little bit more strength and coordination in their hands to, like, press down and then twist. I think that's probably what throws most of the like elementary kids, yeah, oh here, elementary kid ages off. But for this one I pried up, but once again, if you have longer nails, it's gonna be kind of annoying. So I guess you could always ask somebody like you for help. Okay, so you can see the lid, the top lid, the safety lid, and then the other lid. Yeah, it's definitely the I eat everything. Do you even lift, notice? I do. I could probably lift you depending on how much you weigh. I learned the other day that somebody in chat, like a mutual and somebody in chat, that they weigh as much as I deadlift. Well, actually deadlift more than that, but I could easily deadlift them. You cannot lift me. Well, I'm just gonna say, if you're 135 pounds, I definitely can lift you. I'm working on hopefully deadlifting 200 pounds by the end of the year. Okay, I'm not quite there for the 200 pounds yet. You can lift me. Oh, probably. I want to get to the point where I can like princess carry some of my friends. I think it would be really funny. Is deadlift equal piggyback rides? No, it's different because the way where you're centering your weight is different. With a deadlift, it's in front of you, and you're using more of like, you know, your quads and hams. But in the like when you're doing, if you're piggyback riding somebody, you need to be able to like hopefully ideally squat them to be able to center that weight on them. You need a no, not yet. We're gonna work up to 200, and then one day we'll get to 300. Nice goals. I've been wanting to do a 200-pound deadlift for a while. I actually need to get back up to body weight because I weigh more than I was when I did my max. So my max ever for deadlift was 180, I think. Or yeah, I think it was like 180. But that's been a while since I've gone to that. Since I've consistently trained. Okay. This one is proving notice proof and child proof. I did up to my chewable diamond, and it's easy. Okay, perfect. Because sometimes it's just like, you know, it's if you don't have children at home and it's not a concern, it's nice to be able to just like easily twist it off and not have to think too hard about it, especially when you're tired. Lala proof. It's Lala proof. It's Lala proof. Advil PM. Ibuprofen PM is Lala proof. Confirmed. No, it's not. Ow. So that's what I was saying, like sometimes it'll scrape your fingers or your cuticles, so watch out for that. But once no children here, so easy. Jake, hello. Jake, wait.
Soon you'll be able
practice
to
deadlifting my wallet? Is my wallet gonna be heavy one day? Or is that what you're telling me? Like premonition, manifesting, heavy wallet? All of us have heavy wallets, right? I'm willing to manifest that. I want everyone to be comfortable and safe and have enough money. What's with this tomato? Are you unhappy with the life hack? Did you not want to know this life hack where you can, like, if it's the safety lid ones, you can press them up and then you can you can press them up, pop them off, and you open them like normal. That's actually really dramatic. I don't want to deadlift my wallet, but I appreciate the manifest. One moment. I gotta go grab the lid. That was so dramatic. I hope everyone has heavy wallets. Anyways, I haven't been taking my daily vitamins, so I probably need to. Yesterday I did split squats, and I hate split squats, but they're much better. They're good for you. They're really good for you. And then also, I kind of want to get back into I'm not good at ice skating. I can barely balance as is, but I think it'd be fun to pick it up again. I have the skates, so I would just have to maybe buy lessons or group lessons. May your wallet be heavy. Oh, dang it. What happened again? Did I turn it off? I've been accidentally turning off my headset. Also, hi Larry, how are you? Are you doing all right, by the way? It is hot right now, and I know you live somewhere incredibly humid. Incredibly humid. Can I get permission to post a link? Yeah, of course. But anyways, fun tip if anybody needs to know. Or if the safety child locks are just like evading you, if you need to just take them off, you can. Opening a Lala proof container. Was that the one where it popped? Let me see. Oh no, this is the one where it was. Oh no, we did it. Oh, it's that one. it's the ibuprofen PM one. I thought you did the one that popped. But it worked though. We did it. Also, Jake, thank you so much. Thank you for 17 months. How have you been, by the way? Was birthday celebrations fantastic and wonderful? Never affected me because I run a lot. Oh, so you're also drenched in sweat. Oh, okay. It's different tangent, but fun. Another fact that I learned kind of recently, if anybody is on, or you have somebody in your family that are on SSRIs, apparently they make you sweat a lot. So be very wary of being out in the heat and then not hydrating enough or anything like that, because there's potential for you to get dehydrated very quickly, because that's a thing. Similar to this, I'm learning a lot, so we're just spreading the knowledge. I'm glad you can regulate your body temperature really well, because I can't. And maybe I should just go outside more. Maybe I should touch grass more and be able to learn how to do that. Wait, ready to eat food? Huh? Wait, what? It's better to open it normally than trying to remove the safety lid. Honestly, I think if you're used to like opening it normally, that's fine. But for anybody who is just like, you know, like who have potentially arthritis or like any like joint issues or tendon issues or anything like that, it might be nice to like take off the lid or get somebody else to take off the lid and just open it like typically or normally. But yeah, and also I feel like it probably helps the lid stay on, especially if you're traveling or anything like that, just in case if it gets loose. So there's definitely pros and cons. Oh, you want me to eat MREs? I've never had one. I don't think I want to have one. I tend to get the safety lid stuck when putting it back on, like get it misaligned. So that's nice then. So definitely like, once again, another good option of like why to potentially take it off. I grew up in hot climates, like liking the look of jackets and such. I got really good with dealing with your body temperature. So I'm really bad at like regulating my body temperature, like cooling off and then also retaining heat. Maybe I just stayed inside too much as a kid. Maybe. I did grow up in the South though, so I also just wore long sleeves whenever I wanted to and just got hot and sweated a lot. But I don't know. It also probably doesn't help that I have dark hair, so it probably, like, the sun just beating down on your scalp is not great either. Maybe if I had shorter hair or lighter hair, it wouldn't be so miserable, but it's bad. But I think I need to just get, like, a nice hat or something to shade myself, so I just don't overheat. But, yeah, it's fine. And also just hydrate. And eat foods that have a lot of water in it. But yeah, honestly, the humidity is the worst, I think. It's just, it feels sticky and it's miserable. And I actually did end up running for, maybe, I wonder if that did help me, because I ran a little bit in high school. That's when my weightlifting coach was also the cross-country coach. So he ended up like training us in a lot of like cardio, which I think was good for me. And then I think I stopped once I got into college. It's funny to people talking about the hot weather while I'm frozen down here under south. Oh my gosh, are you like cozied up right now and like having the heater on? Growing up, I heard a lot of like, take your jacket off. Yeah, I think they were just probably concerned with you overheating or having like a heat stroke or something. But if you're able to regulate your body temperature well, that's fine. And then, let's see. Okay, all right. I also ended up getting this is new, I guess? It's a mojito sparkling water. No, mojito flavored, so we will try that. But we shall do a recap. Okay, recap of what happened last time. And also, where's my pen? Oh, let me find my pen. And then like I said, I don't have any tissues, but I have this handkerchief. I have this handkerchief that I might use if I end up crying today, which I hope I don't. I'm wrapping up poncho. A warm poncho? A mojito, you say? It's sparkling water, so it's just essence of mojito. Is it good though, Penny? I haven't tried that one. I haven't tried the spindrift one. Okay, my pen. We are good. Less interested now. I know. It's not raw alcohol. You like it? It's very refreshing. Okay. Let's get to here. It's just because a lot of the spindrift ones have like juice or sugar in them, right? Spirit of mojito, essence. Just like, yeah, essence. It's just like, if put a real mojito next to it and just like blow some of the water on it and they can it up. And that's it. Okay, I am going to play an ad really quickly though. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize it was an hour already. I'm gonna play an ad and I'm gonna just talk about during what happened last time, right? So I will do that. Okay, so what happened last time? So we went back to the source and we learned that, well, their bodies and their spirits, it seems to be okay, there's an issue with all the scions whose bodies are still in the source, right? But their souls are in the first. And there seems to be some kind of like, not tear, but there was some kind of like there was some kind of like degrading in terms of like what Kryl was seeing when she was inspecting them. And it seems like Thancred had it the worst because he's been in the source the longest in terms of source time, not necessarily. No, in first time, not source time, right? So we learned that. We ended up going back to the Crystal Exarch and he gathered everyone, or he told everyone to come. Everyone gathered aside from Thancred and Reen, and we were essentially trying to figure out like what should we do? What are the steps we gotta, what can we do about this? And the Crystal Exarch knew of a fairy that hid in isolation, who hid in isolation and was like an expert of like soul stuff, right? And they were really sweet and really cute, and it was a Numo fairy, or like fae. And like we convinced them. It more strong-armed them than anything, but we convinced them to help us. And then after that, yeah, so we ended up doing a dungeon for that, which is really cool. And then at the bridge before we ended up going into the castle was beautiful. The bridge before we ended up going to the castle, we, the crystal, well, Graha and Alize were being silly and very adorable. And Alfie called both of them out in terms of being like very lively and excited, like being with us. And that was so cute. It was so cute. So after that, we ended up like convincing them to, recruit them to like help us, right? And then we kind of split up again because the idea was to essentially lie their souls to be dormant and then like put them in Urusite. And because we can travel between the source and the first like safely, if we along with our items and what we have on us, if we were to put their souls in white Urusite, there's a possibility that we may be able to take their souls from the first to the source in Urusite. So Uranger and Yshtola and the Crystal Exarch went to go like deal with that, right? So we ended up going with Alize and Alfie to Journey's, like in the Journey's way, like we ended up going to the inn at Journey's Head, I think, right? And we were learning soul revitalizing techniques from the Fae, and actually ended up helping some of the people who were afflicted there. And we ended up helping Halric as well. And Halric was, while it wasn't like instantaneously he got better or anything like that, it was like kind of gradual. But we were able to help him, and he seemed to like react to it. So Alize stayed there and is like learning more of the techniques, because actually it's really draining on her. So she's working on that, and she's also like brilliantly, she thought like, well, like the condition that the people here are, like the condition that everyone is like how everyone here, how their condition, it kind of is similar to some of the people who end up getting like enthralled in the source act, right? So she's thinking, if I'm able to learn the soul revitalization stuff, maybe I'll be able to help Gabu as well. So she ended up staying there. And then Kai Shur came by and he said, Alfie, we need your help because like Lady Chai, Dulia, needs your help, and she's panicking, and she was overreacting and like panicking because she couldn't find Nezchai. And he actually went off to kind of like survey people and ask people for help, because the people of Calusia, not Calusia specifically, but the people of Yulmore were decided to elect somebody as mayor. because it's like no one really stood up and like offered like, hey, I want to be mayor. So they kind of held an election and whoever got the most votes like ended up becoming their mayor. And Chai Nuz did. So he actually ended up going around Calusia to ask people like what's afflicting them, like what's going on, like do they need like to essentially assess the situation or assess the state of Yulmore or Calusia. And then he was also looking for somebody. He was looking for a prior like official that worked with what's his name? I forgot his name. That worked with that guy who was the former the crybaby emote guy. I forgot. Anyways, he was a former official who helped Yulmore and then eventually left. I really forgot his name. I need to write some more of this stuff down. Yes, Rendon. So it's he went to go look for Rendon, who used to work for Yulmore before he retired. Vol3, yes, the Vol3. Thank you. So he used to work for Vol3, and then he ended up leaving. Anyways, we had to essentially go through Rendon's like mini trials to prove that he was worthy. So we ended up doing that. Then he agreed to help because he realized that Nezchai was like worthy, that he actually does want to help the people and actually has ideas and like wants, like there's specific things he wants to set in motion. So after that, the Chais got reunited and we decided that if it's not that, we don't want it. If it's that the relationship isn't like that, we don't want it. Cause they're so sweet and they love each other so much and it's so cute. So we ended up going back to Yulmore, and I think that's where we ended up stopping the quest, though. This next quest apparently is a little bit longer. It's like a long quest, and we gotta start there. So we have not finished 5.1 yet, but once we do, we're going into 5.2. The hot pot guy? Wait, who's the hot pot guy? I love them. They're so cute. They love each other so much, and like I love it's so cute how like Dulia's just a little dramatic, just a little bit, but she just loves her husband so much. Okay. Okay. Other notes from last time. So, does anybody remember the new Mo? Like, what's their name? The one that we met last time? Because I forgot their name. If someone looks at you like the Chais look at each other, exactly. Oh, thank you. So Beck Lug. Let me write that down. Beck Lug. So it's really interesting. So I have a theory, right? So when Beck Lug was talking to us, inside the Ocular, after agreeing like that they're willing to help, right? They were saying that like everyone's souls, like the Scion souls are really dense. And then apparently ours is the densest of all of them. And I'm assuming and I'm thinking it's because the source has been rejoined 7 times, right? And I'm wondering if ours is the most dense because of Artbert. Anyways, I'm assuming so because we haven't seen him around a little bit. So he's probably in there somewhere. And it's interesting. Because, like, if he's in there somewhere, are the others there somewhere too? Or are they just part of us now? Are we just... I don't want to think too far. Anyways, there's that. Okay, so soul revitalization, Gabu. So Gabu was afflicted with earth-aspected ether. So that means the people of the first were afflicted with light-aspected ether. And that's why there's so much of it in them, right? So... what else? Because they were tempered. Yes, and then there's soul dormancy. Because their minds are separated from their bodies and they're incapable of interacting with the world around them. So that's what tempered is. So when their soul is dormant and their minds are separated from their bodies. And that's what Alize thinks Gabu is what's happening with Gabu. And that's kind of, it seems like what's happening with people at Journey's Head. Yeah. So, wait, they called you dense? Yeah, I'm taking it as a compliment. Yes, the Warrior of Light Soul is thick. We be thick? He is absolutely not a dog. Was it 7 or 8? Thought you were 7 times. And then, yeah, no, so the source is 7 times rejoined. But I think that my theory is we're 8 times rejoined, and that's why we're extra thick because of Arbor. That's my thoughts. It's getting awfully crowded. Laughs in Dark Night questing. Laughs in Dark Night questing. And I'm very normal about Dark Knight, as you all know. I'm so normal about the Dark Knight quest. It's great. I'm very normal about Frey as well. He yeeted himself into us. That would make us 8 out of 14. That's what I'm thinking too. My Warrior of Light was happy to be united with Arbor in body and soul. Are you an Arbor fan? I will say he has been a huge highlight in terms of like what I've really enjoyed about Shadowbringers. I think his arc has been like, it was incredible, and his voice acting so amazing. Like from the beginning, I thought his voice actor did such a fantastic job, and with the story that he goes through, I really like it a lot. Also like the grandpas, that has been a whirlwind. I am thinking too much about the Shadowbringers grandpas. They are brain rotting. I'm being brain rot because of them. Very normal, very cool. Like I have Shadowbringers grandpa brain rot. It's really bad. I have voices in my head. I like the Dark Knight came out of nowhere and made you fit. I know! And the thing is, Blues, I really enjoyed doing it right after Shadowbringers, because I think it made it just even more special as well for me. And now that like going back, I feel like if I end up doing an ult, I'm definitely gonna do it in tune to the like MSQ. But doing all of that right after base Shadowbringers I just really enjoyed it. If anyone isn't a fan of if anyone isn't an Arbert fan after Shadowbringers, I don't know if we can be friends. Why wouldn't you like him though? Like he's just going through his character arc, and also he's a dumb shonen, like dumb affectionate shonen protagonist, because he completely like missed that he completely missed that there's a love interest for him, and he's so dumb, but he's so sweet and he's so dumb. I'm just glad that after everything got his happy ending. I am so glad that he ended up seeing his friends, because that's all he wanted. I'm okay. I'm not gonna cry about that. I don't need to cry about that. I'm okay about that. I'm completely fine. Anyways, we gotta go back to Yulmore. That's where we're at right now. Oh my gosh, look at all our friends. Sorry, I'm turned around. Everyone's so cute. I'll probably end up going to the Crystarium if anybody wants a free TP. So the one thing that I wasn't a fan of was Ranjit. He seemed to be unexplained speed bump and more interested in his dragon than him. I think Ranjit, I think there was some dialogue that was definitely missing from him, because the dialogue that you do get, it's in like instances that pop up that you cannot read again unless you're doing the instance. And that bothers me because I want to read more of it. And I feel like it goes by too fast, because like you learned at the last fight with, not the last fight, but a fight with Ranjit, the Ranjit Thancred fight, that essentially he felt like Minfilia was a daughter to him because of the prior Minfilias. And then the way that it seemed like his character arc switched or flipped from like wanting to fight Light Wardens to wanting to side with them is because he wanted to protect Minfilia and to protect the ones that he's lost, right? But I feel like I do agree. I think that's a really good point, Turtle. I do feel like it could have been displayed a little bit more like obviously or a little bit more directly. And I know that might be hard in terms of like, you know, fitting so much of a game in a story. But at the very least, I wish I could read that dialogue back after the fight, because like usually during the fight you're focused on what's going on and you don't always get to read the dialogue, which is a shame because the dialogue actually provides a lot of story. So I think that's my critique. It's like, I wish we could just read the dialogue afterwards, and then maybe it was sprinkled a little bit more here and there. Especially during the first time we encounter Renjit with Minfilia. When we meet Minfilia, when we rescue her the first time, and then we meet Renjit as well. Agree, in-flight dialogue is so tough. It's, and that's why, like, I'm glad I have a VOD to go back and read it, but I don't always do, because, like, sometimes, like, I'm, like, focused on other things, and I really wish you can, like, go back to it easily, especially in Alliance raids. I don't know, I know some of the dialogue that they do put in there, some in-fight stuff, but not all of them, though. What's happening over here? Are you changing? I hope you are. I never end up reading it. The thing is, I want to read it because it's important, right? I think it's forced. They needed a reason for him to be important more than a random Vothri thug. So at that point, like, if we feel like it's forced, or we feel like it's not, like, you know, it's not incorporated well, I wonder if in other languages, if he was characterized differently, perhaps, because I know sometimes it's, you know, it's just prioritization for the translation teams, right? It's because sometimes the translations teams, like, they end up localizing things a little differently. I mean, the biggest, most obvious thing is, like Ashrafan. Like, he's very different, like, I want to say very different. He is different, not to his, like, he is different in Japanese and in German and in French. He's much more flirty in the other languages, right? It's a little bit more obvious that he's just not your bro. Like, he's very interested. So I wonder if there are translation differences as well. But once again, I'm not sure about that. But I wish there was a little bit more, yeah, for Ranjit as well. Because, like, I didn't feel that bad. Like, I felt pity for him and I felt sad. But he probably needed more for us to feel more, like, to be a little bit more compelling, right? All right, let me move y'all over here. Not your bro, just your bro. Definitely the benefit of watching others play, a chance to catch the stuff again. Unless it's voice, I never get to read it. I feel like I miss it. Came out of that feeling Vothri was unprompted puppet, and then Wanjit acted of his own volition. Samurai Wiggles! Sorry, it always makes me laugh every single time. But see, it's just funnier on Lala, and it's too good. Thank you, Nightmare. Lala's a symbol. But yeah, I will say, like, for Vothri though, I felt like it was very much like it. I guess I kind of slightly clocked it at the very beginning when we first met Vothri, that, like, he essentially, like, has never had. So I said this, like, the first time we met him. I said he's never been told no, right? And, like, it was very obvious that, like, a lot of temper tantrums, things have to go his way, like, he needs to be heard. But, like, I wasn't able to, like, get that thread all the way to the point that where he was really a puppet, right? But it seemed like, you know, I just didn't, and maybe it was just my pacing or how I played Shadowbringers, but I didn't get to that full conclusion though. But I got the hints of it here and there. It's like a kid playing Samurai. It really is, and it's great, and I love it. It's so funny. The entire Popato garden is here. And unless it's voice, Painbringers? No, this isn't Painbringers. This game is made up. I can't get hurt by it. Everything is made up. As if I don't make up scenarios in my own head and hurt myself. As if I've never done that before. Oh, Mr. Switch, why are they doing this to us? Why is she a boss? Yeah, I'm so sorry, Pen. Good luck. It hurts every time. But I hope that in the future, that's something that they continue to slowly, like allow us to read in the event tab again. Yeah, in the event tab. Time to run Void Arc. So fun. Actually, I'm in Norbrand right now. I kind of feel bad for Vothru. You saw Mount Gold. If he was allowed to forge his own path, he would have been the greatest decorator the first has ever seen. I do feel bad for him. Like, I definitely think that the flashback really pushed the, like, oh, we should pity him a little bit more. And, like, I do agree, and I understand. But, like, I wish it was, like sprinkled a little bit more in some of his dialogue. But I guess we didn't really get that many chances to hear his dialogue. I don't know. But I still like it. I still enjoy the expansion. I'm trying to think what else, though. I guess it wouldn't be fair for me to say it's my, like, what is my favorite and what is not my favorite without finishing patch. But we're working on that. Oh, no. I'm good. It's so fine. Uh-oh. This reminds me of the days when I was shotgunning one beer. I've only ever shotgunned one beer. I can't say beers. I opened it and it's like partially frozen. It's like slushed up inside. No, don't say the water incident part 2. If y'all weren't here on Christmas stream, I spilled water and it fell on a, what is it called? On a power strip behind my desk, and it was not great. It's bad. There we go. Yeah, the great the great flood of 2024, of winter 2024. As long as it's not food, it doesn't fall in your hair. That's already happened! Food has fallen in my hair before! In my defense, it did not fall on my UPS, which is where everything is plugged in. It was just... It fell... The water was on the peripherals. I don't really drink hard alcohol often. I don't really drink alcohol often. I'll drink it periodically. It happens to the best of us. Y'all want to TP to the Crystarium? Oops. If you want to TP, you do not have to. You are all good. Oh no. Wait, who is Helen? Helen? I don't... Just... I haven't been to the Crystarium in a while. I'll get you over there. Oh. I have not been doing cool things. Bye everyone, I'll see you later. Notice, have you ever had someone in a game show up and not be from your stream, like a kindergarten teacher? I've had, yeah, I mean, Hellhound showed up from the stream, like, was not from the stream and showed up. Like, we had people occasionally. I dropped everyone off. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, dang it. Oh, I'm so silly. Ah, I'm dumb. I should have TP'd us to Yulemore. My bad. Let me invite do I invite everyone again? Thanks for the Uber to the Crystarium. No problem. I will have to say, you're gonna have to get to Yulemore yourself. Wait. Yeah, I guess so. We'll just individually get there ourselves. Remember a big cat lady around Christmas? And the Roost gave us all party favors? I remember that too! That was nice! Oh, the music's so good. It's nighttime. It's the nighttime music! It's so cozy. I also need to change. Astro? Sure. I don't even want to play Astro. No, not Astro. Wait, so I have not finished 5.1 yet. We are working on that right now. Hi, Naomi. How are you? There's someone here that looks like Lena as a dragoon. I'm smitten. Oh. Be careful with that turn to daytime music. Does it jump scare us? Does the daytime music jump scare? Also, I love all the seating here too. It's like very cozy. You know what? Wait a second. What's that? Huh? Huh. I don't think I've been there before. I also cannot fly, so we'll have to go there later. I wonder if we can maybe explore that area. A lot of pomp and circumstance. Okay, all right. I'll try my best to not get jump scared. Okay, so we have already done the recap, and now we're gonna finish 5.1. Oh. Still not sure how I'll do my part for Yulmore, but I'm thinking of something. Vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. I don't like that. Sorry, I don't like that that quest name. It kind of concerns me a little bit. Tired but fine. I'm glad that you're doing well though. Hopefully you can rest and chill for the evening. No, you are fine. Sion, do not worry about it. I don't think that's a spoiler. I don't think that's too much of a huge spoiler or anything like that. I am just pretending I'm starting at 5.3, just really late in the stream, but we're gonna do it. I'm concerned though. I mean, I do see an airship in the back, but I am concerned about this. Vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. Alphino wears a satisfied smile, seemingly content with the state of Yulmore. Truly, to see Kai Shur thus inspired by our actions is inspiring itself. Yet, however, I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore. We have matters of our own to attend. Sorry, I'm fine. Okay, let me go back. Yet, however much I may wish to stay here and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhaps Becklug's studies have bore fruit in our absence. Okay, so you're telling me y'all didn't even need to come to Yulmore, and we're just gonna go back to the Crystarium? Sorry. I'm so sorry. I did not realize that was going to be one quest thingy. I was just talking to Alfie one time. Actually, I'm assuming we can't see. No, they're probably busy. I was wondering if we could see the Chais out and about. I know, shaking my head. All right, we're going back. Oh, what a bright star over there. I love seeing the sky. It's so pretty. Oh, I can't wait until we get flying to get a better view. Oh, wait. Did that just appear? That's really pretty. Whoa. Okay, all right. Back to the Crystarium. Notice making us spend gil unnecessarily. Well, I was gonna TPS back, but never mind. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, into the ocular. Should I pay reparations? Just send me a trade and I'll give you 500 gil. Blue mages don't pay for teleports? How? I know I should do my hunts. Then I won't have to pay teleports either. Everyone's back! Well, not Alizé. Alizé's still training. In the course of preparing more Urusite, we made a significant discovery. We thought it best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. Congratulations, Notice. Glad tidings from Yulmore did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of these momentous events, that they too might take joy in which thou hast helped to bring about. I take it you are ready to resume our work? It would seem Alize has yet to return from the inn at Journey's Head. I do hope she doesn't overtire herself. Oh, I'll be worried about. I mean, I know that they care and love about each other. They love each other very much, but it's always like cute to see. You get allied seals, same as a Rumby Worm hunts. Oh, there's a weekly for blues. And even they can even give you tons of seals for Aetheryte tickets. They always keep. You keep 999 on hand. Wow. On hand. Do you have more in your inventory? Welcome back. Sorry. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Tai has elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fare you in preparing the White Urusite? Ooh, the music stopped. Our work did not proceed quietly as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principle of soul transference, and concluded the link that White Urusite was ill-suited for our purpose. Oh. This song is new? I haven't heard this one. Well, I either haven't heard it before, or it's been a while since I have heard it. But Orange, did you not say, compared to the massy souls of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. But armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable knowledge, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Urusite doth required. Thus, the shedding of these fleshly simulacra in the surfeit of ether which comprise them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyche as well. It would, theoretically, be possible to channel your minds into the Urusite instead, but we would more likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned the plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posted a most intriguing solution. It's this song! I'm fine. Sorry. It's this one. I mean, we've heard this one several times, but it's just the start of the song. It's different once you get to this part. There, you know when you, like, I'm sure everyone is like this at this point, but like when you hear certain songs and when they happen and you associate them with a specific memory, it's different. It's so different now. Especially looking at his face. How two musical notes break your soul. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posted. No. Wait, I learned how to say this last week, but I forgot. Oh, this song. Wait. Seated? Wait, can you help me, Stand tall, no! Can you all help me with this word again? Posited? I need to write it down. For me, it's the Dragon Saw. Deposit. Okay. Seated. Deposit? Sit. What? Posid? Wait. Oh, I see. Thank you. Pause it. Okay. There's just certain words that don't, like, that aren't sticking to my brain. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. There's several songs in Heavensward that, like, really hit me as well, but this one now also does really hit too. There's so many songs in Shadowbringers at this point. Thank you, everyone. Okay, which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transfer of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique which I have personally experienced. Notice, do you recall what we learned from my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Oni? I speak of the royal eye of the Allegan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. Are we gonna TP inside the Crystal Tower? If we were to gain an understanding of this technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our holy memories, but the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we were thus engaged, I think it best that notice returns to the source and inform Kryl and the others our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of the sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings to Thancred and Reed, and to assist where I may in their investigations of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Bye, Orange. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? With the benefit of our knowledge, our combined knowledge, and the aid of the first leading authority of the Soulcraft, we must surely be able to find a solution. Surely. I definitely believe, 100% believe. Beck Lug insists we resume our work forthwith. I grow weary at the thought. What I would not give for a cup of tea, perhaps a vanilla tart. Oh. I have to imagine if I'm sure Ystola's like, there's like a Ystola set, right? At the Final Fantasy cafes, there surely has to be. But that would be so cute though, for some tea and a vanilla tart. I pray the link to your bodies and your world will endure a while longer. Should it fail, our efforts will be for naught. Mark my words, notice. We will unlock the secrets of the Allegan Eye and see the others return home. There was a time when I thought these eyes a curse, you know, but for what they have enabled me to do, and what they may yet make possible, I see now that they are a blessing. No. Is my game, like, kind of... Is it laggy or anything to anybody? Just making sure. Maybe it's just me. Okay. Let's go back to the source. Is not something like good tea, licorice, mostly matching? I'd like to try it anyway. I'd be down to try. Hi, Ritz, how are you? How was? Goose duck thing? The steak was really good? Oh, it was trash? The steak was trash at the cafe? Oh. I kind of want to try everything at the cafe now. If I ever go to Japan, I'll hopefully be back into the Crystarium in a little bit. Bunch of... I saw! There was... But you ended up killing everyone one of the matches though, right? In a recent quest, I figured out that gainery was not a typo, a word that hasn't been used. Truly, there's so many words in this game that I've never read before. And the thing is, it's like, I'm not touting my education or anything like that. I've just been in school for long enough, I feel like, that I've come across a lot of words. And then of course, like, you know, reading periodically. I guess I just don't read a lot of like older books, which may be evident in like some of the words I don't know how to say. And honestly, like reading doesn't translate into me being able to say the word either, necessarily. Sometimes there's words that I've never heard being said ever. But I like read them before. The game runs a spaghetti code to be very well frame drops in a small room. You can't read? Yeah, I'm illiterate. I mean, I was until I started kindergarten. Same building, similar around the Monster Quest. Yes, I really want to go to the cafes. The food at the theme cafes are meh. It's just really pretty, and they deserve some desserts might have a really good. You have to just find it. Okay, so maybe I'll just get like a drink and anything that gives you like a little like not sign, but like a little like souvenir with it. Maybe I'll do that. But maybe just be there for the aesthetics. Most reading material doesn't pass the 7th grade reading level. It's not really education system, just society as a whole. I mean, I guess it's true unless you're going into like, I guess literature or like, you know, yeah, literature degrees or anything that requires a lot of heavy reading. And then also not all reading is the same. Like if you're reading like business texts versus like older history manuals or whatever. Osaka's not pretty. Which one is Osaka the Uldan one? But Tokyo's the Gridania one, right? Hunt on the menu on there some line. I don't have current plans. I currently don't have plans to go to Japan, but whenever I have the opportunity to perhaps go to Japan at some point, then I think we'll go ahead and end up like, you know, planning that out. I will never pretend 14 Cafe is worth it because it's not. However, if you're into 14, it's a pilgrimage required. Yeah, I can see that. It's not worth it for the food, but it's worth it for the like immersive experience probably. And also maybe, you know, maybe getting like, I want a coaster. I'm not a native English speaker. For me, those words are roots or no, weird words are just words. And then I know some of them are just like old words too, like, you know, from Old English and stuff. And sometimes it, honestly, because like English is such a mishmash of so many different languages, because a lot of like Latin-based languages, and there's also like a Latin-based language like stuff in there, but also like it was like derived like from, wasn't it like derived from like old Germanic roots at some point or whatever? I don't know. English is weird. So there's like ways to pronounce certain things and emphasis on certain parts of the word that you wouldn't think it would be. And you just kind of just remember all of them. And I streamer. I know talk good. Oh, we're just talking about the cafes. Yeah, okay, I see. There's no way a stove was involved in that stuff? You think so? You think it was just microwave? Do you think it was like a food oven or whatever? When did you start kindergarten? Were you able to pass a 5-year-old, or did it give you any trouble? Rude. Rude. I was 5 or 4 or 5. I don't remember. I was in kindergarten. I like the souvenirs because you get a little trinket. I want the little trinkets. I like little trinkets. Give us what a cactar picture is. Okay, make the soda green. I don't think I want a green soda. I want savory things, but savory things are expensive though. I want the trinkets in the soda. Let's see. Let's go back. I focused myself to eat everything that was interesting because otherwise I won't finish the quest. I think it'll be fun to go with somebody else, so you could just divide the food and just feed the food to somebody else. Once you go, it's never again. Unless they have like a limited edition stuff. That could be fun. A slight stutter. Okay. All right. Thank you. A recent quest. Let's see. Very English. Like English. English. Very English. Heavy on the English. 14 likes to use archaic words at random. I wonder if that's the case with some of like the other translations as well into the other languages. Do they use like old German, old French, old Japanese, like very like to kind of indicate like I suppose like the time, not even time period, but like, you know, fantasy-esque things. All right, let's continue. Notice, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Crowd will be here shortly, and she wants to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with the okay, alright, we're fine. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety! It's gonna be fine. It's fine. 17 minutes should be enough. Alright, we're gonna be okay. Tataru, we missed you! Okay, I'm gonna hydrate. Okay. Hydrate. I have my handkerchief here if I need it, which I won't need it. Why is this even here? I should just throw this away. I don't need it. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much. Cute old watercolors. Thank you. This is actually a kid size one because I was like, what if I get a smaller one? But I didn't want like the 16-ounce one. So this one is 12, I think. Oh no, I didn't want the 24-ounce one, 20-ounce one. I don't know. This is 16-ounce, but it's pastel colors. And this actually works really well whenever you're out and about or traveling or like, I don't know. I brought this during to PAX, and it was just like it fit in my bag really well. There's actually it's not 2 ounces. Hi menu. Every time I think of you, or every time I think of you, or I think of the in the Final Fantasy cookbook, there's that salmon pasta. You told me it was good, and I really want to cook it. It's not 1.6 ounces, no! It looks like a normal size wall. I'm not 6 inches tall. Yours has yellow with, a pastel yellow with blues. I have another one. It's like a yellow, it's like a nice like pastel-ish yellow color as well. And I was like, that was my first all wall, and I was like, I'm gonna get this because it reminds me of sunshine. And I'm deep in the SADs, the seasonal depression. And it did kind of help. It made me drink more water. I have a 16-ounce one. It's perfect for liquid IVs. Yeah, I ended up putting a liquid IV in this one for a little bit, but then I'm bad at like regular. Honestly, I need to get more into the habit of washing them honestly daily. But I like this one, and it doesn't like block my monitor too much on my desk, so it's probably partly the range of English variations. A lot weirder or older are slightly more prevalent in UK versus English. Oh, let me go back as well. Word. I think I never stumbled upon a German word in Final Fantasy I did not know. Maybe unusual ones, but not unknown. Okay. I see. And I also, as well, in the US, like the most we get in terms of like experience through like older English, especially like older UK English, is like Shakespeare. It's Shakespeare or like really widely known like English authors, like older English authors that we learned through like classics or whatever. But otherwise that kind of stops. It depends on what grade. Like it depends if you end up going into like AP English or advanced placement English classes, or if you just stay in like normal track of English and you just learn grammar stuff. It depends on like, yeah, because sometimes you don't even do that. The education varies very much in terms of like what you're exposed to. It's very interesting. Anyways. Like Dickens. Someone says Portuguese. Portuguese is such, whenever I hear Portuguese, it always like confuses me a little bit, but then also it's really fun. It's really fun to listen to. The first Final Fantasy I had at my native language was 15. Oh, really? And then it had based on English translations. We had a couple layers of small mistakes. That's a kid size? Yeah, this is a kid size one. It's a blur. I know. There is a smaller one. There is a smaller kid size one that I have as well. It's like 12 ounces. It's maybe like this tall, but it got scratched because whoever delivered the mail shoved it in my mailbox, my metal mailbox. It's like one of the, it's like, you know, in our apartment complexes, we don't have a full mailbox. It's just like a key and a lock and stuff. They shoved my old wallet in the mailbox and I couldn't get it out. And I actually had to unscrew the cap because it's like, I can't get this thing out. And when I finally yanked it out of the mailbox, it got scraped and I got annoyed. I don't know how they did it. I have pictures, okay? I have pictures of how they shoved that thing in there. And I was thinking, was it on a hot day? So the metal expanded, but how did they do that? And I just wish they I wish they had chucked it over, like chucked it at my door. That would have probably been fine. It would have done less damage if they just chucked it at my window. Anyways. Yeah. And the thing is, it's like, where's my phone? Where's my phone? I'm gonna show you it. I'm gonna show you it because it kind of upset me though. And I don't know, I probably should report it because like I couldn't get it out. Where's the stupid Owala? So I pulled it out. I pulled it out of my mailbox and it got scraped, right? So it's like at the lid and it's a little bent. To go back in time. Because I kind of left it in my mailbox for a little bit, hoping that it would just warm up. Because I couldn't get it out. I have no clue where any of my pictures are. Okay, apparently I don't know where any of my pictures are. I'll have to look for it later. It's fine. Also, Nia, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I muted my alerts and I started yapping and it's really bad. Thank you so much. Crying? Are you gonna be part of crying? I'm not gonna cry. There's just a lot of cutscenes happening. I'm not gonna this is not crying. There's no indication I'm gonna cry. There's no indication in this cutscene that I will end up crying at all. Imagining, okay, see, don't they load those from the back, which doesn't have a back door? It doesn't look like there was a back door from it though, Soray. Maybe there was? I'm not sure, cause like, I looked around to see if there was something from the back, but like, from what I've seen, I think most of the male people, they're like in the front, but I'll have to ask. I don't know. Anyways, I couldn't get it out. So I really had no clue how they got it in there. Kid size and small kid size. Please don't take it personally. I like, the accent I like to hear the most is Australian. Oh no, I don't take it personally. As we have we have a friend, we have a chunk of like Australian friends, like who come in periodically. It's one of those mailbox systems where the courier has a special keys to open them, like a giant door. That's what I was wondering, but I didn't see it. And I could never figure out when the mail person came, ever. So I just yanked it out because I was tired. And it's probably my own fault at that point. But it was already like stuck there. So I don't know if I can get any kind of compensation since I yanked it out. But I just hated having it in there. First, you mind the whole back panel swings open. They can just put out the mail at the once. That's what I think too. I'll have to ask next time I see a mail person out there. I'll have to ask if they like put it in the back or like where they would access it from the back. Cause I really did try to look cause I was thinking like surely that there's like a back system to it where they can open it up. Cause like how did they even get it in there in the first place? Cause it didn't fit at all. And I had to like, it was just bad. In the front, maybe that's it. Maybe it is a giant door in the front because in the back it didn't look like that. Okay, I'm gonna look next time. Thank you for the, I don't know, just like the extra reminders that maybe it is somewhere else, but I'll look for like a key slot somewhere. The other thing that really annoyed me is like there are like bigger courier packages like that. Essentially, it's like a bigger box beneath the small mailboxes, and apparently they can put a key, or like, you know, with a special key where like, oh well, if you want a bigger package, I'm just gonna put the bigger key in your mailbox, and for you to open it, right? To open the bigger box at the bottom or whatever. Anyways, I'm done complaining. I'm sorry. I gotta lock in. We're locking in, everyone. We're hydrating. We're locking in. Okay. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. 7 minutes should be enough, right? 7 minutes should be enough to watch the cutscenes, right? Didn't lock in. I'm trying. So is 7 minutes enough for the cutscene? I plead the fifth. Should I don't want to delay it even more than I already have, but like, no, it's hours. Dang. Saru says it's time to lock in. That's cute. I like that. We'll find out. Run an ad. No, we're gonna lock in. Almost everyone here has subs anyways, so we're fine. I'm so sorry to anybody who does not have a sub. I'm sorry. 7 minutes is all the time I have to. Do you think they'll worry about 7 minutes? I'm sure. The thing is, so I see in my pre-roll things, it says I have 6.5 minutes until they start again. It's fine. Do you want me to play an ad? I can play an ad right now. I can go to the bathroom, actually. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking so much. I really need to. I'm starting early tomorrow. I promise. I have to. It's mandatory. Okay, I'll be right back. We're gonna play an ad. I'll see you in a little bit. I'm gonna go to the restroom as well. Go get water. Thank you. Super. Thank you for giving Yuki. Here. Thanks for. Oh my gosh, Anonymous. Thank you so much for giving our gifted sub. Okay. I'm still gonna BRB though.
An anonymous viewer has gifted a sub to Art Blacksteel.
Everyone getting targeted in chat right now is what's happening. Thank you.
Superdew has gifted a sub to Yukikazi Mave. Superdew has gifted a sub to Train 472. Superdew has gifted a sub to the _Vidi. Superdew has gifted a sub to Servan Row. Superdew has gifted a sub to Shilray. Superdew has gifted a sub to Rio Zaya. Superdew has gifted a sub to Potato Hildy. Superdew has gifted a sub to Opahinui. Superdew has gifted a sub to Naomiho. Superdew has gifted a sub to Menuval. Y2 Ken has gifted a sub to Alakan. Superdew has gifted a sub to Leovic 1. Superdew has gifted a sub to Cora 3rd Mage.
Why are you two doing this? Timer Chan is eating. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're right.
Superdew has gifted a sub to Nanmi 21.
Timer Chan's back up to Timer Chan's back up to more than 24 hours. Bear! Oh my gosh. Cat,
Jordan
thank
has
you!
gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Thank you, Fear.
Superdew has gifted a sub to Carrara 107.
He's up to 90 hours again?
Superdew has gifted a sub to Kiata.
Oh, Win. Thank you. No. Thank you, Fear.
Wind Dancer has gifted a sub to Cyberstein_Dragon.
Thank you. Super, thank you. Cat, thank you. Fear, thank you. Win, thank you.
Superdew has gifted a sub to Eritz.
Thank you for that.
Superdew has gifted a sub to Hoshi 9 Zoe.
Thank you. Thank you for the type train as well. Oh, wait. Timer Chain isn't up. I didn't realize that you. Oh. Timer Chain, where are you? Oh, there she is.
Superdew has gifted a sub to High Adri.
Wait a second. Timer Chan, what's the right time on you? I gotta make sure Timer Chan isn't drunk again. One moment. Is she okay? She is not okay. What is going on? Okay, one more second. I gotta fix her. For once, she's actually not at the right time. There she goes. There she is.
Superdew has gifted a sub to Hexus_.
Super, are you literally going down the list to see who is in the chat? Are you going down the chat list right now? Are you outing viewers?
Superdew has gifted a sub to Hera Grey Havens.
170? Oh gosh. Noah also has been like on the rising grind. He has been working hard though in terms of streams. It's hard. You're doing great, Super. Win and Ken and here you're also doing great. Thank you. Sweet. Good reward for lurking. Thank you for lurking. Okay, lurkers, do not worry. Don't worry. You don't have to talk. You can just chill. I apologize for yapping so much, but I thank you for being here. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the level 6 hype train. Are we ready to lock in? It's time? I think almost everyone has a sub, so you should be able to watch through any ads. Thank you. You all are silly. You're doing great, Super. We're proud of you. Okay, all right. Tataru. Okay, so Tataru says, it's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Wait for Kryl's return? My credit card refuses to let me gift more. The rest of you on your own. What happened, Super? Are they denying you? Are they denying you now? This is like a great way to wake up and start your day. Oh. Hold on to your no. Everything is fine. Nothing's happening. I'm not worried at all. Even though it's small, too many transactions. Oh no, they think you're spamming. Do you think they're? Do they think that you're buying? I was gonna say, are you buying gacha? Like many small, tiny transactions, right? We're fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong. I think this is gonna be a normal, absolutely chill cutscene. It's gonna be so chill and so normal. Cryo.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly.
Oh, that's good.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So destabilization.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
They've been really helpful.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Oh my gosh! Wait! Oh my gosh, she's back! It's so long! It's Justinian! Oh no, not this.
Where, I see.
Oh, not this song. Oh, it's been so long since we've seen him.
Justinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
Where was he? What was he up to?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
Also, his lance.
More complicated how?
Oh, wait. Xenos? Right?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar.
And they formed an alliance.
Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself.
I missed him. I missed Justinian. Our feral cat.
There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Xenos.
But his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh.
I still...
Xenos Ye Galvas.
Not our friend.
Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Wait, is Gaius okay? Oh. Oh, both of us are getting it. Also, it's a little silly seeing 3 Lalas and an Elizin. This is where it last left off. Okay, why is he so glowy? I've seen him in... Okay, it's not voiced. I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. So much is happening right now. I'm so glad to see Estinian again. I'm really happy to see him again. I'm glad Gaius isn't dead. Confirm the Emperor is dead. Patricide did happen. Oh my gosh, we're going back to Heaven's Word. hearing that song when Estinian stopped back. We are back in Heaven's Lord. We're back, everyone. We're so back. We're so back in Heaven's Ward. But also I'm so nervous and so confused. Okay, we are chill. Actual Regicide and Patricide. Double, 2-timer. Xenos is a 2-timer, Patricide, Regicide kind of man. This is fine. We are so okay. You could stand on each other's shoulders. And the 3 Lalas, me and Kryl and Tataru could stand on each other's shoulders and almost reach Estinian's shoulders. This is what are you understanding why I thought that Estinian was 3 to 4 Lalas in Dragoon armor? We're the same height. We're the same height. That's really what I thought in Heaven's Word. I was pretty sure he was 3 to 4 Lalas. And like, I guess he's not. Or whatever, I guess. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see him. Same height. If it was like max height Lalas, right? If we were like 3 max height Lalas, I think we'd be like basically same height. He's back! Okay, we're fine. Also, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Okay, Control, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Super, thank you for all the bits. The gifted subs, by the way. Ken, thank you for another gifted sub. And Surrey, thank you for the gifted sub to the Azure Dragoon and Shadowhunter. I love that. That was very good. To the Azure, he's the Azure Dragoon. If you stand on each other's heads, you can head pat our big stinky boy. Our feral cat. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's do it. Let's stack and let's give him a head pat. I'm ready. You're the stinky boy. Dragoon. Okay. Call me a babysitter and you shall answer to my lance. Actual regicide. Okay, alright. Estinians being bullied by Lalafels is my favorite thing. My sister was a Lala when she did this too. I love it. I love that Estinian kind of like fears Lalas. Like, it makes me really happy. And it also makes me extra happy that I am playing a Lala too. He kind of is like very, very wary of Lalas because of Tataru. Because of Tataru and Kryl. I love them. We need 3 Lalas in trench coat. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. 3 Lalas. Trench coat. Mode. How goes 14? We are in the middle of a cutscene that I am distracted by. Estinian fears you. Wait, what was that hat? It's something about fish. Oh, yeah. It's something about like fish fear me, women want me. Something like that. I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easy to that thing. If you will join me, then by all means. For what good it'll do. This lance is different, isn't it? I don't like the look in his eyes. The Black Wolf. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Why is he so glowy though? Did he do a relic? Come then. he supposed to do this? They're so cool. That was such a cool combo though. Ah, the simple pleasures of one own's flesh. Truly, there's no place like home. How is he doing this? Abomination. Whatever he is, Notice was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer... Emperor Varys, your radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your radiance, no. Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos. How did he? Oh my gosh! How did he do that? Is he an ass? No, it's like it. I know he's not an Ascian. He's a descendant of an Ascian. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. But like... God. Did they disappear? Your radiance. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. I mean, I don't know if they're really gonna believe that, you know, we killed Varys, when it was actually patricide. But then also, they were really cool. Them dueling was like real. Oh, we have to play as a Justinian? Oh my gosh. Alert, alert. Intruders detected in the Imperial Way. It seems no turning back. We force our way through. Ooh. Oh, that's what that was, I see. There they are. Stop them. Okay, this is like really cool though. Oh, I know what this one is. Okay. I should have timed that a little bit better. Okay, so this was the Dragoon training I have done. This was what it was for. I see. Let's keep moving. A scorpion. Oh, I should have waited for all these little ones. These are... You know what? I'm gonna focus on the big ones. Oh, nope, nope. Moving over here. Not just the big guy. Oh wait, is that the other two? It is the other two. The twins. Anya, on my mark. Anya and Julia? I think not. Okay, it's really cool. Oh. Oh! Damn it. This way, quickly. He must be stopped. Damn you, Gaius. Okay, but also, I want to look at Justinian. Where are we? We make ourselves easy targets moving together. They're gonna split up? Alright, I'll take the low road, so to speak. I'll see you outside. Stay safe. I'll take the low road, so to speak. We make ourselves easy marks by moving together. I suggest we split up. Okay, we're splitting up. Okay, just a moment to admire our feral cat. Oh, this armor looks good on him. I'm sorry, one moment. Look at this, your dragoon. I wish I could make him do emotes. Can you emote, Estinian? Just for us? Okay, so we gotta go outside. We gotta get outside. We gotta meet up with Gaius again. Ooh. Can I go this way? It looks like that is the way out. Okay. But his lance is different, so something must have happened. Well, well, someone's been busy. Oh my gosh. That is a volatile prototype Arc Ultima. And you would bear my way, would you? So be it. They are like full on like human testing and like strapping a guy to power this. This is Allegan level terrible. Like, I know really that the Empire is just basically like Allegan adjacent because of Emma and everything, but this is messed up. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. Oh, so he's still in there. This is so, oh my gosh, it's so weird. This is like the terrible twisted version of like a Gundam. I don't like this. In the coming battle, you will fight as Estinian Warmblood. It seems we've been afforded impromptu field tests. Ready all battle data and begin test sequence 2. Okay, all right, yes, extra skills. Oh my gosh, Alamorn delivers an attack with potency of 3,000, absorbs a portion of damage dealt as HP. Oh, that's really good. Delivers an attack potency of, so Draken Lance, a 500. Horde Roar delivers an attack with the potencies of 600s of all nearby enemies, as well as enemies in proximity to those afflicted. So this is the AoE. This attack does not share recast with any of the timer. Okay, so this is an OGCD. Stardiver, so this is like the elevated other one it seems like, delivers jumping a fire-based attack to deal attack to target and all enemies nearby with potencies of 1,500 first one and then remaining. Okay. Oh, Dragon Shadow Die. So we get a limit break. Oh, fun! I love this. Okay, cool. War crimes. What do they do all the times? Yes, war crimes of the Allegans and the Garleans. Okay. Who will win? One Ultima weapon or one Stinky Boy? I think the Stinky Boy is gonna win. I think my Feral Boy is gonna win. Sometimes you just gotta put people in robot. No, you don't. No, you don't. Sometimes you don't have to put people in robots to essentially be. Sorry, I'm just thinking back of like the Scream. The ways their eyes looked, and then them just like being in this Arc Ultima thing. Like, are they a fuel cell? What are they? Did they imbue that person with magic and then put it in an Ultima? I don't. So a lot of the questions I ask are rhetorical. Don't actually answer them or anything like that. And then also as for small blips of like extra detail or lore and stuff like that, all I ask is like, maybe ask like, hey, notice, do you want to know something about like, do you want to know like a fun fact about this or that? Just to prime myself like if I do want to know it or not. Okay, all right. We gotta lock in. We're playing as our feral boy. So my thoughts is Estinian is 100% a feral cat. That's how I that's how I view him. Okay, so I don't have my gap closer. Ooh, low data? I don't have a heal command anymore. Oh, I don't like this. No, I know what that is. I know what that is. Is it gonna be similar? Yeah. All in moment. Oh, it stabbed him. Ooh, I gotta move. We don't have much time. I said ready the battle data, damn you. Well, you see the people in the back running too. Sample data? Well, for what? Oh, there's more! Ooh, so it's gonna move that way? Oh! Oh! Good to know! Right, okay, I'm gonna have to worry about that. Oh, he's moving. Okay, if that's the case, maybe I should... Oh! Ooh. I should focus on those, is what I'm learning. If they spawn out, focus on them, because they're gonna trap me. Oh, here's the other one. It's not working. Ready another sample. Taking one from Castrum Abania? Ooh, there's so many of them. Oh my gosh. Okay, we healed. Okay, so the first one heals us up. I have to remember that. Okay, so if it's going that way, I need to go from behind over here. Increase generate max output to maximum. Activate the Magitech field full power force. Okay. Oh, he's invulnerable right now. Okay. It works. Ultima. Arc Ultima is unstoppable. Unstoppable, we shall see about that. Nidhogg, show them your fury! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, Estinian! He did it! Oh my gosh. Garlands and their machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? I guess Machina? I guess that's how you pronounce it. Sorry, that was really cool. Aw, Astidian, you did great! So some of those abilities were old Dragoon abilities, right? Is she okay?
Are you all right?
Yeah, I mean, we know we're okay, but... Just the echo things.
Peer into my past, did you?
Just a peek. But then also, we saw so much! Oh my gosh.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It really is very,
beggars
very
belief, aye.
Ascian-like.
But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Staring at us. We get the
My
side eye.
concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
That's the only good thing he's done so far, I guess. No more Black Rose.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces.
I'm just also worried that he's gonna go after us. If he gets wind that we're back.
Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Yeah, I mean, like, when he was with Alfie,
Well, it's nice to
definitely
have one
trust
less
him.
foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's it? Are we gonna pay him?
That's true,
Or-
but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
He can adventure with us. We can partner up. No?
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Oh.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Oh. He needs to come back though. See, he's just a grumpy cat. He's just a grumpy feral cat.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
It only happened that one time, okay? He did save us, though. It was really good to see him. I miss him a lot.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
I missed him. I really missed Justinian. Like, having seen that cutscene, it was nice to see him. But also, he's so feral. Like, he's such a feral cat. Like, truly no clue where he is at any point. Poking fun at us as well. Classic Justinian. Classic Justinian. Still grumpy. And he does need, so what I was also gonna say when Kyle mentioned Alfie is like, he needs to come back and visit whenever Alfie gets, well, when Alfie feels better and when he's back in his body, Justinian needs to come back and visit. And he, oh wait, he hasn't met Alize yet. I'm just realizing he's never met Alize yet. So, would love to see that as well when time comes. Who is that? Who is this Gaius guy? Who's this Stinny? Why are these Ilalas impressed by him? Who is Emperor? The boasting in the boosting in Norvrond makes understanding the source really hard. And then on the long side, it was I didn't realize how long it was, especially that end part. I think it was smart for us to just save it for the stream. Because that was the end of it. But hey, I didn't realize that. It's really cool though. But it's kind of fun to be able to like start the stream into that portion and then hop into 5.2. Kral uses emotional blackmail. Kral uses emotional blackmail. It's super effective. I think it is gonna be super effective. I think Astinian's gonna come back and visit Alfie. Because like when Astinian got hurt, when we ended up saving him in 3.3. I mean, Alfie was basically at his bedside a lot of the time, thinking, crying as well. So, Astinian needs to come back and visit, essentially, his little brother. I love this game so much. This game can't hurt me. It's fine. It's not real. None of this is real. It can't hurt me. Oh, they're so fun. Don't make it a habit of dozing off in battle. Astinian. It just happened the one time and he saved us. So you can just save us for the next time too. But yeah, so they both have business to attend to. So I'm sure we'll see Gaius and I'm sure we'll see Astinian again soon. I was really happy when I saw him. It's fine. We won't need him to save us. We're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be all right. We just have to worry about Xenos because he is bored. And what is he gonna do if he's bored? Try to find us. Okay. All right. Have a good one, Flame. Take care. The biggest softie. He is a softie. He does care a lot, even though he won't admit it, but Astinian does care a lot. He's Batman. He has a very deep, gravelly voice, which it's been a while since I've heard him talk. Like, talk to an, like extended talking, and I didn't really realize how deep his voice was. I really loved, I can't wait to go back in the cutscene and take screenshots. I love that they're just 3 Lalas standing next to Astinian. It's so fun. I like the way the light hits his ears. Do we need to go back and watch that later? Is an expert in the difference between real dragon and action figure? And then... I'm sure he'd say Poison Gust doesn't make Thrilling 4 hot. That's exactly the reason why I thought Xenos was like got rid of Black Rose, just because it would not be fun to fight. Cause like he'd rather fight everyone, like one-on-one. He'd rather one-on-one fight everyone than use Black Rose. I like to imagine with your proximity to each other that Cryo witnessed a version of Astinian, but with notices Doesn't notice his face? How Xenos of him. She was echoing. Horde Roar was something that Nidhogg used. Oh, yeah, that's the first one as well. That's like the first ability in slot 1. I'm assuming that was that was probably a like a dragon ability, or I guess like a Nidhogg ability. Oh, it's a PvP skill as well. I see. Okay, alright. Chad moment. I love that cutscene. It was so fun seeing that like Astinian do like a limit break. He was like, him and guys were pretty cool looking. Like, it was really fun. No, ain't no coward. Black Rose is definitely a coward's tool. I guess you're right. I guess it's true. You know, a broken clock can be right 2 times a day, something like that. How long has it been since you played Heavensward? I started at, it's 2025, right? So I started Heavensward in beginning, when was the beginning? 24, right? I started Heavensward January. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I started January 2024. Because I finished A Realm Reborn New Year's Eve of 2023. Okay, alright. Though they have yet to find a workable solution. Ystrola and the others are making progress, and we cannot ask for more than that. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between the worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beckluck and can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. Enough? Basically all of them, minus Thancred. I mean, Thancred's doing his own thing. Vows of Virtue. Ooh, okay. Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty. I see. So the Deeds of Cruelty. More so in the flashback. And the war crimes that the Garleans committed. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Don't meanwhile me! Meanwhile in Garlemald! Okay, this better be Gaius. Oh, I don't like this music. Traitors. How would you dare deny Lord Nevra the throne? Ooh. Ah! Oh my gosh, there literally is a civil war happening right now. It is chaos in the factions in Garlemald right now. Onward, before this day is done, victory shall be ours. Oh, this is, as much as I don't like Garlemald, this is so terrible for all the innocent people who are caught up. Xenos, you're gonna go take the throne? So there isn't chaos happening? Are you just enjoying this? I don't know if you would really enjoy this. Boring. Do you think? I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle into the slaughterhouse. Is this an Ascian? Who's talking to him? Elidibus? That Hugh, your soul is. Who are you? Wait, no, this is different. That's not Elidibus's outfit. White-robed figure. Before your majesty. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Who is this? Zodiarch. Oh my gosh, no. Sorry, I'm just thinking back. Is Xenos gonna do another... Oh my gosh, no. You know what? Have motion, Ryu is... No! Xenos is not gonna do the fusion with Zodiark. No. Ugh. What? No, why would you hit me with the meanwhile? Ugh, okay. All right, it's fine. Not, okay, meanwhile in Yulmore in the first. Another one. Okay, cool. Cool. So cool. Better news? But everyone's really chatty. Did you hear? The mayor is reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. Oh, that's so cool. There's talk of settling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free talos to help everyone willing to make the move. Free talos? Ha! We best get packing. Steady work, boarding, lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. That's so exciting. Oh. Wait. Oh. Wait, who's this? Like, it is reminiscent of Ardbert's armor, but it looks off. I don't think it is. Okay. Hope? Is it? Wait. Wait, huh? Wait, what? Yes. So long as I yet live, I would see the feeble flame rekindled. I don't like this music. Actually, it's really eerie. It's like really kind of scary. Who's this fake Ardbert? Wayward warrior. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Okay, so that was 3.1. I'm gonna read that again. Okay, what? Hope? Yes. So long as I yet live, I would see the feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Okay. Alright. My brain. Thoughts on whoever this wayward warrior is. So, I'm pretty sure Arbor is like chilling with us. I'm pretty sure. But who's this? Like, the armor is just like what they're wearing is a little different. They're still a warrior. They look identical to Ardbert, but I don't think it's him the way that he's talking as well. Oh, gosh. Okay. Feeble flame rekindled? Like the way he's talking, it doesn't sound like Ardbert, like the way that Ardbert would talk. It is my destiny to see your dream fulfilled. I almost wonder if this is like similar to the role quest. Is it like a shade, but like not really, of like remnants of him? But I can't imagine that because like he is just with us. Who is this? Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. The sound design, or like the sound, like, and the slow panning, that was really good. It made me so like anxious of like whoever this is. Okay, so I need to write this down. Okay, so wayward warrior. Okay. Wayward warrior. Looks like Ardbert. Okay, so not even that. Going back before Wayward Warrior, who was talking to Xenos? I'm assuming an Ascian, but it was at first it was like white. Oh, so it's Elidibus, right? No, it's I don't think that's Elidibus. But who? So much. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. There's so much going on. Okay, so Wayward Warrior looks like Ardbert, but it can't be him because he's with us. So long as I yet live, I would see the feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see your dream fulfilled. Oh gosh, okay. I'm writing this down. See feeble? Rekindled. Oh gosh. Don't tell me this is another arbor from another world. Okay. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. It was our though as well. To see our dream fulfilled. Okay, and then after that, or before that, white robed figure. Who is the white robed? Okay, white robed figure. Unsure who this is. Looking for a new master, apparently. Before your majesty, I am yet another dog, lost in want of a new master. Lost in want of a new master. Zodiac and Zodiac is all okay. Zodiac. Is it gonna turn into a Shinryu, a Zenryu, if you may? Shinryu, Zenryu. What is gonna be their? Wait, okay. Okay. I'm trying to figure what would be the good like combination name for Zodiac and Xenos. Zeniarch? Zeniarch? We're writing notes. We have to write notes. I'm gonna forget. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. That was the end of 3.1. And how was the end of 3.1? How did y'all stand that being the end of 3.1 during live Shadowbringers time? Oh gosh. Okay, and there's literally a civil war. Okay, civil war. I'm Garlemald right now. And like Xenos is just like looking over and saying it's boring, like seeing everyone fight too. Oh, sorry, 5.1. Yes, if I said another like other numbers, I meant 5.1. Joke's on you. I've been in 5.4 the whole time. Let's see. I plead the fifth. Thoughts on fake Ardbert. Okay, my thoughts on fake Ardbert. Okay, so I don't think it's definitely fake. For sure fake, right? But would see feeble flame to see like essentially saying like seeing the feeble flame rekindled is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. What my brain is kind of thinking is I wonder if this fake Ardbert, is it like not a shade, but at first I was like, is it kind of similar to how the role quests are, right? How all the other Warriors of Darkness ended up becoming like these like light wardens, right? So, and like technically all those quests are not finished with, but well, not for me, but they have like a wrap up, right? But like in my brain, like Ardbert didn't have a quest like that. I mean, technically his quest was our quest. Like he was there the entire time in MSQ, he was there the entire time in 5.0. But like, okay, so the the world is saved, right? Why is there a fake Ardbert who's spouting hope stuff? And where did he come from? And who is he? And also, like, who is this white robe person? And also, where's Elidibus? Because Elidibus was, like, being weird and cryptic at the end of 5.0, I'm pretty sure. And, like, I don't know. And then I'm thinking, like, did this Ardbert come from another world? One of the other 13? Like, did he come from another, like, world? Like, if so, how? And then also, I need to write down, oh my gosh, basically, Xenos is an Ascian in all respects aside from name. And is it only because of the infused magic? I'm assuming so. It seems like that seems to be what everyone is kind of saying, because Cryo was saying, like, all these enhancements that he's been able to have was because of the infused magic, right? So, like, also, but how is Xenos, like, able to TP like this? It's an Ascian all in name. Ascian-like. Okay, alright. Anyways. We gotta keep going. Exactly, we gotta keep going and find out. Cliffhanger. Alright. 4.55 was rough too. To be fair, we're able to TP. I know yeah, I guess technically because they're Garlemald? No, sorry. They're in Garlemald? Garleans, sorry, Garleans, that's the word. Because they're Garleans, they don't have magic, you know, having the third eye and everything like that, so they're not able to, like, I'm assuming, TP at all. Wait. I'm thinking. So, you don't have to answer, I probably don't answer this. I'm just realizing. So the people, if they can't use any magic, that means no Aetherites. So no TP. Okay, alright. That's why airship. Okay, and Magitech stuff. Okay, got it. And that's why Sid with airship. Okay. I'm writing this down. Garleans. No magic. No TP. There's... no TP magic. Emoji, thinking emoji. Yep. Do you want another no about that from Aram Reborn? Yeah, you can tell me. Thank you for asking. Like, I think that's the biggest thing. It's like when I'm like working, when the gears start turning and I'm like saying things out loud, I appreciate you asking if I want to know, or if or if I want to just continue and like eventually learn over time. We're able, an Ascian? Yes, an Ascian. He's not one though. All right. Okay. So that was definitely longer. That cutscene and the end of this was definitely longer than 7 minutes. It was way longer than 7 minutes. We have found out. And also I did yap in between too. All right. Cool. Learning so much. Yeah, okay, so the biggest thing was okay, so let me write this down. So we have the white robed figure. We also have fake Ardbert, which was the wayward warrior. Wayward warrior. But then also, I'm like thinking as well, like, okay, so when Minfilia brought all the other warriors of darkness to help stop the flood, right? Ardbert had to stay behind. But like, to what capacity did all of him stay behind? Or like, how did Minfilia bring them over to the world? And then like, was there a part of him that was like lost or something? Or is this a pure fake or whatever? I don't know. We'll see. Okay, we shall see. Okay. Yeah, that was definitely longer than 7 minutes. Okay, so we got to start on 5.2. Let me talk to Tataru. I might end up actually like going to the restroom really quickly as well. And then we will continue. Notice, may I ask you a favor? I'm not normally one to pry, but Fahaman has been oddly distracted ever since you came back to tell us of your travels in the first. Would you go and see if she's alright? I'm assuming she's outside, maybe? I kind of want to go back out there. Mistress Krall has appraised us of the Archon's present and unexpected situations. You may be rest assured that we will support her in any way we can keep their bodies safe. I kind of want to go out. Hi, Hellhound. How are you? At some point, the average... At some point, someone says average people don't use aetherytes much. They're draining for people without large ether resources. Reserves. Oh, I see. Thank you, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Are they waiting for somebody else too? I think they're waiting for somebody. How fun. Is she still up here? Is Cat Mom still up here? Oh, she is. There's a quest with her as well. Huh? Wait, what? No. Oh, is that baby Minphilia? Oh my gosh. Is this baby Minphilia? Who is... Oh my gosh. No, she lost her memories? What is going on? Oh, I need to do this eventually. I need to do this later. I can't do it now. I'm sorry. I promise I'll get back to you. I promise I'll come back. Okay. I'm writing her name down. We need to do this quest later. I think it's very important. Okay. Lost memories? It's on the list? Thank you. Thank you so much. I am definitely open to doing like side quests like this that aren't like orange or have a dungeon or whatever if you all feel like it is important to the story. Or it'd be good extra lore or anything like that, or it would just be, you know, like, you know, it would be beneficial to the story, right? It's not mandatory, but beneficial. I'm okay with that. Flampster. Ken, it sounds like you combine flame and hamster. Flampster? You love Flampster? Read the words again? Wait, what? Please? Lost her memories? Not that she lost her memory. Lost in her memories. Oh, lost in her memories. Thank you. Okay. I'm glad that she didn't lose her memory because I kind of freaked out. Okay, we're good. We're good. Lost in her memories. Okay. Still. That's why she's quiet. Okay, we're good. I was like, why would she lose her memories? What happened? Sorry, we got too excited. Okay, we have to do that later, though. I will give her a head pat. Less caffeine? It's you know what? Surprisingly, I didn't have any caffeine today. This is just how I am. I would like caffeine, but I was like, it's too late. I can't have caffeine. I also got the Rhubarb to Crystal Tower. She's gonna be able to go to Ishgard soon. I'm excited for Rhubarb. I don't become amnesiac when I'm thinking about being a kid. Being a kid? I don't know. I think she's thinking about her kid, though. I'm not sure. We'll see. I was daydreaming today. Oh my god, the world is dying. No, I don't know. Simply daydreaming, lost in her memories. I'm sorry. I didn't read it. Sorry, I didn't read. I mean, this is why Noah had it. Wait, was it Noah that had a didn't read emote for a little while? Okay, we'll go there eventually. For now though, I'm gonna stand next to my Lalas and pose. Okay, I shall be right back, everyone. Oh, that sounds really good. I'm jealous. That sounds fantastic. Can't say anything. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't become... Oh, you're an endwalker. Can't say anything. Also, I got rhubarb to Crystal Tower. Yay! Okay. I'll be right back, everyone. We're gonna just, I don't know, use the restroom. I don't think I need a snack right now. I think we're okay for a little bit. But maybe at the next stopping point we will. It is currently 7:37. We have time. Okay, questing. Gotta lock in. Bathroom, ad break, lock in. We're locking in. At some point, maybe around 7:30, maybe around 9 o'clock we have dinner. I have dinner. 9 o'clock I have dinner. And maybe eat the rest of that salsa. Lala locking in? Yes, I'm ready. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit, everyone. Go get some water, get up, stretch, whatever you need. I probably should have made throat coat today, because I'm kind of feeling it. I forgot to get honey, so... It's fine. I'll make it tomorrow. 1 MSQ in 3 hours. I remember these days. We're back! I told you we're back! Yami, I told you we're back! We're when we were back in when we locked into Heaven's Ward, we're back here now. We're so back. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit. We're so back. I'm sorry I got excited and thought Valhelm lost her memories. It's okay. English is my second language. Sometimes what just happens is like brain or eyes move faster than brain can process. I'm like, whoa, what? Tuesday. We're so back. It's over. We're so back. You're right. Oh my gosh. No. Is it over? Is it over now that there's some like weirdo fake Ardbert that's gonna like ruin his reputation? No, we're so back though. We're gonna stop whoever that is. It never begun. It never even begun. Well, Sega, I'll have you know, it is the only language that I speak currently, so I hope it's okay. I hope it's pretty good. No, it genuinely is my second language, but I learned it when I was like 5, and I don't speak my native language anymore. And my comprehension of my native language is of like a 5-year-old's. It's pretty common with a lot of immigrant children. And a lot of us envy the children of immigrants who ended up learning their native language. Yeah, Elizabeth kind of set the bar. So I'm a little concerned about mysterious robed characters. Should we make a pact of brushing up on our native languages? Well, I can't use Duolingo anymore because I uninstalled it, but I'm sure there's other softwares I could probably learn a language. Sorry, fruit break. OG Rosetta Stone? Do you recommend it, Humble? The thing is, Ryo, one of my parents only speaks my native language, and the other one speaks to us in English though. So my mom is pretty fluent, I would say. Like my mom, she came over, I don't know at what age she was, but she had lived here for a good while. So at this point, she's lived longer in the US than she has in like her home country, right? So at this, she's been speaking English for a really long time, and I feel like she's like pretty fluent. There's a couple of like minor spelling things that, like, you know, when you're not like going into school or like going to school, like primary, secondary school for years and years, and college for years and years, that like you don't catch on, right? But like conversationally, very easy to like talk to. But she always spoke to us in English. She spoke to my sister and I only in English, and really she should have been speaking to us in our native language, to retain it. But like, because we could easily just speak to her back in English, it's like I think we kind of lost some of it. My comprehension's pretty good, like vocally, like yeah, like orally. I can't read. I'm actually illiterate. Sorry, like genuinely, I kind of am actually illiterate in my native language, because once again, I was 5 years old. I learned from like, I don't know, 1 to 0 to 5, like my native language. So I actually am like illiterate in native language, but I can understand conversations pretty well, actually, as long as there's like not a funny dialect. Saying that, my dad actually has a very strong accent, equate it to like an Appalachian accent in the South, like a very thick accent. It's kind of similar to that, to the point where some of my cousins don't really have a really hard time understanding him because they did not grow up listening to his accent. But it sounds normal to me, right? So I understand conversations when people are speaking and talking, but I can't reply back. You're the opposite. I can understand reading, but I'm bad at speaking. So when I ended up learning, I learned, because in my school, we only had a couple languages that we could learn in high school. I ended up picking French. And I could read French okay, but I can't speak it. And I've lost a lot of my comprehension skills, or my reading skills at this point, just because of, time. And then I think it's easier to learn 2 languages as a kid. Some kids get overwhelmed. I think so too. I think the thing is, like, kids definitely pick up on things really quickly when they're young. Because, I mean, our brains are always able to learn new things. But definitely easier because, like, a lot of stuff is happening at once. And I think that's probably the biggest reason why I can still understand conversations. And if, like, my aunts and uncles, my mom and dad or whatever having conversations, I can tell you what they're talking about. Like, I could kind of, like casually translate that way. That's stuck for long enough. But in terms of like me trying to pronounce things without a painful accent is non-existent. I can say food stuff, not even with a good accent or anything, but I definitely still want to learn. There's lots of languages I still want to learn, at least to be like lightly conversational or something, but it just takes time and effort. How are you doing? Hi, Greenie. We're doing good. We saw our feral cat boy. We saw Stinian. And it was really good to see him. He's really cool looking. It was really cool. It was really, really cool to play as him and to see his like limit break and his abilities. And him teasing us as well, saying not to fall asleep in the middle of battles anymore. Yeah, he's our feral cat boy. Like, he definitely gives off feral energy, like feral cat energy, feral street cat energy. That's what it is. That he's not a cat boy, but he's a feral street cat. And he's ours. Can you see where the library is? No, absolutely not. I have no clue what the word library is in my native language. I can say the word bathroom or toilet in a questioning inflection. So there's that. I know exactly what a kid is saying to their parents by their face alone. I can see other cultures. I find same things that's funnier, that's different. Started learning when I was 12. We didn't have internet back in the day. It was hard, but it paid off. It's good. It's good to be able to like know multiple languages. And once again, it's not too late. So maybe one day maybe we'll learn another language. If I pick up French again, maybe I'll just learn French, Italian, and Spanish. Learn them all. I guess there's also Portuguese and Romanian too. Learn them all. Learn all the Romance languages. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. That's a lot of work. We'll work on it. Well, depends if I need any of them. We need a bibliotech. We need a bibliotech forever. Wait, Bodrick, is it feminine or masculine? Tell me right now. For about 1.5 months now, it's going not well, but it's going. You know what? That's good though. That's still a good effort. Like even like you're trying. Collecting romance languages like Pokemon. It would be helpful, right? It would be helpful if I ever end up going to Europe or South America. These days, I barely get to use your native language. When I find people to speak Portuguese, English tends to be easier. No! It's feminine? Okay, thank you. The most important stuff to say is language is how to ask for a beer. Or water. Yeah, or a bathroom. One day, we'll figure it out. I'll work on it. Honestly, one time, okay, I'm not Korean, but one time when I visited Korea, I ended up learning how to say, "Can I have this please?" and point to an item on a menu. And honestly, I got by really well. I got by really, really well because everything else was pay by card. I don't have to worry about anything else. Okay, but let me go back really quickly. Let's see. We shall start the next one. I also am just trying to make this a little larger. How do you say your name? How do you say my name is Notice? In what language? I can say it in English. I can say that in French. I don't know if I can formally say it in my native language. Learn every language of the countries that remained the same for past 10 years? I don't mean to be a party pooper. Do you need reminders? Yeah, we need reminders. It's good to have reminders. Okay. Wait, where's my print screen? Lock screen. There we go. Okay. Oh, focusing target. There we go. Hi, Cryo. Oh, old enemies, new threats? Not an old enemy. This is an old friend. Oh, we're going to El Amigo? Okay. Old enemies, new threats. Old enemies. Old enemies. Well, I was thinking the Garleans, but like, who else is an old enemy? Politics? Age-old enemy. Okay, alright. Old enemy, new threats. Kryle is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she is glad to share. She has glad tidings to share. Ooh, cutscene. Notice, what a pleasant surprise. If you come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope that they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. You know what also is... I feel like we probably go back and forth every couple days, right? But if the time passes differently in the first and the source, I wonder if it's like a week passes or something like that. We don't know the exact timeline of how things work for both sides, because we don't have an exact timeline of how the source works, even if we know like it's been like 5 years, 3 years, 1 year for them. But it'll be interesting to see when we end up going back how much time has passed there. Okay. All right. But we can only hope to they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Question mark? Oh! It's been so long since we've seen Maxima. Ah, notice. It's been far too long, my friend. Oh, is he working? Is he working for the Scions? Or is he working for the Adventurers Guild? Or, I don't know, maybe Sid? Probably, maybe Adventurers Guild. We'll see. Forgive me. Forgive me. I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ally. Friend. Ah, yes. I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil. A sizable portion of the Garlean forces have recalled from Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there that we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that the de-escalation may belie grow dangers and unforeseen threats. Is that how you say it? Belie? Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it is clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, if you're not attending this meeting alone, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single scion with all of this. Oh, we get to go to Kryl! Yes, of course. Then we must yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarters with all haste. Also, another 3 Lalas, another 3 Lalas, 1 Tall. 1 Elzental, actually. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. No. Is this the correct balance? 3 Lalas? 6 Lalas? Actually, there's 6 Lalas there, depending on who you ask. Don't worry about the others. I'll keep an eye on them while you and Kryl are away. Nope, he's a human tall. Oh, you're right. He is a human tall. Oh, I forgot. I'm so sorry. It's because Garleans, actually, their bodies are just Elizons without the ears. And then with the eye. I forgot. I'm so sorry. When he bowed, I was like, oh my gosh, he's such an Elizon. He's not an Elizon. Wait, is he? I forgot. Does he have the ears? I thought he was an Elizon. Wait, I don't know. Are kind of huge. Wait, is Maxima no, Maxima is a higher no, full Garlean. Okay, thank you. I did not look at his ears. He did the Elizon bow, by the way. So that was another thing that is confusing my brain. Is very smushed now. Yes. Yeah, that's what I was always wondering, like, why she's so tall. And it's because you all mentioned to me that, like, he is just... Larry, what are you doing? Hi. Wee. This is cute. Is this a new mount? Can you even see me wave? Hello? Oh! Wait, does your character do that too? Can you do it again? Is Maxima 3 Lalas in a trench coat? That's so good. Man, a lot of the new mounts are really, really cute. They're like, I'm sure you've all seen the airship one recently. Airship thing that's like 4 people, and then like each of the areas or each of like the slots, like there's different positioning depending on like what your race is, and it's really cute looking. Rip this person's soul. Is your soul okay? Wee. I believe he uses an Elizon model, but more because Garleans don't have unique ones for themselves. Imagine playing Garlean as a race and you have no mana. What do you play then? Melee? Wait, yeah, right? Oh. Excuse me. Actually, your mount is staring into my eyes. It's such a cool emote. But your mount doesn't have personal space though. I think it's like breathing in my air. What do you play then? Wait a second. How is Lucia able to use Passage of Arms in Heaven's Word if she's a Garlean? Wait a second. How was Lucia able to do that? I don't know. I really like how mounts are, like, there's more, like, variety in the mounts. And is there different, or is this unique music to this one, too? Pally techniques are weird. Oh, okay. Paladins are just, I mean, we know paladins are weird. Okay, bye. I like your flower. Oh, is it eating my face? Oh, I think so. She did. She used Passage of Arms at the final gates. During it's pretty early in Heaven's Ward when that happened. Thanker cannot use magic as well, but he has means. True, he does have means. He has his battery charger. Reen. I love you, Reen. Sorry. He has his like rechargeable and like his rechargeable battery pack. Oh, actually, they're here. Ah, there he is. She does. Is that an addition? I don't remember this. I remember it. I'll find you the VOD, but I'm pretty sure she's in the middle. Cause I thought it was like, oh my gosh, is that Emmerich using Passage of Arms? No, it was not. It was like, oh, cause like they're both really tall, right? And it was Lucia. I'm pretty sure. Does Warrior use Ether? Wait, yeah, had to be a change. Okay, so it didn't happen before. All Garleans, there you go. All Garleans have a miniphilia. Garleans are paired with a child to adopt and raise and to care for. I was gonna say there's a lot of orphans. That actually sounds really bad though. That's kind of like I feel like that's something against child labor laws though. We shouldn't do that. We should not pair every non-magic user with a magic user for them to be a battery pack though. I don't recommend that. Let's see. Oh, so yeah, the solo instance was relatively recent. It was that one then. It was the one that was a solo instance that we ended up like fighting from one of the first attacks. Much has changed since first we set foot in the city. Now we strive to preserve their freedom rather than reclaim it. But we have no time to reminisce. We mustn't keep the commander waiting. Commander Alden waits for us in the royal palace. If you would follow me. We should go to the royal menagerie sometime. It's pretty there. Take some G poses. Reminisce. Oh my gosh, you're so cute! Oh, Gaius is here. Oh, he's okay.
They're here, Commander.
We're making a very stern face, though.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark.
Yeah.
Not that I understand half of it. When the science spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We're acquainted.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display?
I
pose no
know.
threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
I don't think that he is either, but I guess we haven't seen him face
Had
to
he meant
face.
to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Especially if Astinian trusts him, I'll trust him too. I think it's okay to be like on guard, right? But I think he's an ally.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Astinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Astinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but.
Oh.
And upon further investigation, I found that I was right.
I'm the one that was
The
using
Empire
people.
is developing a new Ultima weapon.
And they're using people, though.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended.
That was not my intention.
The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it.
Did they find something else?
But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
With human test
Wait,
subjects.
the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
Old enemy?
We attempted to stop it,
Ultima.
but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did. Though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you and you alone have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
Well, I think we
The
should.
Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friends' plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Oh my gosh. Okay, more things on our plate to worry about. More things to worry about. Okay, cool. So we have to go beat up... I'm assuming at some point, if we have time, we have to go beat up this new Ultima thing, which is a monstrosity, which I'm sure Gaius has seen. I know we were definitely on guard seeing Gaius as well. Like, you know, there's a lot. We have a lot of beef. We have a lot of beef with Gaius. A lot of main scenario quest roulettes. Something about not his intentions or whatever, but him still working with Ascians. But he does regret it, so I do see it. And even though we've seen his story, like, in flashbacks in, like, different segmented parts, we haven't always been there, right? I think the most we've been there was when he brought Alfie back, which does make me trust him. And even though we haven't seen the full story, I understand why we're, like, guarded, right? But okay. Yeah, definitely need to figure out if we are going to, if we need to go back or if we're going to be able to fight. And if this is going to be a concern, a large concern to like Eorzea, it might be good to tackle it, but we'll see. I don't know. I hope we don't have to like make a choice, like Cryo said, between the two. Remember that he once quipped? No, it is still, yeah, to our character, it definitely still is seeing, like, weird seeing Gaius as an ally, because he actually has essentially at this point, he's shown that he is an ally to Alfie, to Stinian, right? They're all fighting for the same causes. They haven't, like, he's made efforts to like show that he is not a threat. He's not planning to hurt anybody. But we haven't had that luxury with, he hasn't had that luxury with us yet, right? So maybe after this is when we're gonna essentially like see him more as an ally rather than, you know, an antagonist or anything. I will allow the alerts. I'll replay the alert. Give me 1 second. He's like Zuko early season 3 of Avatar. I can see it. I am glad that he is regretful, but he will show his motives through actions rather than always words, right?
Remember that he once squibbed.
No! Stop! Stop brain rotting. I don't want to brain rot and think about, I don't want to, no, my brain is already full of grandpas already. I don't want to think about him again. When I say grandpas, I mean Emmett and Graha. What could possibly go wrong? Hi, Quantum. How are you? Welcome in. It's made of people? Wrong thing. That's meal. That's meal. That's different. It's made with people. That doesn't make it better. Made using people. That does not make it better either. No, yeah, you're right. It's made with people. This also, honestly, that Ultima thing was terrifying, especially at the end when we were playing as a Stinian and we fought it, and its eyes were just like, there was nothing. It was just like no eyes in the cavity, in the skull cavity. That was scary. It was terrifying. What you thinking about, grandpas? Man, y'all have some amazing quotes, and I really should pin them more. Made by the people, for the people, with the people. That's literally Meal's. That's Ken. That's literally Meal's like slogan line. Okay, I truly, some of y'all, I need to quote some of y'all because some of these are too goofy. I need to put some of these in the quotes, the community quotes. All right, one moment. I'm gonna fix this later. I'm just gonna put it in here. I'm just gonna put it in here. No, how did you say my name? Wait, no, oh wait, let's go all the way back. All natural, free range, GMO free. It is with cruelty though, Idolac. It is not cruelty free, it is with cruelty. You have to, I think you have to disclose that. I think that is important to disclose. All right, human resources. I hate it here. Wait, marketing prefers to call them human resource. Stop. No, why are you like this? Even when he was an Ascian, he had limits. Wait, well, let me go back. He lived long enough to see the puppet strings. It's all weird seeing Gaius as an ally. Cursed. The gwibbed thing, yes. Estinian trusted him is a very good sign of being changed. We never saw that. Exactly. That's the biggest thing. I do trust Estinian, so I'm gonna trust in the Estinian that trusts Gaius is the biggest thing, because I trust Estinian, even though he is a feral street cat. And, you know, if you can get a feral street cat to trust you, that's probably a really good sign that you're not a bad person. It's like meal. I knew the end was near, so I feasted. It was like my last... No! Not your last meal! Cruelty costs extra. Cruelty is included in... in meal. Gaius was brainwashed with his whole life by the Empire, still did all those stuff. It's a moral dilemma. I think the really interesting thing about Gaius as well is he was loyal to Varys specifically. Like, he was, like, even after he defected, he still had loyalty. Like, I wouldn't say like complete devoted loyalty, but he had enough where he was like, he went after Xenos, that cutscene where we didn't see and everything. And I think that's really interesting. And I think, you know, that's still probably part of his unpacking about it, all of it. Because, like, he's, like you said, he's been in the Empire for all of his life, and he is now kind of, like, I don't want to, like, this is a word from, like usually a religious, like, not context, but religious setting, usually, like, deconstructing, essentially, of, like, the, not entity, but the, like, you know, what he was a part of and like who he is outside of it now, right? Or like learning, like unlearning and relearning new things. He has principles. He even tried to convince you to see his side, but you went, nah, his mom. No, the thing is about Gaius, I'm pretty sure I said this during in A Realm Reborn, but like we both had the same, like, we were after the same thing, but the way that we went through it was different. We both wanted to get rid of primals, right? Because primals are draining the source, like the resources and the ether of our world. It's just drastically different ways of going through it. And we don't want to be under the rule of the Empire because they're oppressing us. They're oppressing everyone. And it's like, we don't want to be under a dictatorship. It's just different ways of thinking. I always thought him as an interesting antagonist in terms of like going against us, right? And still he's hurting people. That's not good. But once again, I saw that really early on. And I think that was really like, it was a neat touch in A Realm Reborn to have somebody who wasn't like completely evil, that you could see like, okay, like we're on the same, we want to get to the same destination, but our paths are different. Loves his homeland, even if he's still disappointed by it. And like, I know he's vehemently against like Black Rose and everything, of course. Heck with the morals, he's just I will say, Gaius's voice actor, very nice voice actor. I would love to listen to him read about something. So that's nice. That's it. He's a great debater. A shame we had to fight him. I'll be able to see some understanding though. Yeah. And I think his story arc is going to be really interesting going forward too. And I'm glad that he was kind of like introduced in Stormblood and we can see his arc going forward. But yeah, I'm sure this is not the last we'll see of him. And I know, no doubt that there's more. And he is, like he said, he's not, I do appreciate the note about him saying he's not, essentially he believes that he's not like beneath begging to see this being stopped because he knows it's bad and it's wrong, right? Like for the enemy, like his enemy or old enemies, which is I guess is Gaius, right? And the new threat is Ultima. So, and I guess old enemies is also Ultima too. Ultima and Gaius, but now in different ways. But like I'm glad that he has humility as well going forward of like, you know, he sees that he's wrong, he's willing to admit it, and he doesn't want to see like things, he doesn't want that to repeat itself. History to repeat itself. And then can't remember who played it though. He was on Game of Thrones. He's a really good voice actor. I really like listening to him. Still Ardbert is perhaps maybe my number one. He's in my top 5. Ardbert is definitely in my top 5. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon. With each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a brief debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. Ooh, a new blue quest over here. The way home. Carl can see the steely resolve in your eyes and suspects she knows where duty calls. Where duty calls you. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then, I would ask that you apprise the others of the recent events here in the source, namely Xenos' return and the development of the new Ultima weapon. For their bodies, you can rest assure them Master Montoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporal ether stable. Safe travels, Notice. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Bye, Kryl. There we go. Okay, so back to the ocular. Great actor as well. They made him much less likable. I can't unsee it. I'm glad I haven't watched the like Game of Thrones because I have no clue who that is. All right, let's go to the gate. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word. Okay, no, it's always the same every time. Okay, I learned a fun fact last time we did MSQ. I'm taller than the Crystal Exarch. Not in game, but like IRL. He is looking at me now. I'm actually taller than the Crystal Exarch IRL. No. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I made something of a breakthrough in my research of the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. We have some news though. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Well, we have good and bad news. Good news is your corporal ether is in
A new
stable.
Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern.
Especially if it's in a civil war right now.
With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Oh, yes, and then...
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
Oh.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white morosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one.
Oh, that's so exciting. Okay.
Arc for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However...
However? Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allegan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within Aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
This is very hopeful.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
You can't say whatever it takes, okay? No, he cannot say that. We'll do whatever we can in our powers. Oh. It's been a while since we've seen her.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
Good timing.
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
I wish the Caesarium armor had
Why
like...
not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Oh, Grandpa's sad.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Sad Grandpa Cat. Oh. He is our short king. I will take the money. To think that we not only have Xenos to contest with once we return, but a new ultimate as well. Why must all our enemies insist on returning from their graves? Y'shtola! Don't say that! You cannot say that! I feel like I'm concerned! That sounds ominous! Upon White Urosite's crystalline foundations, we have built not a prison, but a refuge for the soul. Would that moon breeder were here to see the wonders inspired by her research. Moon! Never have I seen such a repository of knowledge. A stark reminder what little we truly know of the world. It may simply be my imagination. It may simply be my imagination, but Lena has been rather brusque with me of late. You don't suppose she's still upset over the mishap with the salmon fillet, do you? Wait, the salmon fillet? What happened? What happened with the salmon fillet? You can't just say that and not elaborate. I thought you were gonna say she might be upset that you nearly tried to sacrifice yourself. You sacrificed yourself. I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. No, stop. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Notice Moon mentioned banging, screaming, crying. Metal, thank you for 22 months. Thank you for the tier 3. How are you, by the way? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. The salmon fillet incident. Huh, there is 2K. Yes. If anybody does want to watch a 2K, it is available. Another ult to 3.5. Time to switch back for English for sloppy reasons. Sloppy reasons. I wonder, do they say sloppy in the other languages as well? You've seen an 18+ body pillow and I wish I could unsee it. Probably saw his old conscripts as a tool in an army where other officers probably like... Wait, let me go back really quickly. Confused about Lala lecture? They're adorable, but it's so... But it's also so demanding. Lala's being demanding. There's... Oh! 2K is... That is true. Greenie, that is correct as well. Like, it's location dependent. Some places don't have 2K availability. But the places that do, you do need to turn on hardware acceleration in your browser. Not on your computer, but in your browser in order to enable it. But I think also some devices may allow it as well, so like possibly on mobile. I mean, how can we not look down upon them? In Japanese, it says something else. Demeaning. Oh, demeaning. So demeaning. It's demeaning to be a Lala? Or to look down upon a Lala? To predict what my typos mean? Demanding? Demeaning? Whatever. Somehow Alexander returned. Alexander already returned in a different game. Alexander already returned in a different game. I'm playing another game and Alexander was there and I freaked out. Man, I've also heard that Alexander also is a card as well. So I hope maybe we'll get it. Maybe we'll end up getting it. Did I get Alexander? I may have actually. Like a Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering card is what I'm talking about. It's demeaning to be lectured by a Lala. That sounds like a you problem. If you find it demeaning to like have a conversation with a Lala. Sounds weird to me. Sorry. Sounds weird to me. Sea Council. Alphino is eager to assist Captain Lena. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it'll be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Alfie said he wants to touch grass. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? I wonder if also we'll see why that she's been a bit like short with the Crystal Exarch. Or brusque? The salmon fillet. The salmon fillet. The salmon fillet incident. I think it is a cool name. I wonder what it means though. Does anybody know? Speak with Lena. She is over here. She's so tall. I recently saw fan art that came across my timeline of baby Lena in the Crystal Exarch. It was so cute. It was like, not baby, but like a small Lena. Like young/small Lena in the Crystal Exarch. It was so cute. I know, Grandpa! Grandpa, yeah. Oh, I would never name my child Grahatia. I'm sorry, I would not do that. I would maybe I would name a pet, but I don't think I would name my child. We don't talk about the salmon fillet incident, okay. I suggest we hurry. Lena does not strike me as one who enjoys being made to wait. I think she and your Stoller may be similar in that regard. We have little time, I will be sorry. We have little time, so I will be brief. A senior has been sighted at Lakeland, and I asked for your assistance in slaying it. I know, right? What? How and why? A senior? I had heard of some few yet remained after the knight had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single eater, a simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes. However harmless they may seem, my men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Me? Why not Alphino? I am curious as well. I'm curious to see what she would say. You cannot be serious. Me? Why not Alphino? You cannot be serious. Come now, Notice. What could be more inspiring than fighting alongside the renowned Warrior of Darkness herself? I mean, Alfie's technically a Warrior of Darkness too. Excellent. Let us make for Fort Job. Just a moment to tease Alfie. I love it. I mean, Alizé's busy, so we gotta do it. Would you guys like to be named after a video game character in the story? Like legit cool name, cool character? Would it be cool to play the game and learn from your namesake? I don't think I would like to be named after a video game character, honestly. I don't know if I would. If my parents had named me after a video game character, I don't know if I would like it. Would anybody else be okay with it? Warrior's name is Notice You? True. It's actually, can you say my full government name actually, Shio? You're missing the last part. So, you're gonna name your child, oh my gosh. I don't, that would be such choices. It would be cool. I don't think it'd be worth the bullying caused in middle school. Exactly. Especially if it's like a hard to say name. How do you think okay, do you know how many nicknames streamers, and honestly Final Fantasy players in general, give the name to Ashafant? How do you think your child would be called in middle school? Horsey? This is my kind of Neo. Neo? You're gonna name your kid Neo? I mean, my friend has named her second daughter Alizé. Is it easy for people to pronounce though? I think is the other thing, which is a shame for us to have to think about. But like pronunciation, like it would just suck for a kid to have a name that is like hard to pronounce unless they kind of like grow thick skin and just be like, you know, no, this is how my name is said, and they're confident about it. Yeah, right, Shio? Get out of here. I don't think it would bother me. I was named after someone my parents were really fond of, video game wise. I don't know if I'd do it myself. Okay, so let me give you like Notice lore. I think the reason why I personally would not name myself after wouldn't want a name after a video game character is because I like my name now, but I always, like when I would say my name, people would always people wouldn't hear me correctly, and they would like say another common name that is like that rhymes with my name, because my name is kind of like an old school kind of name, like an older generation type of name, and I would hate constantly not having my name pronounced like correctly, and it would annoy me a lot. So I think if it's a name that's difficult to pronounce, while the name I'm sure has a lot of like good meaning and fondness, and I have no doubt like within the family everyone's gonna say the name right, and I think people can learn to grow to love their name. But I was really annoyed as a kid, and it like bothered me a lot when people wouldn't say my name right. I will name my child's name Gia from the Fae Final Fantasy 14, not the Fae Final Fantasy 4. What? Named his daughter Zelda? I mean, I hope she likes her name as well. You get used to it. No one ever spells my name right as well. They weren't video games named back then. I named it after a book character. I will bring back Fran into the public eye. I think Fran is a really cute name. Also, Fran is like a name of a, you know, not video game characters. My parents named me after the person who got into the highest score in the country for exams in hopes they'd follow in the footsteps. Jokes on the Greeny. Took me a while to like my name. It's same for me. It took me a while to really like my name, which I really like my name. Gonna name your kid Hildebrand? Okay, you do that. Sorry, I'm also thinking of like people, influencers naming their children weird names. You know, there's a child out there named Malibu Barbie, right? Growing up with people either misheard or assumed that it was called Kevin, and then they heard Ken, immediately made a joke about Barbie. Ugh. At least I got the talking point. I guess that's nice though. What if it turned into ShB stole all the ideas from... Wait. Okay, let's go back. Predates the game of the name though? Oh yeah, true. F. Scott Fitzgerald's wife's name was Zelda? True. I just got an English version of my family name. I'm naming my child Madeline in hopes that she can air dash. Air dash? I don't know. I only know Madeline as in like the little show about the French kids. Has been a Nintendo commercial with her dad when he was alive. Oh really? I didn't know that. Been hanging out with Gia drinking all stream. I wonder how many names people are named Pikachu or Charmander. An ex convinced me to name our first time Ash from Pokemon. That's a big fat no. I think so. Like, I think Ash is a fine name, but learning that your kid's name is Ash from Pokemon, not just like Ash or Ashley or like Ashlyn or whatever like that. I don't know. Whatever Ash derivative name is. I think Ash is a cute name. Zelda is an older name from the 1980s. I see. I don't play the series. Does it have a personality or damsel in distress? No, she's not a damsel in distress. I don't think so. Ash Ketchum Jr.? Depends on the game. Yeah, I suppose so. At least the ones that I'm familiar with. I don't think she's a damsel in distress. But I think it's more fine if you named reasonably normal if you're out there calling your kid MX sucks. Emmett Silk Smith. See, I think Emmett is a cute name. Like, I was neutral about the name Emmett, but like I can see somebody like naming their kid Emmett or something like that. But I feel like it's like this is all subjective as well. Naming whatever your child or yourself, whatever you want, it does not harm me unless it's a slur. Just don't name yourself or your child after a slur and you're good. Basically, you can name your child whatever you want, but like some people do think like, I think there's like a law in Japan that's trying to get passed. Like you can't name your child's name something like hard to spell or whatever. But like there's something about freedom of choice, you know, and it, like free speech kind of stuff. So that like kind of like blends into that, right? So like you have the ability to do whatever you want, but then also like there are going to be consequences to doing certain things. And like you have like, so some people do think it's like you have the right to do whatever you want, but like you are potentially selfish for naming your child, I don't know, whatever Grimes' kid's name is, right? Not even just Grimes, but elongated Muskrat's name. Emmett, Mercy. I don't even, y'all keep on bringing up Mercy. I haven't played Mercy in so long. Name my daughter Nashu and training her to be an explosive expert. And I think, honestly, Nashu would be such a cute name for a cat, though. Like, actually. Like, there's one thing, like, if anybody even wants, like, human children, right? There's one thing about naming human children, one thing, and then your fur children, another thing. I think that's fine. Because you can also give your fur children 3 million different nicknames that they all have to learn. But, like, your human child, that's on government documents, is the thing. I think Kryl could be a cute name too. But people might try to say, wait, no. Kryl? Let me think. They might say Krill. Or Krilly or something like that. One of my fur children's name is Bingus. Bingus is cute. Only a child named Xenos. Nothing could go wrong with that. Yeah, nothing could go wrong naming your child Xenos. Well, that's your pet's name. Imagine your cat acting up and you break out the full name. Yes, exactly. I would love that. Like the full character name for your cat acting up. Tara from 6? Oh, I know. Tara from 6. And then Sephiroth from 7. Do you have nicknames for your Sephiroth cat? I mean, those are the cases where people name their kid after a certain German evil person, which should be illegal. Yeah, it feels like at this point. This person's name is kind of infamous at this point. You name your kid Yotsu a real name. Also, middle names are exempt because, like, I mean, who's saying people's middle names? It might be embarrassing for the kid, but I think, like, if you're gonna name your kid something a bit more unconventional, especially in the video game realm, you have a middle name, right? There's a middle name for this. Ophelia McKenna. I feel like at this point I could totally name my kid Thinker and people will be like, oh, they must be German or something. Well, some of the names are for sure like made up, right? But I have no doubt there's some of the names in Final Fantasy that are like actual real names, right? That have like meaning behind them and also like prior lore and stuff like that. So I could see it. What common IRL name do you hate or prejudge? I don't think I have. I don't know. I don't think about that too much. Sorry. Like there's like a lot in my brain at all times, and that's not something that I store in there. Karen is ruined for me. I feel so bad for Karens. I felt bad for the actual like normal Karens. Can't wait for children to be named. Wait, what? How do you say that? See, this is why, like, respects to all our teachers out there having to say children's names. I can't even, as you all can see, I can barely read. I'm illiterate in one language, actually, more than one language. I'm illiterate in my native language and then many, many other languages I don't know, but I don't think that counts. That doesn't count. I'm kidding. Todd is 100% a bully of time. Sorry, Todd. Do you have personal experience? Insert. No, X. That takes me back. I don't feel bad for Karens. Many live to the name. Oh no, really? Also, Karen, it's usually, that name usually comes up in like a particular, it's like, it was a popular name in a particular time period, right? And unfortunately, a lot of, like you said, a lot of people live up to the name, but not all of them. But it still sucks though. Never met a Todd that is a bully. Most are very sweet, but Todd is always a bully. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I don't have any particular names that may or may not be a bully. Oh yeah, I forgot that Karen. Oh yeah, for sure, you're right. Because media says Todd is a bully. Do you always listen to the media? I'm kidding. My brain is too filled up with other things, like fan fiction, to worry about things that don't matter to me. 100% all the time. Oh no, I went to GameStop the other day. I saw something truly cursed. I should have put this in Discord. Okay, we're definitely on our, like, the end of our max meter, our max yapping meter. Okay, you ready to see this? $15 holographic trading stickers. I mean, they're Gen Alpha. They're gonna do whatever they want. They're gonna be cringe. That's just how being a teenager is. I know. We actually slowly reached a point where names are like Roger, Walter, Amelia, Elizabeth are gaining popularity since they're CNR. Yeah, it's cyclical in terms of how popularity for names are as well. I know a baby Amelia. Hey, they'll be eligible for stop. I think I'll name my daughter Nanamo. Okay, have fun. Let's see. Y'all make me glad it's summer vacation now. I teach in middle and intermediate elementary. I'm glad that you get to chill for a little bit. Also, stay safe as well if there's a heat wave in your area, because it seems to be affecting a lot of places right now, and it's miserable. Can you name your child? Wait, can you name your child like from who? From Doctor Who? If I've never watched Doctor Who, so no. Okay, I gotta lock in right now. Okay, just caught up on chat. 5.2 can't hurt you. No, don't say that. I'm gonna delete that message because that doesn't exist. Nothing exists. Nothing can hurt me. It's not, none of it's real. How can you tell it's a heat wave? You're right. It's when it gets to 110. I think that's when it's a heat wave. Otherwise, 90 degrees is so normal. Unfortunately, from experience. I'm so sorry. I hope there's a breeze at least, an ocean breeze for you. Where are the old names at? I got an old name. I'm not doxing it right now. One day I'll tell you. One day, someday. Moon unit? Wow, okay. Does this person have money? If you have money, you can shield your child from a lot of things. Alright. The Sin Eaters that remain no longer have a leader to guide them. They are no less dangerous. They cannot be suffered to live. If you wait here a moment, I will gather the others. Okay, so we're gonna be leading a small troop of soldiers, I guess. I wonder if we talked to some of these people here. Because we had a quest for a little while ago that kind of like to essentially help people's like morale, and we like deliver sandwiches and stuff. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at Dor's death the day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd likely stepped through. I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes. I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to battle, holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But there is no way to honor her or my comrades. That is no way to honor her or my comrades. So I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think that Yulmoran soldiers we once blocked blades with are now on our side. But we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asks that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler? Thaler? The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. Oh, it's the one with his friend? I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know that I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart. And the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. Oh, this guy. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know. And so, it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Aww. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much of the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. Oh, they're all well-meaning. Alright, so... over here? Okay. I have my chocobo, so we should be good. No, he was apparently taking notes even. Oh, sounds like his naming convention. Oh, he's a rich musician, or was. Yeah, that makes sense. People who have money can shield their, honestly, insulate their lives very well. Edgy boy runs deep. If only they had done the Star Trek hand sign. You know, I haven't watched much of Star Trek, but the little, oh, they did it. I was gonna say the little that I have. I watched the Lower Decks, which I enjoyed. It was more like lighthearted little silliness, right? If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I would have sworn that it was you who killed that Sin Eater. Is it the Wayward Warrior? If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I would have sworn that it was you who killed the Sin Eater. What's going on, though?
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. Never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
Okay.
A warrior of light?
So is he from a different world?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
But also, like, is this a Ardbert from another time? But why would that even happen? Is there weird time stuff happening?
The Eater is no longer a threat. Our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I want this
I
armor.
hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I like Thyler.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
Will you tell us about the salmon incident?
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
But then also, I'm sure this isn't the
Forgive
last.
me. There is one more thing.
Hmm?
A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
About
Take
the
your time.
Exarch?
I shall go on ahead.
Be safe, Alfie. Okay, so I'm assuming it's probably not about the salmon incident, but it could be. There's a non-0% chance. There's a non-0% chance it could be about the salmon incident. Also, so what I was saying is I really wish that you didn't have the shoulder parts on the Crystarium Greaves, the ones that you get in MSQ, because I really like this. I really like how it looks. It doesn't have to be the same as Lena's, because she's the captain, of course, but it would just be nice. Sorry, Lena. I didn't mean to make your neck bend almost 90 degrees to look at me. She's so pretty. The incident, TM.
I will
Oh,
not
this
mince
music.
words.
This music.
This matter concerns the Exarch.
Yeah,
Though his
let's-
countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
Was he distracted?
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy.
Well, you know.
It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there.
Oh, my heart.
Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
No. She shouldn't. She absolutely should not, like, keep her distance. Oh, Lena, she's so sweet and precious. I mean, we know that Lena is essentially like a granddaughter to him, right? I think that's so sweet and so cute. Oh, and then like, and she's like, essentially, like, this private matter is like, she's worried that, like, you know, if she doesn't keep her distance, she anchors him, like, here, or to the past or whatever. And like, oh, she's so well-meaning and sweet. But okay, all right, I need to go back up again. So he tried to open his letter with a salmon fillet. And that's why the Crystal Exarch, that's why Grah thinks, that's why he thinks that Lena is mad. I don't think she is mad. I think she's probably trying to hold back a laugh. Oh my gosh. Oh, he seems a different man. Okay, let's go back. He has seen more than any man should, and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Ah! And that was another concern, is like, does Lena not eat? Does Lena not eat fish or anything like that? Definitely granddaughter. Lena, the incident. This is the incident. They're hunters. Yeah, true. They are hunters. Omnivores. Yeah, I think so. That makes sense. So I seek your advice. He looks happy. He peered. I am glad that he is not trying to off himself to save everyone anymore. I'm glad that Lena is seeing that because like that is always a concern. I don't want our grandpa Catboy to like self-sacrifice anymore. No more of that in general. No more. No one is allowed to do that anymore, please. I know this is details of his research, and it gladdens me to see him thus. I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before. Anchors keep us to where we have chosen. No, anchors keep us where we have chosen to be. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already. I'm gonna say this just to kind of like reassure her a little bit.
Are you sure?
Yes, we're very sure.
Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been.
Oh my gosh, her voice! Oh my gosh, Lena!
In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work.
Lena's voice actor.
This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
There's so many people in the Crystarium that cares for him and like worries about him. And I love that so much. Oh my gosh, no! Like, that was so sweet. And I'm so glad, like, it was really sweet. And I don't have tissues! I don't have tissues, but I have my handkerchief. But the way that she, like, I don't know, the way that she delivered, like, that she said, like, if we were sure, and then that hopefully that they can remain as they are, and that she feels relieved, that was, she is a sweetie. Do not make my wife sad. Final Fantasy 14, I'll cry, she's the best. Well, I will say Fran enjoyers might want to debate and see who's the best bun girls, but Lena's pretty top tier. She's pretty great. I really like her a lot. We're going old school. I need to watch that later too. No. They're both very cute. So it's just a little bit under here. Lena! She can't see me through the umbrella. Oh, there we go. We can kind of see each other. Hi, Art. How are you? Tier counter? It's only 1 today. Oh. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Facing the truth. Her mind at ease. Lena is ready to return to her duties. Oh, we're going back to the library? Yeah, we're going back to the library. I'm glad that she's not like... I'm glad that she kind of just like, she came to us to ask for advice and she kind of like opened up a little bit. And I love that like Lena and the Exarch have dinner. They like, this is more little bits of lore, but they have dinner, it seems like regularly, if not, my thoughts is nightly. I have no doubt they probably have dinner nightly unless Lena is working or the Crystal Exarch needs to work. But she also did say that she is going to be worried about his health, and then she'll make him consider it and remind him of his health. Hopefully you'll be able to... I hope you can get some food and can rest a little bit and chill. But yeah, I hope you'll be able to feel better tomorrow. Had a blast. Oh, that's so fun. Are you making sure to hydrate? Because I know it's like, you know, it's summer now and everything's getting really warm and hot. So please don't get dehydrated when you're out and about. Her hair remains flawless. Okay. Her mind at ease, Lena is ready to return to her duties. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see you and the others back at their post. Sorry, I'm just saying, I just remembered as well, because like I feel like we don't have a lot of moments with Lena, but the ones that we do have always been like really, really impactful, because the time that we like when Vothri was on his blimp yelling at everyone, right? That was another one where her voice actor did such a good job, and you really get punched in the gut in terms of the emotions. I will see the others back to their post. Okay, so we are going back. Lena thanks you for a candid discussion of her concerns for the Crystal Exarch. Cute. Alright, so he is over here. Wait, no. Where am I? Go back to the Crystal. What time is it? It's 9! Oh, it's probably dinner time. I think I need to take a food break, actually. We'll meet Alfie in the library, but I think I gotta take a food break. You're hydrating? Good. Have you made sure to eat today as well? Drink a cup. No, do not drink a cup of salt. No, don't throw out your electrolyte balances. But yes, also, I have no doubt it was probably very warm, so like, remember to wear a hat, cover up, sunscreen, food, water, all that stuff. I'm trying to figure out food. I have some leftovers in the fridge right now, so I'll probably end up warming that up. I'm ready for some pasta. Pasta. Oh yeah, and I have salsa and chips! My appetizer! Wait, what? Literally dedicated to it. As a result, I'm having 3. Wait, huh? Wait, what? I dedicated to it, and then as a result, having 3 meals a day. That sounds. Wait, where's Alfie? Where am I? Oh, we have to go to the ocular. Oh, dang. Oops. I thought Alfie was at in the library because of the quest stuff. That's my bad. I did not read. I feel like at this point, if you're not able to like intuitively like eat at the moment, I think meal prepping is probably the best case scenario for you, and probably deleting any kind of like accounts for eating out as well until you get into a routine again. Also, welcome back, Yilda. Car back together? Yay! Okay, I am gonna warm up some food. Please don't starve yourself. That's not healthy. Do not do that. Like, fasting is one thing, but do not do that, because you're gonna, like, I don't want to say this lightly because it is very serious, but there is potential, if you have distorted eating, there is potential to develop, like, an ED. An eating disorder, by the way. I probably also wouldn't even like in terms of like labeling it that way either, because once again, you don't want to veer into distorted eating. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. Hi Nina, how are you? How's it going? But you can call it distorted eating because in your brain right now, you're trying to like get back to a point where you're wanting to make better and healthier choices. Pro tip for meal prepping: go grocery shopping on Saturday morning. Very true shoppers. Good to know. Thank you, Dan. Meal prep is a great idea. We'll try to, I should fall off the bandwagon again. I am really bad at meal prepping as well. Honestly, I can't meal prep for a whole like 7 days. I think I can do the most like 3 days. I think 3 days is good for me. And then like, cause if I eat the same foods too long over and over and over again, I will get burnt out and I will hate the food. I know there are some people very lucky. Well, I wouldn't say this is lucky. People have safe foods they can eat for forever and never get bored or tired of it. But in my brain, if I have it too much and too often, I'm gonna hate it. Saturday morning. I know, morning. If I'm scared of the kitchen, meal prepping would be a great form for me. If you're not opposed to it, like try like bacon in the oven, like getting some parchment paper or foil and cooking in that. That could be helpful. Or, I mean, I guess you have rotisserie chickens from Costco. That's pretty great too. You're one of the people who can eat the same thing over and over again. I can only do that for the max, like, I can, sometimes I'll get hyper fixated on a certain meal or a certain food and I can eat it for, I don't know, maybe a few weeks, but I don't think after that, I think it's over. Like if it gets to the tipping point where I hate it, where I start to hate it, it's really bad because it takes a really long time to recover from that. I meal prep Monday through Friday dinners. That's actually a really good idea. So Monday through Friday, and then in the weekends you can cook something else or just end up like, you know, treating yourself a little bit too. Or another thing as well, Yami, if, you know, the oven scares you as well, if you all have an air fryer, air fryers I feel like are really good for a lot of foods, or if a crock pot, because you can just throw a bunch of food in there and like, unless you're just leaving it like for way too long, usually crock pots have 3 settings: off, low, and high. If you're putting it on high for like 12 hours way too long, it might turn out weird. But I feel like for a lot of stuff, like, you know, it works well. Oh yeah, yeah. And then basically went there every day for lunch and always got their barbecue chicken. Barbecue chicken sounds incredible. I have an air fryer electric oven thing that's just the right size for weekly meal preps for yourself. My oven, very luckily, it's my oven and stovetop is much more compact because it's a very tiny apartment, but it's very compact, and I feel like the oven is a perfect size of like a larger than an air fryer, but like smaller than a typical conventional oven, right? Or conventional, well, smaller than the typical size oven, and I feel like it cooks food a little faster. Crockpots are great for set and forget, and you have a meal for dinner. Exactly. And I really want a pressure cooker one day. Well, a pressure cooker, Instapot. I want an Instapot one day. That's what it is. I would love one because it has a lot of functions to it, right? And also, like, if I want a slow cooked meal but faster, that'd be fun. I love being lazy and throwing chicken and miscellaneous stuff there. I think like crock pots are really good for like chili. I have one at my parents' house that they never used. I bought it for them. I'm like, you should use this. And I don't think they've ever touched it. And I probably should just like find it and use it for myself. I was gonna order a bunch of food and decide to save money, run ads, and get food. Yes, order food. Not order food to save money. You should save money. You should go to Costco and buy a rotisserie chicken or something. How is 5.2 treating you? Pretty good so far. We got to see our feral street cat. We got to see him again, and I was really excited about it. And he was like kind of really cool. And we got to see Gaius, and now we have an imposter among us. It's among us now. There's an imposter, a warrior of dark light, which I think is very interesting. So rather than somebody from another world, this is probably somebody from this world, but who are they? What are they doing? And like, what's going on? Are they like reliving what like Arbor would have done in the early days or what? I'm not sure. Anyways, I have no clue what's going on. So there's that. And then, oh wait, what else am I doing? Lena made us cry. She's a wonderful voice actress. Definitely, I'm absolutely taller than the Crystal Exarch. I've determined this. Our feral street cat is off on his own again, and he teased us, telling us to not get attacked, not to doze off while in battle. Among Us, get your food. Okay, all right, food. Well, hopefully we can help with fishing out the sus person. I hope so. Biscuits and gravy for dinner? That sounds nice. I miss biscuits and gravy, and sausage and gravy too. And then, let's go back really quickly. And then I was gonna order a bunch of food, decided to save money. Oh yes, food. Also, anybody want to be a temp mod? I think my mods are busy. Just in case. Just in case if anybody's available. Anybody want a temp mod? What do you need? I don't know. Some of the messages I'm a little, like, just like sometimes there's some things that I'm unsure what people are referring to. Unlimited? You're not getting unlimited power, Kevlar. I'm here. Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. As long as we have at least one mod around. Alright, just making sure. You're willing? Thank you. You're infinite? Unlimited power. No. Sorry. Okay, we're good. I'll be back. Okay, everyone go get a food or snack or something like that. I'm gonna go find food too. But really, I think I'll need temp mods for 5.3. I don't know what's gonna happen in 5.3, but I feel like it's always a good time to have extra extra friends watching out. Kevlar, thank you. Please don't re-up your tier 3 though. I wouldn't trust me with you. I wouldn't trust you with that. I shouldn't trust you with that power. Exactly. Things will happen in that expansion as it has in that patch as things have happened in every other one. Exactly. It's not even real. It won't hurt me. I didn't even get hurt today. I just happy cried. Lena just made me happy cry. I might be finishing this salsa. I also have some guac. I might also open another bag of chips. Happy cry is good. It was nice. Lena's very sweet. Even though she has, pun unintended, like a kind of like guarded exterior, I know she definitely cares a lot about the Crystal Exarch. And then like they both care about each other so much. Yes, fetch quest. Pasta is on the stove. I do not have a microwave. Very unfortunate. Especially when I want food quickly. Which is probably a bad decision when I need to eat during stream. Go get me that tablet across the room. Okay. Just for you, Stola. Okay. To her defense, she is blind. To her defense, she is blind, so I will do it for her. You had lunch today? And she had to do a double take because I thought it was you. It's probably a good idea that you did not take a picture of her. I was not out at lunch today, so confirmed it was not me. I did go to the grocery store. That's it. Okay, also, very curious about your thoughts, everyone. You know how there's been a lot of, like, footage posted online of, like, Ring camera footage and stuff like that? How do y'all feel about that? Sometimes it's, like, wholesome and silly, and sometimes it's just, like, people, like, it's usually delivery people or whatever. Sometimes, like, they're catching their family doing something or whatever. I feel a little conflicted about it. Like, if it's your family, sure, whatever. If it's your kids, well, your kids shouldn't be on the internet. Take them off the internet. But if it's like a random FedEx, UPS driver, or USPS driver or whatever, and they're doing something that's, like, not harmful, or, like, they're interacting with your pet, and you're just putting them all over the internet, it kind of is annoying to me. But I guess, like, they're out in public, but they're just doing their job? I don't know. Yeah, like, if it's their own video, if it's something they caught, if it's an animal footage or whatever, that's whatever. But I feel like it's kind of annoying when you're posting, like, when somebody brought it up kind of recently, when you're posting somebody else is trying to do their job and exists without their consent. It's just like, I don't have a lot of room in my apartment, so that's why I don't have a microwave. I can make room. It's just, I just throw everything on the stove or the oven. It's like, I don't know. Like, I understand that, like, inherently, like, when I went to PAX and everything, right? Like, I knew that people were going to be live streaming or, like, taking pictures or whatever. I'm bound to be in somebody's, like, in the back of somebody's photo, right? I understand that, because there's usually just a lot of cameras there. But sometimes, if you're just trying to go to the grocery store or, like, stop by, like, a food place or whatever, and you're part of somebody's video and you don't want to be, I feel like that's really obnoxious. And I guess luckily I don't go outside that much, but still. And that's why, like, the thing, and also it's like, I like watching vlogs, but I'm always concerned about the people's privacy, like people in the background. Because I wouldn't want to be them, right? See, for that, like, if you're recording your cat, and the cat is the focus, right? That's fine. If if you're like focusing or like your camera's focused on the video person every single time, or not, no, sorry, the delivery person. There's one that I saw recently. There's a delivery person, and they went up to the door and they were gonna drop the package. And this person, the person who lived at the place, like, no, the homeowner, right? They had Ring footage. They had a Ring camera or whatever that started recording because, you know, motion detection. But the issue was the door was not secured, and the dog opened the door, and the delivery person caught it, and they're like, oh, you know to open this, and they held it, right? They ended up holding the door so the dog would not get out, and essentially like took a picture of the item they were dropping off, like make sure to do their job, and then ended up like kind of distracting the dog and then running for it, and they just got posted for that. And it's like, you ended up it's annoying because it's like, you did not have the due diligence to secure your home, your door, from your own dog. And now, like, you're just posting this video of a circumstance that you created because the delivery person had to be wary of your dog getting out, which, like, number one, could be a harm to them, right? Number two, your dog could have ran away. And it just kind of annoyed me because it was like, oh, like, haha, they're so quick on their feet, they're running so fast, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like what was missing was, why didn't you secure your door? And why aren't you not, like, secure your door from your dog if you know your dog can open the door? Anyways, sorry, just ranty. I feel like there's legal protections to the issue, like, to get people to take it down if they wanted to. I don't think it makes it easy. Yeah, probably not. And I think the other thing is, like, even if like that delivery person ends up like saying like, hey, can you take this down? Like, I don't really like this video. Even if the original poster took it down, there's so many bots out there who end up just like ripping off people's content and then putting it on like other like accounts. Yeah, that's the other thing. It is like, technically in a public place or like where the camera is facing, and then also, is it a one-way consent or a two-way consent, like state or whatever? So it is very blurry. But I think that, like, it's not necessarily like I'm that angry at, like, you know, wholesome like interactions or whatever, where more than likely people probably would not mind that got posted. It's just like, it blurs the line for other things getting posted later on. Like, if this becomes super normal, like totally acceptable, like what else is going to become normalized, I guess. But also, I understand the whole public places thing. I don't know. I just don't want to be out in public anymore. I don't want to no, I can't say that. That sounds concerning. Existing is hard, is what I'll say. I hate seeing children on the internet. I hate seeing children on the internet. I hate seeing children on the news and everything like that. I'm not saying children shouldn't exist. They should have the right to exist. I just hate them being plastered everywhere. For what? For what? If you wanted to do something cute and take pictures of your kid selling lemonade or whatever, just show it to your family. They shouldn't have a digital footprint. That's the issue. They shouldn't have a digital footprint that they do not have control over. I think most people agree with that. I feel like everyone here probably agrees with that. And the thing is, like, as a person who has a digital footprint, because I am an adult who agreed and also is slightly terrified that I do have a footprint in general, but like, I am an adult that agreed to do this, knowing the pros and cons of it and everything. Well, a child does not. My qualm is like, more around when the footage gets saved and then somehow it gets linked to you. Ugh. Ah, yes, I see. When you're trying to mind your own business, and like something like that could get back to you, but like, or taking out of context, I think is the other thing. You put seeds in a flower pot before into the ground. A seeds into a flower pot before it gets into the ground? To protect it? From the environment? I'm sorry, I've never heard of this, like, this metaphor before. Oh my gosh. Heartwarming news story about children selling lemonade to fund medical procedures? And it goes viral and therefore their GoFundMe page gets funded? That sounds so dystopian. Which it is. I'm sorry, no one should be in medical debt. I understand there's like people need to get paid and everything like that. And I understand, like, you know, I understand people deserve to get paid for their expertise and time. But I also don't believe that people should get into medical debt for something that they can literally like 99% of the time, they cannot help. I'm sure you cannot get help getting into a car accident as much as I do. If we're all driving as safely as we can. Because there is another person out there that we cannot control. Everyone else we cannot control. We can only control our own actions, right? But if they end up totaling your car and harming you, that's something you can't control. And the medical debt isn't something that you should be burdened with. I know, I understand. We talk about a lot of things. I know a lot of people are like, but, blah, like, I don't know. People always bring up arguments about, like, oh, but then, like, do you not, like, care about, like, people getting paid? And it's like, no, people should get paid for the time and efforts. But then also, people shouldn't have to be saddled with medical debt. I hate seeing it. Children should not be on the internet. If I ever have a child, you will never see them. You will never ever see it. You might even never know that I ever have a kid. I think those are the funniest. I really admire creators that have a child, but they are never seen. Like they like some people don't even know that this person like I think that's smart because like allow the kid to just grow up. Honestly, I'm really grateful to have been born in a time where I had access to computers and the internet and stuff like that, but it was outside enough. And my childhood is not on the internet. No, I love BB. If medical debt were resolved, doctors getting paid for their work, I would feel better entirely because it's yeah, the middle person. Also, like, why is it for profit? Why are a lot of hospitals for profit? I don't know. I have a lot of questions and thoughts, and I'm sure I could get answers. And I don't know how the best way of things should be ever operated or funded or whatever. Honest answer. Something to do with funding and money. Well, no, I know why. No, I know the reason why that like nonprofit like directors and like executives get paid a lot. There is an actual reason, and it makes sense, and I understand it. So one of the things that like I heard this on NPR like forever ago, but like one of the reasons why a lot of nonprofit directors and executives get paid really like it seems very high. It does seem very high, but compared to like public sectors, other executives and stuff like that, it's actually not even as much. It is comparatively high because you want to recruit people who are capable and good, like who are capable in order to. You want to be able to recruit people who are capable in their positions in order to run the business or nonprofit well, right? And this is like, it also kind of sucks though, because like that you would need to even do that to have like really competitive pay to recruit people who would be wanting to work for them, right? But that's just how it is because the society that we live in capitalism and everything, right? Because like money, power, resources, everyone needs money. Like everyone needs money in order to get resources and stuff. And yeah, it feels bad because the thing is, it's like there are people 100% willing to work out of the kindness of their hearts, and then also for like philanthropy purposes, right? But it doesn't always work like that because sometimes the way you have to run nonprofits, you need to be able to like, you know, make money in order to fund the purpose or the, like the research or the, you know, the not marketing, but like the outreach for the nonprofit, which sucks. It's easier to pay another millionaire to pitch to his friends and also millionaires chip in. And find somebody outside the bubble working in a person, like convince them to give money. Yeah. Yeah. Doctors Without Borders is, you know, we had, let me go back really quickly. I think I was 11 when I discovered Neopets. I've been cooked since. The hospitals around me are barely making profit, to be honest. And of course it's like, and it sucks too because like I think for the type of work that like medical professionals do, I think they definitely deserve to get paid well, especially the hours that they take, like because it runs 24/7. A hospital does not close. Like if it can help it, a hospital never closes. It's absolutely hell and exhausting right now. And then comparing corporations who will pay exactly. So they're like people who are trying to fill executive positions in nonprofits are 100% competing with like Fortune 500, like for-profit corporations, exactly, that will pay 2, 4 times, 10 times as much. And like I know a lot of people do like, you know, are a little outraged, and I think it's kind of reasonable. Like understand, like thinking about that, like why are they paid so much? But yeah, the reason is because they're trying to find somebody capable who has the experience in order to run the nonprofit. But also, I don't know. There's also a lot of businesses out there that I find that are really like interesting and inspiring as well. That like for ones that their executives don't only make like a set percentage more than the lowest paying worker. I think that's really cool. And I'm assuming, you know, it's gonna be hard to adopt that model for every business, being in the hellscape we are right now, but it shows that it's possible. It makes me, yeah, it's definitely not a simple issue. It's just things, I guess, to be wary of and to think about. And honestly, like, learning that as well, like realizing, okay, that's why that is, or like that's a reason why, you know, like a reason why to this question that a lot of people ask about. It does make sense. You can't just pay peanuts. People who are good at it will just make 5 times more profit. Yeah. Not enough doctors, so the ones we have are overworked. Yeah, and the other thing is as well, it's just like, a lot of the times, like, becoming a doctor, like, becoming a nurse, becoming a doctor, especially becoming a doctor, though, especially who specializes in particular fields, it's a long time commitment to go through medical school. It is a very long commitment before you start making money. And if you have student loans, before you start paying back your student loans. And they don't make it easy either. So they don't make it easy for people to like get into medical school, and then also like it takes a really long time to like pay it back as well. And of course we don't want bad doctors, right? We don't want people who are not great at being a doctor in the medical field. So I understand like there is some weeding out and everything. But to give, like, I don't know, more opportunities for admissions for people who truly want it, and, like, I don't know, scholarships to people who, like, are willing to take that effort and to go through it. Once again, I basically know nothing. And I'll admit it. Yeah, the money to go to medical school too. And the people they have by law treat but won't pay for those services. Oh, let's go back. Kind of glad these days. There's a lot going over here that I'm concerned about as well. The quality is also very low. Most people end up paying for taxes and private healthcare. Healthcare is free, but happen to know our taxes are very high. I really don't know. Well, I guess the potential upside is, can you go into medical debt? Do you have to pay for your ambulance? And I also, like, yeah, do you have to pay for your ambulance? Because I learned this in Canada, but apparently, like, not, like, about Canadians, but it seems like for ambulance stuff, you pay per mile to get to the hospital kind of thing. Which, I guess it makes sense. It's whatever. But I think I think we can still acknowledge, like, there's issues in every solution. I don't think there's one perfect utopia solution of healthcare in any country. I think there's ones that are much better than others, for sure. And I think there definitely can be problems in, like, you know, ones that are free. But, yeah, ones that are free and then ones that definitely you have to pay. Okay, let me go check on my food real quick. Have it figured out. Pay people in medical school so they can focus on becoming a good provider. Yeah. And then I guess, like, the thing is, the grades will really show it in terms of, like, because, like, becoming a doctor, going to the medical field is, like, honestly, there's a lot of studying, but there's a lot of, like, hands-on portions where you need to really learn a lot. So almost, in my brain, I almost think, like, it's kind of trade. It's kind of, like, it's reminiscent of trade. In terms of, like, learning those skills, like being hands-on, having a mentor, like going through that, like all these things. But let me go back really quickly. And then definitely not simple. And the people that they have to, by law, treat won't necessarily pay for the services. Yes, yeah, that's true too. And I think it's really interesting as well. I was listening to something recently, Cora, and then, like, they were saying that, like, police, like, if you call for, like, 911, in the States at least, 911, a police or the fire department comes and, like, helps you and treats you or whatever like that, you don't have to pay. But a lot of states or a lot of places, the ambulatory services are paid. Like, they are not free. They may treat you at the site, right? But as soon as they take you to the hospital, that's when billing happens at the hospital and stuff, and especially for the ambulance. And I guess, honestly, that's sometimes probably why people end up driving themselves or taking an Uber or whatever to hospitals. But, I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice. And I don't know, it's just really interesting, because I, in high school, ended up going into a program to get my certified nursing assistant, because it was just offered at my high school. And I got it, but I realized, I don't think the medical field is for me. I don't think it's for me. But we ended up shadowing, like, the fire department. We ended up shadowing, like, a nursing home, and we ended up shadowing a couple, like, a veterinary office as well. It was just really neat to see different, like, sides of things. And yeah, a lot of fire departments actually have EMS or have EMS training, just because, like, if an ambulance isn't able to come, first responders should be able to have medical knowledge. Don't know why it's hard to make services free. The details make them feel guilty. And then... no need for inflated salaries. Nobody needing to work like crazy. No overall lower quality of care. Malpractice suits. Insurance. I wonder, I do really wonder though, if there are some people out there who would have gone into the medical field if student loans was not a barrier of entry. If that fear of, like, debt was not a barrier of entry. Because, like, that makes, that, I could see that. Emergency services is covered. Oh my gosh, your appendix ruptured? I will say though, and this is not for everyone, right? Because everyone values different things in life, but, like, it from what it seems like in Europe at least, from like the work-life balance, it seems way more chill. It seems way more chill in Europe than in America. And while some people will say, you know, the salaries are higher, like in North America or whatever, potentially, than it is over there, it seems like they have summer. Like summer is chill for them. And like there was a really interesting video I saw where somebody was like, I don't ask for time off. I'm giving you notice that I am taking time off. Like a European working in an American company kind of thing. Where in the States, I feel like this is common for a lot of people, but you have to request time off. And it has to get approved. Where it's just like, a lot of times it's like, no, I'm telling you I'm taking this time off kind of thing. Kidney stone? Oh my gosh. No, I did not hear that story. Some of them pay you to go to university, get an education. It was a thing actually in the States for a while, and then they got rid of it. And well, no, there's free education. That's different. I understand, of course, like I don't know. There's a lot of problems, and there's many ways that people discuss and how to fix it. But I don't know, when people aren't willing to like, you know, discuss like alternative methods to the current systems, that's kind of a problem. When people are strong-arming one way is the only right way, that's kind of a problem. You worked with it as well, and then I worked for 3. No! Oh no, Cora, I'm so sorry. It's less about chasing, it's about afford the dream. Honestly, it's to be able to afford living. Existing. Not for you. I had to chase around. No! No! Oh, goodness. Do you not have any, like, teacher's aides or anything? Okay, sorry. Let me go check on my food real quick, and then hopefully we can go back. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go play an ad real quick. Stuff my food. Stuff my face with food. And then we're gonna lock in. It's 10. Okay, I have an hour and a half to lock in. 2 hours to lock in. I am so sorry for taking forever. Thank you for waiting for me. Shinryu at 8? Do you think it's really gonna take at 8? I'm hoping Shinryu at like 6. No, tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Six, do we have enough? Let's double check the schedule. I have not looked at it in a little bit, so I'm not sure actually. If it's not good enough at 6, we can do it at 8. I mean, we can do whatever whenever we have enough people. Have all the Shinryu gamers clocked in? Okay, that took a little bit. I really, you know what I need? I should have bought sandwich stuff. I haven't had a sandwich in a good chunk of time because I've been eating a lot of pasta lately, but I miss a good sandwich. Like, you know, lettuce, tomato, like deli meats, mustard, mayo, whatever accoutrements, right? Whatever fillings. I miss a good sandwich. Okay, so tomorrow, my lunch tomorrow is a sandwich, is what I'm telling y'all. Tomorrow's lunch is sandwich. Alright, cool. Let me also brush my bangs because they don't want to stay in place. I'm reasonably certain I'll be available at 5 ET. I'll be off chance. Okay, no problem, sorry, thank you. Kevlar, if you end up looking at the when to meet, can you tell me when the most available time is, or like the earliest available time is? An adventurer calling themselves a warrior of light. Why would anyone tie themselves to a legacy of individuals held to such low regards in the first? I also wonder if it's like a weird time thing as well. Is it a weird time thing that maybe whoever this is doesn't know when the time is? Feels weird that it could be that, but I don't know. I feel like weirder things have happened in this game. Alright. Warriors of Light. Harbingers of the Flood and all the world's woes. That is the wonder... That this is wonder. Sorry. Warriors of Light, harbingers of the flood, and all the world's woes. That this wanderer would so boldly claim their title is most curious indeed. 'Tis strange to think how heroes so beloved by the people could be brought so low in so short a time. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there is a proposal I'd like to make. Oh, I forgot to, I didn't realize Alfie had the quest marker. I didn't get to talk to the Exarch. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people pursuing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should. But nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Regarding of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden disappearance in conjunction with the renewed interest of their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. And the people of the Crystarium, if the people in the Crystarium seek truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehood founded within many of the cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Arbor and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their role distorted and then painted as villains. Were it not to the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, the knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, the reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remains those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days of following the flood. The Nomu, the Seto! Considering all the good they had done, I find it wonder they needed defending at all. They brought justice to the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken in the same breath as Sigurd is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained: that they were the cause of the flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the warriors of light to become villains, deserving only resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. It just gave them somebody. It honestly just gave them somebody to be angry with, to point the finger at, and just to I guess make them feel better of knowing who to blame. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Arbor who helped you overcome Emmett's cell, correct? Such revelations would do well to sway the hearts of those who knew him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount them to the true tale of the Warrior of Light and the flood that followed in their wake. Are we gonna get to see Seto later? Well, what say you, Notice? Spread the word, I say. I wish we had done this sooner. I mean, I don't want to make Alfie feel bad or anything like that, but it's something we kind of lament over. It's I wish that their reputation had been known sooner, because we've known since Heaven's Ward. We've known that this was the case since Heaven's Ward, but yeah, I guess we say this in a lamenting way, not in a accusatory way, an accusing way. In hindsight, I agree. But better late than never, no? Absolutely. Exarch, might I ask you to continue work with Becklug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium and the Exedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread more and more. Will spread, and more will accompany them. There can be no darkness without light. And so it was that Arbor was there in your hour of need. The people must be told. Oh my gosh! There can be no darkness without light. And so it was that Arbor was there in your hour of need. The people must be told. I miss Arbor. I know he's there somewhere, but we just haven't seen him in a while. I've seen many a great and terrible thing in my life, as has the Exarch, no doubt. Of man, I can say this: his memory is short, his heart fickle, Let us pray that your words reach him. Oh, their memory is short, their heart is fickle. Let's pray that your words reach them. It's so interesting too, because like we have like met a lot of people who have lived a very long time, if not immortal, right? So like the Fae, you know, living like being immortal and all, and then seeing human lives like pass through them or pass through their memories and everything, right? We saw it with Seto, like the Fae. That's probably one of the reasons why like some of the pixies like to just make them their children, because they're there forever, right? And then with the Nomu like wanting to exchange their services and help. It is true though, and I feel like this is something that Emmett would probably have like mentioned too, that like because of like the timeline, because like the lifespans, like humans are like their memory is short and their hearts are fickle. Wow. It's fine. When fiction is too real, Shinrai. Oh wait, let's go back real quickly. We hit 8 people available at 7 ET. Oh, okay, so we can start at 7. Alright, if we can start at 7, that's perfect then. Shinryu is something I could unlock. Probably terrible, but I'll be put on the list. Right now, though, Shinryu, we are in a stage. We're in the last stage at the moment. We have a lot of people on the list. I mean, in the future, we plan to do a synced version if you want to join for that one still. And at that point, when we're doing synced, I feel like a lot of us have, like, gotten really good. Probably gotten really good at like doing call outs and like understanding like what's coming up next. And then I know there's going to be like things skipped for anybody else new later on. We'll probably end up doing a sign up for synced. But for mine extreme at the moment, I think right now we'll probably have enough, because we've had leftover people. We have had people like not be able to join in just because of like how many people we had available at the time. Oh, let's go back. Well, there's a reward screen. You can refuse to skip back. I don't think it was that one. I don't think that one had a reward though. I thought it did also adjust to local time. No, not Yoshi P, the minstrel. I'm pretty sure he is in Kugane. Yeah, Vade, I think you're correct. Did you set up a time zone event? Because normally setting up, I just choose a time zone and it'll just adjust the schedule. I don't remember. I don't think it let me choose a time zone. I don't have that option. Oh. So it just spreads across different time zones. I'm not sure if the when to meet is actually accurate. Do we make a new one? And I just add everyone who ended up making it? I mean, we can just do that later. I can do it like tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Yes. So talk to the Exarch. We gotta go talk to the people in the Crystarium. Hopefully they'll listen to us. But I don't know. There's so much in this expansion or this patch to kind of be worried about and to think about. There's like so many like little pins that I have to like remember to go back to and remember that like this is a concern for us to think about. Oh, wait. Another Fae is here? Another pixie? What are they doing here? I bet I could do that. What? How long were you standing there in silence? Don't you know what? It's rude to wait. Aren't you that mortal bonded to Feul? Well, now, isn't this a pleasant surprise? I have a proposal. I was meaning to put to you, as it happens. Interested? So these Skywatchers you see everywhere, they're good at what they do, but they can't tell if it's raining or whatever back on the source, no? But with my help, they could. Aye. I could cross the rift, see what the weather is like myself, come back and share the knowledge with these mortals by whispering to them in their dreams. I could do the same for the Skywatchers on the other side too. Everyone could have all the answers, and that wouldn't even know how they got them. Mwahaha. Wouldn't that be grand? Your silence is all the approval I need. Off I go. That's it? Due to the Lord Feo meddling with the dreams of Skywatchers in the source in the first, Skywatchers may now provide forecasts for every region regarding their location. That's all we had to do? Oh. Part 2 had a drop down to select your time zone. It's missing from part 3. Okay, all right. If that's the case, then I will fix it. We'll make another one. I don't think I can fix it because I never made... Oh, wait. I never ended up making, is it over here? Oh, they're on the other side. Oh, I know where that is. Okay. But yeah, I cannot go to sleep at 3 a.m. tonight. Jessamile! I miss her. Notice, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had fewer patients coming through my doors of late, which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Her very potent new medicines. Hee hee, I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warrior of Light, but the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to tell, I'd very much like to hear it. I think she'll be open-minded, for sure. Here... Oops. If anybody does want to make another one, by the way, another When to Meet for Shinrai Part 3, you're welcome to just, like, paste it in the... make it and paste it in the Raiders Only one. And I'll end up, like, updating it myself. Oh, wait. Is this the right one? Where am I? It is the right area. Okay, cool. Braggy! Okay, so we're talking to, like, the main people, saying, like, hey, can you gather more people so we can have so we can talk about it? Not the market board. Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, wherever it may be. Under Yulmord's new leadership, trade has been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrent reaps the benefits, but you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the night to Norvrent. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Okay, and then the last person is at the launch. Welcome back. I hope dinner was nice. I also had dinner, and I'm gonna try my best to lock in. I'm very slow right now. I feel so slow. I feel like I took way too long for dinner. So that's why we're having a sandwich tomorrow, but it's gonna be like a very thick sandwich. We gotta make sure that it's like, you know, plenty, like, it's like it's a substantial. I need to make sure the sandwich is substantial, so we're gonna get lettuce and tomatoes. And we gotta get like lots of protein and like mustard and mayo and any kind of other dressings. Yeah, and we have 2 sandwiches. Well, what a coincidence! I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenold not long ago. Grenold. He says the visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the letter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring you two together in such a place. I'm sorry? You mean the Crystal Exarch didn't tell us the whole stories of the Warrior of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Okay, perfect. So then we gotta go back to This is the Cabin of Curiosities. Okay. Where was that crystal? I think there's a crystal over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I ate and mowed your yard. It's so productive today. Hopefully it's a little bit cooler if it's evening for you right now. Because it is brutal out there during the day. Other way. I think, yeah, we're probably at the top, huh? We get to see Alfie! We get to see the little image, I'm assuming. Hi, Maureen. It's not a picture. Wait, no, is it? Oh, I wonder what that is. I'm trying to like look at it. It's a little dark in here right now. No, this can't be. Surely there was at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Oh, notice, forgive me. The Cabin of Curiosities has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks the knowledge they seek. People wish to know the truth of the flood, the Warriors of Light. I've searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they cannot always be. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof. And I dare call myself a librarian. Oh, we're comforting Marine. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light, of the Flood? How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale. Once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Okay, one more person. So the markets. There we go. So I'll need to do backyard. HOA doesn't yell for me for that. It was sunset. Luckily didn't have much. Been putting off for a while. Yeah, that's how I am with my water bottles. I definitely was putting it off for a while. But everything's clean and it's nice, and I might need to clean one again. It's fine. But it's nice to do the chores. It's a nice feeling once the chores are done. Well. To what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. Speaking of the flood, the Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the Cardinal Virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to that? More than that. Well, you've yet to steer us wrong. I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Okay. And the next part is we go to the gates. Okay. I think I actually go this way. Oh my gosh. Taynor. Sarig. They're so sweet. Also tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow I need to get sandwich stuff, and sandwich stuff, and I need some throat coat. I need to make tea tomorrow. It's been a while since I've like yapped this much, and also a lot of dialogue, which is fine. Our friends. Hi, Shola. Those I spoke with at the orchard? Those I spoke with at the orchard and the rookery were quite keen to hear what we have to say. For as much hope as they have for the future, the scars of the past weigh heavy on them still. I mean, we're not really that far removed at this point. It is good to see the people of the Crystarium so eager to learn the truth. And with the newfound knowledge of the past, they will at last be able to look to the future with eyes unclouded. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather. Cutscene? Love us a cutscene. Oh, there's so many people.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we?
Where's the Exarch?
Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
This is public speaking or public speaking?
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Okay. For Ardbert, for the Warriors of Light. We have to project our voice. Oh. How they stopped the flood. How Ardbert helped us. Return the night.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
Tyler.
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
They also didn't know the truth too, right? Why are we
This should go
glowy?
a long way towards clearing the air.
No, maybe we're not glowy. It just kind of seemed like for a second that we looked a little glowy. Oh, wait, no, wait. Huh? No, it's not him. It can't be. He's not glowy. Who is this? Do you see him?
Impossible.
They know what he looks like because of that time with Minfilia. You can see him too. I take it I'm not imagining this then. Okay, yeah, you can see him too. Whoever this wayward warrior is.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Oh, Alfie's afraid of ghosts.
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
I know, right, Y'shtola? I don't. This doesn't feel right.
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
Okay. So that's why they recognized him.
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say.
His face looks wrong! His face looks wrong! I don't think this is Ardbert!
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert. One of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
This doesn't feel right.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I.
How?
I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance.
Why is his accent
But I do
bad?
know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
I don't trust him either.
The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home.
You're not our Arbert.
But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it.
I mean...
The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
Why is this person so theatrical?
Us? Warriors of light?
Also, no. That's not how it works. They should take control of their own worlds and destiny.
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure.
I don't think so. No, that's not right either.
But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former.
His face is off.
Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
He can have parts of it right, but not all of that is right. And I'm glaring him down. I don't like this either. See, we're glowy. Sorry.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. And whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter.
Yeah, Ardbert, come to us with the ocular. Come on, Ardbert.
I will stay here and watch.
Yes. I don't like him. That's not, no, it's not. Okay, it could be your Ardbert. That's not my Ardbert. That's not my Ardbert. That's not my man, Platonic.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
Remember the quest for the Make It Rain event?
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
He doesn't seem right. It doesn't. No, absolutely not. Yes, okay, I'm so glad. It looks like him and sounds like him. That isn't him. It isn't him. I don't think it is. It looks like Ardbert, talks like Ardbert. It's a duck. Come inside, I just want to chat. Yeah, Ardbert, you want to come inside with some tea, to have some tea with me? Me and my friends real quick? Well, I get the vibe is like cranking her fist back and it's like, get in the damn ocular, Ardbert. Ardbert, come on. Let's go in the ocular together. I need to show you something. Game has stopped noticing gaslighting herself. It's the it's the real Ardbert for a moment. It's not. You're about to spiral. I was like, no. I was like, no. When Beck Lug was said that's Ardbert's soul, I'm like, that's not Ardbert. I don't care. I don't like, maybe that's an Ascian. I have no clue who that is. That's not Ardbert. He would not act like that. We know, we had cutscenes with him. Also, I did say, if I did not ship him and the meat, he was 100% like a dating sim, like eligible bachelor, 100%. We literally had nightly like meets and talked to him. No, that's not him. That's not him. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not him. Could he truly... Okay, so Beck Lug said, as far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly been resurrected as he claimed? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Exactly! I wrote about him in my diary every single night, okay? I know that's not him. I think I saw a movie about a ghost boyfriend. You know, I never watched that movie. Is that an appropriate movie to watch as like a Discord together and then freak out together and throw popcorn? It looks, no. Why do I get the eyes that notices like creaking her fist back and she goes, get in the damn get into the ocular, Ardbert. Wow, notice once Ardbert to stay dead. I never said that, okay? I never said that. First, number one, never said that. Number two, he's with us at all times, but also he's been really quiet. Number three, our soul's like really dense. So he's there. But who is this? What is this? That can't be him. But Beck Lug does say that as far as they're able to discern, it's him. That's the same soul. And I kind of wonder if Setsa would say the same. Okay. Why is his axe not rusted? Why is his colors off? Why is his face kind of off too? Alright, it like from certain angles, that's like Ardbert's face, but also there's something off about it. I don't know, maybe I'm just imagining it because of my vehement, like very strong, vehement feelings of that's not Ardbert, and maybe I'm just imagining, I'm hallucinating something different. But that he doesn't seem right. Yeah, right. It's exactly. Like, who is this man? Whose man is this? Please come get him. We. Go get your man, because that's not mine. He's not my man. Generative Ardbert? That's not our man. Poor man's Ardbert. That's honestly, that's how it feels. Cause it's like, it would be things he would say, but like adjacent, like right next to it. He would have said that, you know, this is our world, that we need to feel empowered to protect it, right? But to go as far as to say, you're the warrior of light now. Temu Ardbert, it honestly, that's his brother Barber. That's his brother Barber Great Value Arbor. That's not him. Store brand Arbor. We have Ardbert at home. Ardbert isn't home. He's with us at all times. That's not him. I don't know what's going on now. Not Bardbert. Not Barber. Please. Okay, 1 second. I turned down the air. I'm not okay. What's going on right now? That's not our man's. I need to turn down the air because I am gonna get overheated and angry. Oh, wait a second. Did my headset die? Oops. Let's see who's really under that Ardbert mask. Honestly, Penny, when you said under the mask, I was like, are you talking about the Masked Singer? No, Scooby-Doo. It's Old Man Withers? Emil bringing the heat. You get to be the warrior of light. Yes, oh my gosh. Exactly. That's exactly the same vibe. You get to be the warrior of light. You get to be the warrior of light. You get to be the warrior of light. Who is this? So, could he truly have been resurrected as he claimed? No, as he claims? No, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
That's not my man.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not.
That's what I was thinking too.
But one plausible explanation.
An imitation.
That he is an Ascian.
Who, though? Which one? Is it Elidibus?
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree.
Because it's just off! There's something just so
From what
off.
I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues.
Ugh.
And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
They grave digged my boy's great. Oh my gosh.
Then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian. My mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
So that's where he is?
Elidibus. That
Body
Xenos had
snatching.
reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory.
It's not his
And
first time.
They do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
Okay.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
I have to stop because I need to write this down. Okay, so that's something that I kind of didn't realize, but unless you have the Echo, you will not be able to see the Ascians without borrowed flesh, right? So I'm writing this down. It's really important. Okay, so Echo... perceiving Ascians, unfortunately, I guess. See Ascians without a borrowed body. So, I bring this up is because I'm worried about that white hooded figure that stood next to Xenos, right? And then Xenos like flashed his eyes. Or like used his fake echo. I'm trying to think how to use his fake echo that he... I don't know. I'm trying to be witty, but I can't right now. So Xenos, and then his fake echo was able to see whoever this is. So, but the thing is, it doesn't necessarily mean they're an Ascian. I'm just wondering if they are, because they can... Ascians love to teleport wherever they want to, right? And Xenos loves to teleport wherever he wants to. So white hooded figure? White hooded figure. I think that person will be important later on. Whoever this dog is looking for a master, right? Okay. So seeing Ascians without a borrowed body, because Tataru wasn't able to see Elidibus. And okay, and then yes, and then Emmett basically borrowed a bunch of bodies to build not just the Garlean Empire, but the Alcan one too. He was busy. Emmett was very
Yet
busy.
It must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary.
He knows what he looks like, or at least the
I shall
form.
not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
We have so much to do!
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
His performance.
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Okay, as long as Alfie is safe. Right. Sorry, I'm writing more notes. So, like, the body and the soul was separated, and that's how it, whoever this is, became Ardbert. And it's also confusing too, because like unless they're really concealing the soul, right? They're concealing that their soul is not of an Ascians, right? It's like, I don't know, Ascians are able to do a lot of weird, incredible things, especially since they're like creators and everything. So being able to like, I don't know, essentially make a glamour of a soul, I imagine that's possible for them. If it is an Ascian in Ardbert's body, right? But like, so they were talking about like possession, and Thancred, the reason why it seems like he was able to more easily be possessed is because at the time he wasn't taking care of himself, so he's more susceptible to potentially possession. So that's something else too. I mean, if it's a body, it's essentially a husk. If his soul was already roaming and he didn't have a corporal body anymore, maybe that's why he was able to take over, to take Arbert's body. Okay. Susceptible. All right, writing that down. I know. I was trying to think fake echo, fecko. I don't want to fako, the fako. The fako. Okay, yeah. Funny how Emmett never borrowed bodies, as we know. I mean, not like that. It seems like Emmett particularly, like, just borrowed a body. Well, okay, I take that back, because remember, Emmett did die. That the first or second time we ended up meeting him, I think it was at the end of Stormblood. I think Varus or somebody shot him, and then he just showed up back up in another body. Unless maybe that wasn't even actually his body, but maybe it was more so like a clone, right? Because he has been known to have clones just kind of like following around. Like, I think that's happened before as well, where, yeah, I think at one point before, like, we made our, not agreement, but our truce, our whatever it was, our truce, that it was like a clone. Bear shopping him has said that he has hundreds of clones. Okay, so it was a clone for that one. Yeah, okay, gotcha. So that's different, where Elidibus and many other Ascians do take bodies. So, but also, like, thinking of these clones, I don't know, these clones are very interesting too, because it makes me wonder and think of, like, the clones and the bodies and stuff. I don't know, we'll go back. So he uses clones made for him instead of somebody else's body. I see. And then is close enough to the camera to kiss him. To kiss? Hi, Colossus. Fake echo. Well, Elmet had all those clone bodies to hop into. Yeah, his clones. Can I retell a topic? Pen. Yes, you can. Xenogear. Their virtues. They're the virtues? No. I want your Lala to be like, that's not how this works. This is how any of this works. That's exactly what I was thinking when I was like, you'll be the warrior of light. I was like, this isn't how it works. None of this is how it works. He's the warrior of fuchsia? Okay, let me go back. I mean, and I did say thank you to Varus because shaping bodies is a pain. He did mention he had to take over a local whenever he jumped to the first. I see. Thank you. Fake Echo. Disney remake of Echo. Okay. Facing the truth. I don't think that's the truth. I don't think that's our man. I don't think that's him. Everything feels wrong. We were a hair's breadth from defeat when we faced Emmett Selk. And now we must contend with another Ascian. We must tread carefully. What a despicable practice! Appropriating corpses? Such depravity eclipses any horror I've witnessed in the ages of Obert. They must be stopped. We must not act until Arbert hath made plain his plans. 'Twould be folly to proclaim him false at this juncture. I know we have to be subtle, and we have to be careful, and we will be careful, but that's not him. Oh. The buns! Asleep disturbed. With a furrowed brow, the Crystal Exarch deliberates your next move. We haven't seen them in a little bit! Oh. It's good to see them again. They're so cute! You did rather well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warrior of Light and their actions prior to the flood. Though, I must say the reappearance of Arbert, or rather, one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He's an imposter. Of that there's no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warrior's Light laid to rest in Yomor, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Pray that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Arbert urged the people to become Warrior of Lights themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon with the most essential knowledge. For now, I think it'd be best to apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we have confronted Ardbert, we no doubt shall have a need of their strength. We're gonna fight them! Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Beck, Luke, and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel that might one day carry you home. What's Strolla thinking about? Then, I think it's time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned about of the Ascian has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I have recently received word from Fanal that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within Gitana Ravel. Almet believes that the relics within all the great calamities that befall an ancient civilization, that is, the Ascians, perhaps, they may lead us to the truths we seek. Oh, wow! Ancient relics of the great calamity that happened or befell Amarant? Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, alright. So ruins, okay, ancient civilization. Because we did end up seeing those cave drawings in the Great Woods, right? Like those cave drawings of what happened to the people of Amarant, and then also seeing the Warriors Light later on too. So, and then Hydaelyn and Zodiark battling there. So that makes sense of why there would be more relics there. Would you care for company? Be sure to let me know how that works. Be sure to let me know how that works. Keep in contact. Telling Strolla, let's keep in contact. Would you care for company? No. I wouldn't dream of going without you. She's so cute! When you're ready, make for Fanal. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. I wonder what the dialogue is if you chose the other one, though. Does anybody know, or can anybody find it? Then let us be about our task. Pray give my regards to the V's. Oh, the waves. Quest name. This one's a sleep disturbed. I will help the Exarch in any way I can, but the key to solving our problems lies within him and the Allegan Eye. Okay, don't hurt yourself though, right? Though I would like to join you in entangling the Ascian's machinations, I think it best I stay here and devote my energies to finding a way to deliver the Scions back into the source. He wants to adventure with us? She wants us. She's our friend. She's our dear friend. I fail to see why that would be necessary, given that you'll be accompanying me. Don't be coy. It doesn't suit you. Oh, don't be coy. It doesn't suit you. Ishala's so funny. I love her. You really should sass her, but like, I like being sweet to her too. She can't get enough of us. I know we really should sass Strolla, but I like being sweet to her. You can either, okay, so the two options is being sweet or sass her, right? We'll do a mix of the two. Because I know if we were to say that to Alfie, he'd get sad, right? Alfie, or even the Crystal Exarch, Alfie, Alize, they'd get sad. But with Shola, she would have a quip back for sure. She doesn't like sweets? Yeah, she does. Well, she likes vanilla tarts. When in doubt, sass the cat. There's a mysterious third option? Which one is that? Bun time is a fun time? Bun time, fun time? They're gonna make the crystals work and we're gonna get stuck in another reflection. I know it. Don't say that! No! No! We're not gonna travel to the second. If that even exists anymore. Okay, let's see. Elmer Sachs? No! But yeah, I'm thinking about Grandpa's. It says option 3 missing, and the response is question mark? Huh. It says it on it, but no clue. That's really weird then. I wonder if there was one at some point, or if they... Or maybe it's like a weird typo. Like usually because there's like 3, and maybe it's like they forgot to take that option out. Yeah, I see. I need to double check. I wonder if I need to turn down my graphics a little bit for 14, because it kind of feels funky. I don't know if it's me, or it's like too demanding for graphics card or what. Oh. Well, I'm not on the NVIDIA one. We changed it last time. Real-time reflections? Glare off. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably just a template. Okay, I'm gonna Are things blurrier? Oh yeah, your face looks too smooth. Yeah, I can see the difference. I understand why people say that. Oh, really? I need to do more side content is what you're telling me then. I know sometimes if you unlock certain jobs, like there'll be different like dialogues and stuff like that. But like I wonder what it would have been for like for your solo though. Yeah. And I know like sometimes whenever we end up going to like leaders and like talking to people who like for like leaders in certain quests, like for I don't know, for gathering, for different jobs and stuff like that. Gathering or crafting and stuff like that. Yeah, gathering, crafting and everything. If you ever end up talking to them, they'll actually like, recognize you, which I think is cool. They're still sleepy. We can see Jenna's twin later. You best scout the area first. I think oh yes, up here. If it existed as an optional bonus, the wiki probably listed. True. You didn't even pet the sleepy ones. Okay. I mean, I just wanted them to rest peacefully. Oops. Okay. Oh, if you do certain side content. Okay, okay, I see. The allies of Ronka, May. Mai, it feels as it... sorry. The allies of Ronka, Mai, it feels as if an age has passed since you last graced us with your presence. And also... I mean, it's hard to see with all this, with the great tree here, but like it is, there's weather, there's day and night here. You look as if you haven't seen us in ages. Is the passage of time really all that different for you dwarves? For us dwarves? Oh, that's so cool. It's really cool that she like acknowledges us as a dwarf though. Oh. Let us pray the new ruins are not as unwelcoming as the last. No. Oops. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Wardens dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Ratika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring the halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigations could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrade and I seek can be found within. The greatest wisdom could provide invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest weapons, knowledge and understanding. It is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a far more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. The smirk. Oh. And who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were with who? Wishing it were who? You promised not to tell. These sisters. Excuse me, who? Who are you wishing it was? Who could it be that Simon has a crush on? I love that smirk. That smirk. You promised not to tell. Then I suggest we be going. Get back here. Remind me exactly how old you and your sisters are? On second thought, perhaps it's better I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins, bear witness its secrets. Their hearts now burn with curiosity that it is not easily sated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for your salutous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for Katana Ravel. Oh my gosh. The dialogue. I hope we get more dialogue. I'll introduce you to Graha and Alize. They're looking for more members of the fan club. The Warrior Light fan club. Okay, all right. Let me see. Let me go back. So, this is not a game, sister. You should be not so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who was it pining? Who was it pining for the return of our allies, that we might venture into the ruins, clutching our staff at night, wishing it were? Oh my gosh. You promised not to tell! Okay, so let me go back. Allied quests? It could be related. Remember some random quests that I tried to refuse because, okay, other stuff. Tree Queen? Not Tree Queen! We are in a really lovely big tree though. But also, hi Starlight, how are you? All cutscenes that have side content tied in are endless journey thing at the end. Okay. Optional stuff later. The universe is back to normal, thank you. Hi Starlight. How's your summer been treating you? The whole 2 days of summer. We are being silly and having fun and blushing. Wait, oh dang it, I forgot. I forgot. I don't have light here yet. Soon, TM, soon. A frost warning. Please stay safe. A frost warning on the first week of summer? Oh my gosh, we're so back. We're so back to Lahi now. It's been so long. I'm pretty sure we did Lahi last week, but still, it's been so long. This way? I think I go up? This way. We've never been more back. We're so back. We're so back. I keep forgetting to remind us when it's over. I love the sunlight peeking through the trees. Oh. Like, look at this. I love this. Like, it's so beautiful. Look at this. Like, peeking through the trees, the sunlight, like, not strobing, but like peering through. Heck yeah. I wish I could fly so I could get a better view. We'll work on it. I don't have flight here yet, no. Here and in the last area where Amarant is, I don't have it yet. Oh, solo instance? Maybe? Wait, I wonder if this is an instance where you can bring the buns! And Stella, the buns are Stella! Maybe, let's see, let's talk to them. Even Emmett Silk was taken back to find a mural. Oh, wait, no, even Emmett Silk was taken aback to find a mural illustrating the final days in these ruins. What other surprises do you suppose yet lies within? I feel oddly ill-equipped to venture inside, but with you here, I'm sure things will work out. Oh, girl venture? Oh my gosh, are we gonna go on a girl venture together? Ladies' night. Oh, she's cute. Okay, let's see. Ready when you are. 3 buns and a cat walk into a bar. The girlies. Girls only. I love this. This is so cute. Our girls only adventure. Wait, let me stand right here, Stola. Final Fantasy XIV said girls only. I don't make the rules, alright? I don't make the rules, but it is that's what it is. Oh dang it. No, I didn't. I gotta end this. No Lala's allowed? What are you talking about? Lala's allowed. I said so. Where do I find a woman who stays in on the weekends and chills nowadays? Honestly, NPC. NPC women, 2D women. That's where you can find one. I mean, 2D? Yeah. I'm sure there's... Well, I can't give you... Well, I was gonna say... Whatever the femme version, like femme as in like the characters are feminine, or femme presenting version of Love in Deep Space also stays in the... Oh, I guess I wish my Lala's like positioning was different. Let's see, objects. No. I need to fix the lighting though. Oh, that's way too close. That lighting is way, way too close. Okay. What if I put it over here? Not my favoriteest. Girls only. Okay, I got tons of bachelor friends she'll set you up with single. Wait. Let me go back. The girlies. Girl venture. Let's talk to Almit first. It is most strange for all of these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal in the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. Sorry. I'm fine. There is set aside sufficient time to watch these scenes in their entirety. Okay, all right. As we are normal Final Fantasy gamers, it's fine. Do I need to take my? You know how many notes we've taken today? We felt like a whole page, like at least minimum one whole page. I gotta sleep, have fun with the girls. Thank you, Ken. Have a good night, sleep well. I'm gonna try to stream earlier tomorrow so we can actually get more content done. So, I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try so hard tomorrow, alright? The rest will. Take care, and we'll see you, hopefully, in a future stream, Ken. Bye! Bye! This feels less serious with the background music. The pacing of these expansions. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. Okay. So, do I need to play an ad? Actually, I asked if I need to play an ad. Yeah, I think I do. Mostly because I don't want anybody to be stuck in a pre-roll like that pops up whenever we're doing this. Early stream is my goal tomorrow. As early as I can. The earlier I finish stream, the sooner I can get into Shinryu. I mean, the pacing in the patches? Well, the thing is, I don't know how far I am pacing-wise in this patch. Or, like, how far I am. It's just a lot of content happening. But I feel like that's similar to how base was. A lot was happening, and it was happening fast. But I'm not sure. I'll have to kind of assess this one. I feel like in 5.1, it was, like, nice in terms of it, like, lumping things together. But I feel like as of the end of 5.1 and into 5.2, we have a lot on our plate. There's a lot in my brain. I feel like I need to write it down. It feels fast, a little bit. Locking in, you gotta finish it so I can get to the gym today. Okay, all right. I'm gonna play an ad really quickly, and I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna refill my water bottle, and I will be back. And then we'll have 60 minutes. No pre-roll time. Yeah, I'll see you soon. For us who are up to patch, the patches, they're very short. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for more. Okay, go get water, everyone. Okay. All right. 5 seconds till the ads are finished, but I was gonna say, like, genuinely, in terms of finding somebody to date, I'm not the best person to ask. Definitely not the best person to ask. But I honestly, I would say, like, maybe ask your friends if, like, well, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing to do. Like, if any of your friends, if you ask your friends, like, hey, do you know anybody who's, like, you know, also dating, that maybe we might make a good match kind of thing? That could work. I mean, honestly, like, similar hobbies, right? So if you end up doing, like, board games or, like, D&D or whatever, maybe you can meet somebody that way. That's always an option as well. I hear dating sims are... Not dating sims, sorry, dating apps. As you can see, I only use one of those things, dating sims. But, like, as for apps, I hear it's truly a travesty on the majority of apps. Probably, like, just meeting somebody, like, IRL. I mean, if you're not looking for somebody who goes out a lot, probably don't. Yeah, it's... The unfortunate thing is, if you want somebody who's, like, super chill and, like, also has similar hobbies, and if your hobbies include staying home, that person is more than likely also at home, which is the difficult part. I get why patches are so short, though. For sure for us. They're catching up. And they're long because there's a bunch of them. And it also, I think it does also feel different as well. Like, if you're playing them live versus playing them, like, playing them like back to back, I think is the other part too. Because I think that it really hits differently when you're waiting for per patch and what kind of content that they're, like, giving you, right? And also, like, it's because it's a long-standing game, they build on top of each other. It builds the way that, like, the devs and, like, you know, the team, like, writes each of them, and it's definitely different from now and then. They're, like, continuously, like, learning and what they want to do, what they like, the reception from fans and all that, and players. So it's hard for me, like, I think it's hard to, like, sometimes critique things that have already happened, because they more than likely have already heard it and understand what they want to do differently next time. But it's just good, like, honestly, it's not even the critiques for the devs, it's critiques or thoughts that, like, people observe or see. Also, back, sorry. But yeah, I honestly, I don't know, I'm not sure. Just, like, maybe the thing is, it's like, yeah, I was gonna say maybe go to, like, just local, like, events or local things that, like, are entwined of, like, hobbies that you enjoy, and then a person that you might, like, enjoy spending time with would enjoy too. They're long, and when you're going through absorbing everything for the first time, there's a good amount of information happening. And even, like, it also gives you more to think about as well, because this is, like, a 0.2 patch, right? So that means there's still more to come. There's still plenty more to come. So it's, like, the small little things that you're, like, you want to absorb and remember, and, like, hopefully see, like, the little, like, drops, or, like, what these little hints turn out to be later on. They're short when you gloss over them and skip over stuff you already know, and it does have an impact. Okay. So it's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yes. It's fine. We'll be fine. Oh, seeing this at night is so pretty.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
I feel like we've heard her voice before, but it's been a while. Also seeing this area at night. Oh. Oh.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast.
Though
that much is plain from its proportions.
It kind of makes me wonder if this is like a
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
a creature or Mammara. A twisted creature. No! Why would she do that? Also, my alarm goes off at the same time as the jump scare, of course. I would have been freaked out too as well, because
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
it's definitely guarding the door as well, which is interesting. It seems like it, at least.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
I was gonna say, if we end up picking up that owl. Oh, this music as well. It's very haunting.
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
Oh no, I thought she heard her the first time! It was too simple!
What? But I only... What is happening?
Oh no. We're gonna have to fight this, aren't we?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh my gosh. Wait, oh? What happened? We got teleported inside? Well, inside somewhere. Oh, this music. No. No. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Trial threshold? You trespasser mortal upon sacred ground in retribution for souls I have bound. Yet to heroes prove learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see their set free, answer me these riddles 3. Okay. Death of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, better of whole. Solve the puzzles. Okay. Wait! Can you say that again? Why is this not in the event tab? Okay, alright. Betterment of whole to our societies. Wait, can you say this again? I'm sorry, I need to write this down. Death of paw, with kin do I vie. Betterment of whole do our societies decry. Death of paw? With kin I vie. Colibri, Corel, and then Opopo. So death with Paul. So without betterment of whole to our societies to cry. Okay, okay. It's not definitely not in the normal chat. Betterment of the whole to our efforts discry. Okay, I'm gonna choose this one. So this one's a monkey. This one is a cat, a corral, and this is a burb. With kin I vie? Oh gosh, I hope. No! Can and shrewd its spirits exalt ingenuity, virtues by did prosper. Okay. Oh no, for this mistake, I take a single talisman. No! No! Death means dexterity. With fearsome fang, I travel with pack. Together we find harmony. Thus for peace, our lands does not lack. Oh no. So... Okay, can you say the riddle again, please? F? For peace, our plans never lack. Peace? Oh heck, I feel like... I feel like I'm gonna get this. I mean, my first thoughts is a wolf because of packs, but I feel like I'm gonna get all of these wrong, to be honest. Okay, I want to try again. Indeed, 'twas spirit of wolf their doctrines praise, that they would know harmony to the end of their days. What happened? Ah! On my belly do I crawl. By strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? A sneak? Is this sneak? Serpent. Can I reload? Is she okay? Or is she just walking back and waiting? Turn protector, lure to slumber, ere tear down asunder. The riddle's answer you just discern, thus a soul returned. My thanks. No, can you give it back? Can you give back all of our friends? Desire you that which I yet claim? Then you shall play another game. Yes, please. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend or foe. Choose your companion well, or sorrow no. For your companions from the talismans? Ronka talismans. Okay. You must choose carefully. So you want us to choose a talisman. Okay. Is there perhaps some meaning to their arrangement? I'm looking at the back too. Apparently they choose wisely. One moment. You must choose wisely. Select this talisman. was I supposed a meaning to their arrangement? Okay. If it's a meaning to their arrangement, well, I have to imagine that. Wait. Do I get to pick multiple? I'm not sure. Guesstimate? Okay. Twixt these talismans hide friends or foe. Choose your companions well. or sorrow know. All right, so that's what it says. A test of mind and memory, choose wisely. And you all may yet go free. A meaning to their arrangements? Okay, let me think. Was it how each of them got yoinked from the beginning, I wonder? Mind and memory? Was their placement? I'm trying to think their placement as well. You must choose carefully. Maybe these ones? Okay, all right. I'm going to try this. Okay, all right. Go on, trust your instinct. Oh, what is this? We must choose. Oh, okay. We must choose carefully. So she's definitely the first one. And then... Oh! Thank goodness. Okay, so that's what we have to do. Wrong one. Well, if I choose 2 enemies, will we get an enemy? Oh dear. I think we might.
No mercy.
Okay. I need to find Stola! Where is she? Dang it. Okay. I don't think I've done that one. I definitely haven't done this one yet. Okay. So she's here. I think I've done this one. No. So I've done this one. So she's over here. And then she's on this one. Okay. All right. I was just, honestly, I was afraid to just like, to turn them completely. So this is our second chance. This is our fully second chance. Your comrades are assembled together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take measure of your worth. I kind of wish I'd chose another one. Worthy of she who the wrongkins extol shall be strong of mind, body, and soul. Oh. Okay. Sure. We can do that. Can we turn the other way? Careful, sisters. Shadow touch. Hold back nothing. Fan out before it strikes. Summon? All sacrifice, but which will you pay the price? Oh! Oh! So everyone has to get to the corners. Oh, yeah, or block it. Oh, so they need to also turn it as well. Nice. It's kind of like nice that they ended up showing us at first. No. Okay, we are healed. They are getting healed. We should be good. Stola! Here. You Stola, what are you doing? She was running directly at it. It's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. No mercy. What is this? We're poisoned. Oh, nice! A bubble! Can I rescue Yashola in here? Reinforcements leading to me. A limit break? This orb is really cool. We mustn't waste time with the science. Focus on the Guardian. I forgot at this level. Quickly before they overwhelm us. What happened to the orb?
I will not hold back. Let us see how you handle this.
Well fought, hero. Trial is complete. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus concede defeat. We did it! Yay! Not wholly unexpected, but an exhausting ordeal nevertheless. We did it! NPC tutorial! The chamber should be the last. At last, we can leave. I'm glad that is over. I was kind of curious to see if they had any dialogue, so. Okay, we're going. We're going. Oh, wow. It's completely gone as well. Huh. Like, it being stone like that is so interesting. Like, how they made that last for so many years to
It
guard.
would seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Don't touch things.
We were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
She's so carefree. We learn to not pick up things. Until we know what to expect.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
Yours deserves slumber. Oh. So it's a tomb. Somebody's tomb?
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I kind of wonder if she was a warrior of light or something.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
She was a warrior of light then. To have that just extra special
Not less than the
powers.
echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emet invited us to witness in Amarot?
Oh my gosh, that's what she meant. I was trying to remember like the starry night essentially.
The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar.
I think
I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Oh man, I'm like really seeing that picture much more clearly now. Okay, I really want to read this back just a second as well. So the event. So moreover, does it not recall in which Emet Selk invited us to witness Amarot, the final days? So before she was saying, by the light, the falling stars, great powers awaken. A legendary hero of Ronka. Okay, and her spellcraft. And then the picture of the fallen stars. Lost and heard the voices. Could see truth long lost and heard the voices of men's heart. Not less than the echo. A shower of stars setting the skies aflame, both in this world and in the Source. So I think that's what she means. Okay, so that's what Yashola means. So I'm just kind of like taking in what she's saying because I wasn't understanding it completely. I need to also swap my my earbuds really quickly because it died. But so she's saying that what happened at Amarot, it seems like it imprinted in the Source and in the First because it was such an impactful event. Especially because, you know, we are the reflections of Amarot. Or, you know, when the whole was the whole when the world was not sundered, right? Sorry, just give me 1 sec. I need to write this down too. Brain is at performance mode. It is. We took it off of battery power saving mode, and we are absolutely in performance mode right now. Okay. There we go. Perfect. All right, I gotta write it down. So Y'shtola. Why, Ranga? Why are you at tier 3? Thank you so much for the tier 3. Thank you for subbing for 2 months. Why are you at tier 3? Stop that. Sorry, we're like right now we're using full brain power. We're activating 100% brain power. We're off of battery saving mode right now, and we're trying to full. Still asking why. How are you, by the way? Thank you so much for the tier 3 and for stopping by. So right now, we're learning more about, so her name is Tiuna? Tiuna. Okay, let me write this down. So Tiuna, which is a pair, I'm assuming. Well, you know what? I can't for sure say that she's a warrior of light, right? But she definitely has the blood. It seems like she has the echo, which also Y'shtola is also theorizing something else too. So let me write this down. So Tiuna definitely has a lot of similarities to people who do have the echo. So truths long lost, which is like those are the flashbacks. Truths long lost. And then also Hearts of Men. So, a shower of stars setting the skies aflame. Shower of stars setting skies aflame. Similar to Amarant. Okay. And we find individuals with whom the mysterious power awakens at sight. Let's see. In both this world and the source, we find individuals with whom a mysterious power awaken at the sight. We could never unpick of why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into Kitana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall which Emmett invited us to witness at Amarant, the final days? Final days. And then, if, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep impact upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? Huh. So, soul and mind. It's fragile but profound bond. An event leaves such an imprint. An event. So, it seems like maybe, given a suitable trigger, maybe for Tiuna, it was like, maybe that's, maybe like the shower of stars definitely, like, you know, imprinted on them. Okay, all right. I like how it looks like your character is also studying the chat log. Maybe I should put the chat log here from now on. Whenever we're going through and like going back, the chat log is inside her head. The character's holding up their journal high to get a good connection. The culprit. That's what she wanted. I'm only at my second. Just got the first. Good luck, everyone. Good luck to anyone doing relics right now. I'm sure it is quite the venture, but I hope it's paying off though. Wait, no, corruption we must need to cleanse. Kryl have echo is not warrior of light. I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by warrior of light, right? Because at this point, because I was taking back, like, not necessarily, like, see, Tuna might not be a warrior of light, but has been blessed by the echo, and usually that means tempered by Heidelin, or tempered by somebody. But then also, so your soul is saying, okay, so it would imprint upon the soul that it could perceive eons later given a suitable trigger. The echo defies explanation by conventional ethological theory, or shall I say modern theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided. Okay, so we're saying, like, we're saying who has the echo, of course, and then who is aware of, like, we are distinguishing those two, right? So that's fine. For the echo though, so defies explanation. It really does. Defies explanation. But then also, if it is a power once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, is it a power? This is what she's theorizing, at least. Is a power to ancients / the unsundered. Or just the ancients in general, right? So the ancients as in the Emeratines. To souls yet undivided. It would seem I have entered into the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Emerald. Okay, so that is interesting though. So, not necessarily aware of light, but has the echo. Alright. Have the echo, but the people with echo are not necessarily aware of light. Yeah, that makes sense. But also, like, it seems like what differentiates the two are the warriors' lights are the ones who end up fighting. Like, you know, fighting the evils or fighting the antagonists and stuff like that. But people who have the echo are still blessed by Heidelin, is what, at least what we understand in the source. I'm assuming, because I know for sure Minfilia was, but I'm assuming as well that, like, Kryl was as well, at least has the echo. But once again, maybe it's something more that will be elaborated and further, like, kind of solidified. Like, I'm sure there has been things in MSQ that kind of, like, explain better, and I've just, like, forgotten small parts of it, but I'm sure they'll clarify again. I have no doubt. Okay, all right. So we're done studying. So what will you say? That you must recall Emmett's dying requests. I will not soon forget. I think I'm gonna say that. Yeah, definitely. Like, that he also took it forcibly from Kryl as well. He's definitely not a warrior of light. Yeah, okay, I understand what y'all are saying, though, because, like, yeah, not necessarily all of them. He is the prime example. He is not one of them. I will not soon forget it.
Remember us.
It feels very haunting.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions could not fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
So many questions. So many questions in this patch that come up. And that look, we're kind of like contemplating and learning, right? Okay, alright. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett and his kin. Tuna is the reason I took up spellcrafting, you know. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine her tomb would be found, let alone that we be the ones to have the honor to do so. I sorely underestimated the defenses of the ruins. Perhaps Simon was right to urge caution. We learned nothing of the Asians, but the potential link between the Echo and the preternatural star shower is intriguing. I mean, in terms of it was asked earlier, like, does the source experience some kind of star shower? I can only potentially recall in the Around Reborn, like, what's it called, trailer, but I don't know if that's exactly quite exact, or if it's exactly what is depicted for, like, Amarot and here in the source and stuff, but we'll see. By your pensive expression, I take it that the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead you to understanding, thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teaching of our forebears, of the histories learned and not lived. The legends of Tuna and her exploits have been told countless times over the centuries, yet it is handed from one generation to the next. The story changes. With each telling of the tale, there's new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you we shall do our best to preserve your history. Aww. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought. So long as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you've done for Northrend. We're not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we have our own tales to tell, the great guardians of Ratika and the ruins of Ronka. No. I pray your safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Asleep disturbed. It's not as terrifying as I thought it would be. Just build a statue in Limsa and he should be good. Oh, to remember him so we don't forget him. Remember us, build. Remember us, build statue. Alright. As long as we live, we shall preserve the truth of your deeds. In short time we've known you, it feels like as though we've experienced a lifetime of adventures. Adventures we are not like to forget. Perhaps we should create a new mural in your honor as a record for future generations. What do you think? It would be an honor, but there's no need. Stola. Oh. An old friend. What does that mean? I have a lot of ideas. What is old friend? Huh. I mean, we have a good amount of friends. Okay, we'll keep going. By all rights, you should be departing for the Crystarium, but your stroller does not seem ready to return. Although we learned not of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I will attend to in Slitherbow. Sorry. Let me read that all again. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we shall have a brief word with Runar. No. Alright. I'm just gonna TP there. Holy first. Hi, Wolf. How are you? As if I need more people doing weird acts. Not on the statue! No! What? No, not on the statue! I guess people are feral for him. I mean, as if I don't already know that for people, what people have said in chat. Runar appears to be in character. Oh my gosh, what is this? Yustola. Runar appears to be in characteristically high spirits. Not Yustola doing the little like note part, the observation notes. We're so cute. Runar, will you take our picture? Emmett? Is that a barking emote? It is a barking emote. Oh my gosh. A barking emote would be really funny. That's kind of really... It could either be a yap or a bark depending on who uses the emote. I kind of like that. It's kind of funny. Notice, it is good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready you a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist, it'll only take a minute. Runar. Her face. My apologies, Notice. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it is rather more of a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbow from top to bottom. And if you would be so kind to go and fetch a broom from Asgir, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. Sounds good. They probably don't want her to leave though. I mean, I understand. Runar is best Roth. Best Roth? He's so in love with her. But like, I'm sorry, I think she's very, very fond of him, but I don't think it's mutual. I think she platonically loves him, and he does not platonic. It's not platonic in that way. You think so? Okay, so this is at least my headcanon. I don't think she is, but I think he definitely loves her for sure. Time for good night, Turtle. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm kind of curious though. I am kind of curious. Let Roth have his heart. I am kind of curious to see how many Runar Stolda shippers are. How many there are. Yeah, Runar, she's my wife. Honestly, at this point, she's everywhere. Warrior of Light's wife. I kind of understand it now. She's all of our wife. I read that the wrong way. Let Rothgar have his heart. I think she does love him. All she never rejected his affection and certainly didn't crush his soul with giving him a nickname like Little Sun. Well, okay, it's so different. She's literally been here for like 3 years. She's like integral like to the community. She's known Magnai for like 2 seconds. And he's like, my moon. Except, like, yeah, he knew Y'shtola for all like 2 seconds. And he's like, my moon, my Nama? It could be found family. I think so. I think so for sure, Illuminati. I could see found family as well. Oh, it's already found family. 100%. In terms of like how much she loves this village and how much she cares for them. He's the only one to leave. I don't think she's ever been flustered. I think she's been startled. But that's just me, right? Magnai? Walk. Runar? Little Sun was priceless. It was hilarious. He honestly, like, I think Magnai could have his own character arc, but he needs to grow up. He needs to grow up and stop being weird to women, all right? Which, it's possible. You can learn from your cringe, all right? Cringe bad, not cringe good. She ended that man's life. Yes, I don't think he'll ever recover, to be honest, but he should. He should learn from it and take that to heart. Okay, I gotta do MSQ. A broom for Master Matoya. I cannot imagine why she would need such a thing, but here you are. It's old, but sturdy. But ensure to suffice. I'm still tilting up even when I'm standing on top of this box. She emasculated him so badly. Honestly, he needed it. He needed a reality check. She wasn't just gonna fall in love with him because he said so. It's unlikely. I don't think it's unlikely. I think it's possible for him to unlearn his bad cringe. And got irked and still kept your cool. And you got irked down, you kept your cool. She verbally kicked him in the nethers. I could see it. I don't know. I don't see it for Runar and Y'shtola. I don't know. I think she is very fond of him, and I think she like cares for him a lot. I think she cares for everyone in this village, but I'm not 100% sure I can ship it. Saying as an Ardbert Lamite shipper, I'm not opposed to shipping at all. Like NPCs and NPCs, all right? I'm just saying, and the thing is, I love Ardbert platonically so much. But I can set aside my feelings and also realize I'm not gonna be a homewrecker in this situation, right? But the thing is, in my brain, I don't see it where it could be the point where like, okay, I'm backing off. Like, you know what? Y'shtola, Runar, shipping it, not a homewrecker. I don't feel it though. It's Y'shtola. If she gives you sash, she'll go out of her way to help you. The stealer of hearts, she does, 100%. I have no doubts. I trust Asgeir was able to find you find a broom for us? Yes. Battered broom, a well-worn broom, has seen many a spring and summer and slither bough, swishing and swishing and swiping and swishing. Sweeping, sorry, not swiping, not swiping, sweeping. Well-worn, good. This will prove difficult otherwise. Though, I must say, I did think... Wait, is she gonna enchant it? Though, I must say, I did think I did rather well not having a broom thus far. We're looking around? Yes, well, you weren't, Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, right? Were you? Right. Anyway, it's time that I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. It's true, we did not get buried by an avalanche. Oh, the Matoya's cave sound. She is gonna enchant it, isn't she? You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. The broom is more than capable of sweeping itself, or rather, it will be. She's doing her full Matoya transformation. Time to rise. Swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. Oh, it's so cute. In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. Y'shtola, you silly cat. you silly cat. She's 100% following in Matoya's footsteps. Magical cat. She is our magical cat. This is sweet. In future, I may need you to remind me. I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. He's spying? He's spying on them? Oh no. I will dearly miss this place, these people. No. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. I think if she could go back, she probably, you know, she would come back and visit them. Oh, he definitely looks depressed. He overheard it, and he can't keep it in. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine. I assure you. It has been a long day is all. He is a terrible liar. Sorry, he's nearly just as bad as the Crystal Exarch in lying. I see. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. Hmm? Alfie! Alize is here too! And Erlange. Alphino, I thought you were following Arbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly entering these woods. He's here? He seems determined to traverse every elm of Norvrund in his quest to spread the truth of the Warrior of Light and the Fled. It seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him in every destination, making his task all the more simple. He's also— is he telling other people to become the Warrior's Light as well? It remains to see what end he encourages the people to become. It remains to see to what end he encourages the people to become the Warrior of Lights themselves. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. I don't like this. He's not real. He's fake. Well, we're all agreed that this is another Ascian ploy, yes? She is gritting her teeth. They've commandeered corpse before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think that this time is any different, especially when it's that of the fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbough. Alize, are you certain that you should be here? If you're concerned about Talrek and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting. For all of us. The best thing I can do is let them rest. So, I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. I'm glad to see her. Before visiting any towns or village, Arbert would hunt down and slay a sin eater, a nearby sin eater, to earn the locals' trust. Very interesting. Very formulaic. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the burrows of Woven Oath. Yeah, because she can see them still. Then that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. She for sure also saw him outside the door too. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Also, hi Loco, how are you? He's like a lost. Yes, he is such a lost puppy. Runer's like a sad dog at their owner's door. He really is. No peeping. Exactly, no peeping. His eyeshadow is giving it away. Him weeping to himself, smudging his makeup. He definitely is a lost puppy. He 100% is. It's so true. Loco, how are you doing, by the way? How's your weekend been? Okay, I cannot fly in the Great Woods, so I'm just gonna have to go. It's fine. I'm doing fine. How has yours been? Pretty good so far. I am realizing I need sandwich ingredients for tomorrow because I kind of miss eating sandwiches. I kind of just miss like a good old like basic sandwich. And I was trying to cook up some food earlier to eat on stream, and it took way too long, and I'm tired. And maybe I'm getting burnt out on pasta. So I need pasta. I need sandwiches. Oh, can we go on here? Oh, we can. Ooh, fun. Is it over here? Oh, wait. It's not that deep. Sandwich, yeah. Y'all want a sandwich? I'll make one for you. I'll make an extra. I don't mind crust on my sandwich. If it's white bread, it's different. If it's like just like, I don't know, like Italian bread or sourdough, I'm down with crust. I don't mind. White bread, I'm fine with it too. You know what? I should cut sandwiches taste better when they're cut, right? So I should like cut them in a fun fancy shape. Oh, they already did it. Nice. Reen. Our little Reen. I can sense no other sin eater in the area. I hope that means Ardbirch will be coming this way soon. Reen! Hi, Thancred. Have you two been doing okay?
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Eater friend here, I can only apologize.
They're quick.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
She sounds so confident.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Is he already here?
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Yeah.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
I don't know. I'm really happy to see
Our
everyone.
quarry has come.
Fake Bert.
Huh. It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
Was it? We're giving him the stink eye, 100%.
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
He's so fake! Ugh! Extend a friendly fist. Asked where he wished Seto were here. No, asked whether he wishes Seto were here. Ooh, oh! I can't wait to do this in the end. I want to do both. He looks stinky. He doesn't look right. It looks like he went to go like thrift the entire outfit. No, you know what? You know what? No. I love thrift stores. We're not gonna even do that. We're not even go there. He looks like he grabbed, I don't know. I'm not, it's hard to be mean, okay? Yes, discount Arbor. We were saying he's a great value Arbor. Great value. He's a store brand. He's Temu Arbor. He's not, it's not him. He's not him. Test him? Yes. Extend friendly fist. Ask whether he wishes Seto were here. The thing is, if we ask if Seto is here, I'm like, I imagine that he has to say, like, yeah, I definitely wish he was here. Who is that? Closet cosplay Arbor. Literally the same model. No, it's not. You can't convince me. I know. I for sure definitely am pretty sure it's the same. But like, okay, the axe is different, and then his colors look different. All right, and sometimes in a certain light, in a certain angle, his face looks different. All right, I don't fully believe it. I could be delusional, but I don't care. I'm already delusional about this game to begin with, so just let's fuel the delusions further. Spirit of Halloween Arbert. Stop. No, not sorry, not 5 p.m. on October 31st Spirit of Halloween Arbert costume. It's not him. It's absolutely not him. We know who he is, and he's always been with us. This is fake imitation. Look at that face! No!
I'm giving you trouble? You should have it examined.
It's not him. Oh no! Look at that face! I'm heartbroken! Indeed, Ardbert. That's so sad! Frowny! Frowny fist. Indeed, Ardbert. I thought you were supposed to be good at this. I kind of want to call him out. I kind of don't even want to be like, or I don't even want to grace him with our man's name, all right? I don't even want to call him Ardbert, because he's not. He's so fake. He's so fake. It's so over for him, too. This is the over part, by the way. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
What is this voice? What is this horror voice?
After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth.
Go away!
Through your time in Emetselk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We haven't really heard him talk much. But I don't care about that.
I understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
Don't tell me he's trying to summon a primal or
seek
something.
To enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emmett Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emmett Selk.
Does he hate him?
How very unlike you to err so gravely.
Ooh.
That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any.
This is
I have my duty.
How Emmett was thinking.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
It's
but
the same.
We still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries.
To maybe learn more about Elidibus.
Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I guess in the memory,
quite agree.
though.
Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored.
Ah.
Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
If there's aught to be learned, I want to know. For want of a better option, as long as you don't make me do any more chores. Wait, do we sass her? Or should I sass her later, though? I mean, I feel like we have to sass her. He is as steadfast as Emmett, is what I was trying to say during that. He is 100% as steadfast as Emmett in, like, the very beginnings when we first met him. But, like, definitely much less willing to work with us, really, right? And, oh my gosh, I feel like this is, I know it's not the end, and they were, like, learning so much, a little bit more. Okay, all right, we have to sass her. We did sweet last time, so we'll sass her this time. As long as you don't make me do any more chores. Laugh face.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
You're Stola! She loves us, and we love her. The abrupt music!
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Stola! She loves us so much. The look in her eyes. I love it. It's so good. We have to sass her. It's okay though. We should have smiled. We should have sneered at her back though, because we know that she's sassing us, and we're like, we're just sassing each other. She's so funny. She's such a good character. Absolutely ignored by everyone else. Yeah, you're right. So everyone else just like kind of side-eyed and just like, An old friend. So Runar was our old friend. Right? Right? We'll select the monies, please. That was fun. I want to go back into the inn and choose some of these later on. No, you're good, Broccoli. Don't worry. For this one, I was probably going to choose 3 already. I think for the choices, I think it's fun to hear people's thoughts about that. I don't think that's too much of like backseating or like pushing people, because ultimately I'm going to choose what I want to do. But like you could say like essentially that's the one that you did or the one that you hope I pick. Disdain and obfuscation. Obfuscation? Oh my gosh. Apparently don't know how to say this word. Where's Google Translate? Google Translate will help me. Translate English into English, please. I know I've heard this word before, but I don't recall how to say it. There we go. Obfuscation? Wow. Like vacation. Obfuscation. Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Right? Yeah, I think that's close. Thank you. Disdain and obfuscation. What is thine true design, emissary? Is auspice... So, definition for obfuscation? So is it to be like... to purposely like confuse people? Hide the meaning of truth. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I was trying to figure out in terms of context, but thank you. Okay, so disdain and to essentially hide the meaning. Hiding things. What is thine true design, emissary? I'm trying to think of other words similar to this one. Oh, there it is. I'm silly. The action of making something obscure, unclear, unintelligible. Thank goodness. Google Translate actually has definitions now. Perfect. Me using English to English in Google Translate? Thanker told me what La Habrea did to him. Can't imagine how he's feeling right now. Honestly, like, that's kind of like a little like brush under the rug, but to have somebody take over your body and your soul, like to essentially push out your soul and take over your body, that is so many levels of what is even the word that I'm trying to think of just like, not just, well, crossing the line for sure, but like this, like the whole consent thing, like when I say consent thing, it's like just like not having bodily autonomy at all of your body. It's like really, what's the word? It's I'm trying to think. It's like real sick shit. Extremely negative. Yes, but yeah, I think that's the word. Yes, it's like very violating. Yes, that, thank you so much, because I was like, what's the word for, what's the word that's like Exactly. It's incredibly violating to have somebody and just take over your body. Disgusting. Thancred must be furious. Honestly, that's why he hated Emmett so much when Emmett was like proposing, trying to be like, oh, let's have a truce. Let's work together. He despises all Ascians. So like having essentially been violated by an Ascian and knowing how that went through, I have no doubt that he has so much hatred for them. But I also am kind of curious. It's interesting because now that we have learned that, well, we knew that technically they can steal bodies, right? So Elidibus has a track record now, stealing Xenos' corpse, essentially. But somehow Xenos was able to body hop as well, because some weird echo stuff. But like, how was it? Did it feel weird to be in someone else's body, then also take back your body? I don't know if that's something that Xenos even thinks about at all. He just missed having his body, really. But I feel like Thancred, like having heard Green say it, like, he can't imagine how he's feeling right now. And Thancred told me what La Habrea did to him. Very much fucked up. 100%. Icky. Very ick. Much cringe. It's so easy to forget. It really is easy. It's 100% so easy. Like, because, you know, we just think like, oh, Thancred's really guarded, right? He's very guarded. He's like very concerned and everything. But like, so much happened from when that happened in the story during like the MSQ stuff with the Garleans. And then like him getting chucked into the life stream and then being yoinked out again and like losing his ability to have like any like mana or anything like that. Or any ether, not mana, but any ether in him. And like, I don't know. I mean, like, we're always having to do stuff, and I hope he has had a little bit of time to process it. And it seems like maybe he has, because he's talking to Reen about it, right? So he's willing to open up to her about his life and what has happened to him and like about the source. And honestly, I hope aside from like, you know, hearing, unfortunately, the horrible thing that did happen to him, that like, that conversation probably happened like from Thancred telling Reen maybe about the source and of Eorzea and everything. And I hope that's the case. And like a little bit of lighterness, or like a bit more light-hearted, hopefully wholesome headcanon. I hope that he has also told her more about the source. He could never use ether? Well, But I knew something got messed up in him, though, whenever he got yoinked out of the live stream. Because, like, something happened to him, right? And then something happened to Y'shtola, too. Xenos? You mean the combat sexual? Yes, him. Yes, him. We saw him earlier today, and he is the same. I hate to leave him like that. Gods, they can't even let a man rest in peace. Thancred, he knows exactly what has happened. But also, it kind of makes me wonder as well, like, where is Ardbert? He's somewhere. He's definitely somewhere still in us, but I wonder if he's kind of like resting a little bit. He deserves it. He is the hero of the hour. Gods, they can't even let a man rest in peace. No, absolutely not. Am I the only one who sees the irony in Ardbert calling us puppets? Alize, we love you so much. With that, I found the words to deny Elidibus. We are so much more than he believes us to be, and yet... Alfie, I'm proud of you. You're trying really hard, but they are very stubborn, and one day they'll understand. Or maybe they'll see it differently, but right now, I don't think there's anything we can do to convince them, at least not for the moment. Okay, so we did this one. Hi Marcus, how are you? How's it going? And then I could invent new words for hatred if someone used my image to deceive or hurt the ones I love. You love Xenos? Uh-huh. You love that combat sexual? Deep designs. Y'shtola would have you depart for the Tempest without delay. Alphino has the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tulshath first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. What time is it now? Oh, I can see. Right? Can I see the time here? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's almost 1 a.m. Cool. I just realized I can log out and maybe log back in and see. Wait, I'm allowed to do this now, right? I can log out and then log back in this area and see Amarot. Right? Yeah? Okay, all right, I'm going. One moment. I want to see it because I wasn't allowed to do this before we got to Amarot because it was a spoiler. Oh my gosh, it would be an incredible wallpaper. That is so pretty. Whoa, okay, cool. Isn't Arbert still currently residing in you? Like Frey, just storm it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's in there somewhere. We don't know when that they can come out or when they decide to come out. With Frey did say that they may never come back, but we did have our, we did do MSQ 80 for the Dark Knight, like, quests and stuff. So, that was cool. I like that. I really like that. I think that was really, really neat. Ah, everyone's over here. Okay, so I think... Can I get an estimate of how far through MSQ I've gotten through for this patch? Like, am I like 30% in? Am I like 20%? Like, how far have I gotten? And I will say this is going to be a serial question. I do want to know this. You're over halfway. Over halfway? 70%? Okay, not bad. Not the worst, actually. Thank you. We locked it. Don't say 5%. No. Don't say 5%. Okay, alright. Thank you. That means if I start early tomorrow, we can get this done early as well. Ooh, I'm excited. Okay, I'm nervous though. Okay, I have a declaration next stream. I have a strong declaration next stream. It can be a good stopping point if you want to sleep and start early. Yeah, I think we probably need to. And I thought I took a really long lunch, like dinner break earlier, so I was like, man, I'm not gonna get anything done, but we got back on track. Okay, good, nice, cool. So yeah, I'll probably end up winding down here for the night. And hopefully tomorrow start a little bit earlier, at least at 3. But I'm hoping to start a little bit earlier than that. As long as I can wake up early. Okay, I gotta wake up early. I gotta go food shopping for a little. Yeah, I gotta go food shopping, grab a couple stuff, make sandwich stuff, and then maybe I gotta finish my pasta tomorrow too. And I was thinking maybe on Monday I can have quesadillas. That'll be nice. I just noticed your sweater. It's cute. Oh yeah, let me show you. This is my Pusheen sweater. So Pusheen sweater. Is there anything on the sleeves? Is there anything on the back? There is something on the back. Oh, there is something on the back. Oh, there is something on the sleeves. I don't know what's in the back here. Let me turn around. It's on the back. Oh, there it is. Scaredy cat. So cute. Scaredy cat. I am a scaredy cat. I am also me and Pushi. Same. We're just scaredy cats. I need to also wash my bangs tomorrow. Yeah, and it's also like, I think it's pretty much mostly cotton. I'm pretty sure. That's what the label says, but it hasn't like peeled too much, but I also like air dry it. Just because it's like the interior. Oh yeah, it's peeling a little bit. This makes me concerned if this is actually all cotton or not. Is it lying to me? It's already peeling. Cotton shouldn't peel this much. Whatever. But yeah. But yeah, I think we did a good amount today. It was really fun. It was really fun going back through Shadowbringers. I have so many notes. We did like almost 2 pages of notes today. Well, this one was mostly filled. Oh. 3 Lalas in a trench coat emote. I need to figure out how to make that emote. But yeah, 3 Lalas in a trench coat emote, Corporal Ether being destabilized. Essentially, a civil war in Garlemald. Root by journaling. It's okay. Han, I will try to stream a little earlier tomorrow, so hopefully everyone, some more people can hopefully be able to make it. And then we're gonna try our best to finish 5.2 tomorrow. We're gonna do it. I believe in us. I thought that Felhamen lost her memories. She just is lost in her memories. Let me fix that. In her memories. Oops. There's the white figure, the fake Arbert, right? Wayward Arbert, or Wayward Warrior, not Arbert. We don't even grace him with his name. That's Elidibus. It's just Elidibus doing Ascian things again. So we have notes about the Echo as well. So we have confirmed that Elidibus is in his Arbert's body. Elidibus in Arbert's body. So we've confirmed he's in his body. We're going back to Amarant. For clues. And then also, in my brain, I was like, why is Amarant still here if Emmett is gone? And it's because the not the Ascians. The Emeraldines created things, and they're going to stay there, even if they're immortal or not, because they use part of their ether, or part of their life, right? They're not, I guess not just their ether, but they use part of their, I forgot exactly their life source or whatever, right? To create things. And Emmett made that as a fun project. Little Buzz? I have to, Cora, because I know I have heard that 5.3 is very lengthy. So I'm gonna need to make sure to pace it out next week. So next Saturday and next Sunday I'm gonna be doing 5.3. And also, yeah, I'm gonna pretend everything is gonna be fine. No foreshadowing. No alluding, please. But yeah, I am excited to keep going through it because we have so many questions. So okay. So Xenos, white hooded person, Elidibus, all of our friends, if the Crystal XR can find the cure, I don't know. There's just so many things that we're learning. What is Astinian up to? Are we gonna help Gaius? Oh my gosh, I nearly forgot about Gaius. Also, yeah, Gaius as well. We have to fight Ultima? The zombie Ultima? Honestly, it kind of gives Parasite. The way that Ultima had that person on it, it's very parasitic. And it's very terrifying. It's so horror-esque, too. If you stream early enough in the day, you can finish 5.2 and you can start 9-player raid. Oh, yeah. Wait, when you mean 9-player raid, you mean Eden raids? Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second, Yami. You're cooking, though. Okay, you're onto something. If I finish 5.2 early, we could do Raid Series #1. And then after that, we're jumping into Shinryu. Are you talking about future stuff? What do you mean future stuff? Huh? 8-player. Yeah. White hooded person. I need a timestamp for that context. Oh. It was when Xenos was looking over the civil war happening in the Garlemald. So I think that's what was happening. I think that's what it was. I'm sure trying to think as well. But yeah, Ultima, Xenos. We've got too many things to think about. I also need to do... Yeah, I also need to do the 8-player raid series as well. That was supposed to be this week. It was supposed to be Thursday, but I forgot. I'm so sorry. Did you know that 9 on the keyboard is next to 8? I did not know that. Thank you so much for teaching us today. I'm learning so much. 9 players? Something new I don't know about? Okay, but yeah. Okay, so we have a good amount of notes today. I have so many emote ideas that I need to get hopefully done in the future. You want Doritos? Do you miss the salt or do you miss the crunch? Is the question, by the way, Super. Or do you want MSG? Because Doritos has that too, which I really miss a lot. I really miss it. Over time, as you spend more and more time away from things, the crunch followed by the cheese. I mean, there's not that much cheese on Doritos, right? Isn't it just the seasoning? I was gonna say, like, would a taco suffice? If you end up having a taco and portioning out your cheese? A crunchy taco? Alright, sorry. I've already yapped plenty enough today. Okay, alright. Let me see who is potentially online. Everyone, thank you so much for being here, by the way. I really appreciate it. I think we had a good time on stream today. I think we did a good chunk of stuff. We progressed. We finished 5.1. We got like over 50% done, right? We got over 50% done of 5.2. And then tomorrow we shall finish. And then hopefully, if I have enough time, maybe we'll do some raids together. I mean, that'd be kind of fun. And then hopefully, I need to redo my when to meet for Shinryu. So if anybody's doing Shinryu tomorrow, I'm going to post a new link and hopefully have it a more updated one in terms of when we're going to try to meet, because apparently the one I posted was wonky and the timing was off. So please ignore that one. We're going to redo it. You took care of it? Okay, thank you, Kevlar. Okay, Kevlar, if you want, I'll ping everyone later on. But yeah, so there's a new when to meet. Please put your updated schedule in there if you are doing Shinryu with us, which we have been doing for the past 2 weekends. And I think the clear will happen tomorrow, not on this stream. It'll be happening after stream, and then hopefully after stream on my alternate channel or whatever. It's in Raiders? Okay, perfect, thank you. But yeah, thank you so much for all the subs, by the way. We had a lot of subs today just to like make sure people could watch through the... Oh wait, oh my gosh, what the heck, Kexing? When did you resub? Like, I didn't notice, no. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I think it was in the middle of a cutscene. Oh heck, I'm so sorry. Kexing, thank you so much. Ranga, earlier, thank you again. Why would you all do that? Why would you resub in the middle of a cutscene? I'm kidding. You can resub whenever you want. I didn't notice. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Shame. Shame to me. I will replay it, I promise. And I will thank you again. But everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Thanks for keeping me company. Thanks for hanging out. What is my brain trying to say? Thank you for being such wonderful company, and I hope I was good company back. Please have a good rest of your day, a good rest of your night. Sleep well, take care. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm going to try to stream a little bit early. My schedule says 3 p.m. EST is when I'll start, but I'm going to try to start a little sooner than that, just to make up for a couple things. I'll also be doing Shinryu tomorrow evening too, so tomorrow's going to be packed. I also got to get sandwich stuff. But yeah, remember to take care of yourself before you take care of others. Remember to be kind to yourself because you're worth the kindness. Thank you for being here. It is way too late. It is an 8.5 hour stream. We did it. A whole 8.5 hour stream. I'm gonna go ahead and stop raids for an hour and see who is online for us to say hi to. Good night, Notice. But yes, thank you so much for being here. I will say good night to everyone as well. Good night, Ranga. Good night, Gnome. Good night. Good night, Illuminati. Good night, Kevlar. Good night, Super. Good night, Yami. Good night, Wolf. Good night, Alican. Good night, Sega. Good night, Han. Good night. Good night, Tuesday. Good night, Benny. Good night, Saray. Good night. Good night, Marcus. Good night, Thistle. Good night, Broccoli. Good night, Soup. Let me keep looking though. Who's online? Who can we say hi to? One moment. I'm checking who is online. Discord? I hope I can catch the stream tomorrow. Let me get you a link, by the way, for Discord. My Discord is currently invite only, but if you've been here for like, if I've seen you in the stream more than like 2 times, you can join. Just don't spam and be mean or rude or anything, but then you can join. Okay, also, here is my raid message. Please use one of these 2 raid messages, and there's also a 3rd raid message for only tier 3s. Don't be a tier 3. But, that is the raid messages. And, let me see. How about we go say hi to... Don't be a tier 3. Don't do it. Don't be a tier 3. You know what? This is a friend that I have not been able to say hi to before. They are... So this is Kiana, and I think that... that they're actually playing Gartic Phone. So let's go say hi. And if anybody wants to play, there is a public link as well. So, yeah, let's go say hi to Kiana. They, them as well. Oh man, there's a toilet on screen. What? Wait, what? A man fights a sentient toilet? What? A very, very interesting prompt. Is this an interesting prompt? I've never played Gartic Phone before. Shall we play one day? I'm terrible at drawing though, so like... I think I need to practice drawing, but yeah, let's go swing by and say hi and understand what this prompt is. Because it's a man fights a sentient toilet. And that doesn't make sense to me. What's... Oh, it's your description for the scene. Oh. Wait, what's this? This is a really good drawing. Fairy Maid Cleaner? Huh? Even if it's just Discord? Maybe we should. Maybe we should just do it on Discord. That could be fun. Definitely be down with that. I'll save your drawings. Notice, don't save my drawings. Please. It's basically telephone and Pictionary. Maybe that's a Discord thing. Yeah. Maybe that's a Discord thing on a silly night. And no one knows how to draw. Especially me. Especially me. Okay, alright. We're gonna go say hi to Kiana. Yeah, but they're playing Gartic Phone, and this next drawing is really good though. I don't know what it is, but like it's some kind of like mop cleaner, maybe that's what it is. Man, I wish I was better at I wish I was better at art stuff. So I feel like that would be fun though. Some of y'all are probably gonna be amazing. Maid cleaner using a Swiffer. Got it. Okay. All right. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Bye, everyone.